Alright, I think we're live here. I think we're live. Yeah, my bad. I had to find my USBs for Windows install. I want to do a fresh install. Only have the benchmarks that I have. I was going to do the GTX 1080 Ti today, but I decided to do the i7-3770K. So that is what we'll be doing today. It's going to be just sim bench runs basically, and we'll see what I can get on chilled. Right now I got a tote full of a little bit of ice water, and then I gotta grab some big blocks of ice that I have here once we get things set up. The lines are already starting to freeze up, so gotta go find some towels. Yep. We're doing chilled loops. Well, chilled loops isn't bad. It's the chilled loops when it's so humid out just makes such a mess. Really does. Go grab some tape. Tape this around. We don't have any issues. That's what I don't want. No issues. Go. This fresh install will be nice. Go. Yes, we had 70%. Let's go. It's taking so long. What's taking so long? Did it freeze? It might have froze on me. Did I do something? What did I do? Did I do something? Hello? I think it froze. Oh, come on. Of course it froze on me. Why would it not? What a pain in the butt. That's why I didn't grab the ice. Well, I got a frozen 2-liter bottle and with the chilled water right now. But I got, what, 8 liters of ice. A whole bunch of ice, like it'll be adding to it. Should delete all those. Just do fresh. Go. Hopefully this time it doesn't freeze on me. And then I'll have to download. I'll download Benchmate. Download Benchmate. Probably only thing I'm gonna download is just Benchmate. It should be good. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm doing a double tote method. I got one big tote and then like a big tote that fits a whole tote inside. And then all I did was put a whole bunch of towels at the bottom and around the sides of it, and then put the other tote inside of it. So that way it works good. I didn't drill any holes through it. I was thinking about doing drilling holes through it, but I was like, I'll probably need these totes for next move next year. So I don't have to buy new totes for no reason. The i7 3770K. I was going to do the GTX 1080 Ti, but I have to set my main system up. So my main system, I'll have to do a whole bunch. I'll have to build a secondary system for my main system because I will chill the 13900K with the 1080 Ti. I'll chill them both. And then I'll probably get more ice, like make more ice than what I have today. I chilled a bunch of water too, like before I put the ice in. Well, I still have more ice to throw in, but I got 10 liters of ice and it was over 4 liters of chilled water right now. And then we got more ice here coming up. Yeah, it's, just this test is all the only thing I really have to worry about is for this competition is for single core. I'm hoping to get 5.2 gigahertz or above on the 3770K on chilled. That's what I'm hoping. Will be able to. I don't know. This board, I'm limited to the amount of power, so it kind of sucks. Even though the temperatures are gonna be really good, and a lot of other people can put more voltage through the CPU, I can't. I can only do not even 1.5 volts, basically 1.5 volts, which really sucks. Seems like a lot, but it's not. That's literally like the temperatures might hit 35 C on these runs. Might, maybe, probably not. And yep, there we go. The water really isn't even chilled right now. Once I got the other ice, it will be actually chilled. Then I got Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is mouse. Mouse in. Then I got kit of RAM in right now. It's just a 2x2. And then I'll overclock the snot out of them as far as I can. I have to grab my fans to put onto them. So I'm going to try to do 2400 plus. At like CL8 hopefully. Oh wait, I can only do 1.9 volts on this board. We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, the main RAM fan is gonna be on. I'm gonna be using server fans for putting it on it. It's not needed. It's not like they actually get that hot. It's not like I can put a whole lot of voltage through them on this board, so it's not like they're gonna get hot. I'm just gonna put a fan on them just cause. Just cause. I wish. Uh, don't remember. One sec here. Should be it. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Limited experience. Ocpc. Let's go. We don't need a password. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the Wi-Fi card you're using. This one's just a 2.4 gigahertz. Skip. Not now. Why? Yeah, this is an old Asus one. These used to be like over $300 for these ones. They work really good. They used to be really expensive, but they work good. And for every board I have, it works for every board I have. As long as it has a USB 3. It can do it just fine on other boards that doesn't have USB 3, but yeah, no, I don't use them. And then, well, this board's too old, doesn't they don't have it. Let's go. Let's go so I can go get what I need. Maybe later. Boom. Screw off. Yeah. Let's do this again. Make sure. Benchmate download. I gotta give it a second to download a driver for the graphics card so it's not green. They'll do it automatically. Should do it automatically. I say it will. I say it should. Hello? Okay, well, I guess we gotta do some those updates. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I was like, man, I wonder why it's so slow. Well, it's doing it in all the updates anyways, so that's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, let's do everything. Let's do everything. Looks good. Go device manager. Device manager. I mean, that doesn't work. Yep, should be the right one. is it not working? There you go. Could be a minute. It could be a hot minute. This is going a lot faster than I thought, so that's good. Well, that is good. Sweet. So that's good. That's good. That's good. Now I'm hoping I have saved 5 gigahertz on this BIOS, on the motherboard BIOS. I hope I have saved 5 gigahertz. That way it's easier just to do that. Should be. Give me 1 minute. That should be downloaded now. Get some color. What? What? Yo, how's it going, Hooves? 98. Come on. I need some color. We need some color. Oh, not much. How about you? Not much. Not much. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I do need some color too, eh? Taking a sweet time. Yeah, after this install, yeah. This wanted to install the display here. Yeah, I'll just do a restart. Let's restart it now. Let's do it afterwards. Hey, we got color. What do you know? Let's go. Oh, the lines are sweating. Need to get this chillier. Temps are pretty good. Goal, try to get 5.2 gigahertz on this 3770K. And all I really got to do is for the competition is single core test Simbench R23 single core. 5.2 is the goal, which will be really good, even on chilled. It's not even really that chilled, it's just... It'll be really good to get 5.2, but I'm limited by the motherboard's voltages, unfortunately. I don't have a good enough motherboard. Might modify this motherboard later on, but it's not an easy modification, unfortunately. Very unfortunate. It's not a easy mod. Is it really worth it? Not really, but it kind of is. So I would like to modify it so I can put more voltage on CPU and the RAM. Take a sweet time. I might just start it myself. I have to go grab some more ice here. Yeah, I gotta do it myself. Boom. Screwdriver comes in handy. Oh, it's so fast. Couldn't even get into the BIOS. It's so fast. There we go. That's right. That's what I thought. Now, did it give me... Yes, it gave me a display. Good. All right. Sweet. Fresh install. Download Benchmade now. Let's see what kind of temps we're looking at. Just at stock. It'll be very good. Remind me in 3 days. Oh, just... I don't know. Stop. Okay, so I'm gonna go grab some ice. I'll be right back. Let that do its thing, and then we'll get at it. Yeah, just a bit of ice. Oh, there's ice in there. Right, hold on to the ice. Things are gonna get chilly. Oh yeah. Things are chilly real fast. Real fast. Alright, there we go. What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No. Definitely not. No. Motherboard has no RGB. Well, the backside of the motherboard's not freezing up already. I have to grab some foam. I was gonna prep it. I was gonna Vaseline it, but I didn't. Battery powered Xmas lights? Nah. Oh, come on. Don't tell me. Oh, maybe I should have Vaselined it up. Nope, nope. That's fine. It's good. Never mind. It's good. We're good. It's good. It's good. Somebody want to take a sweet time, though. With some bling? No. Not my kind of bling, man. Not my kind of bling. I've never seen battery powered Xmas lights, man. I've never seen battery powered Xmas lights. LEDs, probably. What's up, Cootie Pie? Hi. Hi. What do you want? I got nothing for you. You want up? Alright. Hello. Kitty. Well, get comfy. Get comfy. Yeah. Get comfy. Oh, there you go. There you goes. There you goes. No, I've never seen battery powered, no. Not unless you're talking about like just LED lights, not Xmas lights though. Never seen them. Oh, I should have overclocked it. It's really slow. All it takes is 2 AAs. That's it? 2 to 3 months on 2 AAs. That's pretty crazy, actually. Goats. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need this plugged in. Let's get on a quick Y cruncher. See what temp we're looking at right now. Probably not much. Whoops. Actually, instead, let's go into the BIOS. Tune it. Restart. Advanced mode here. We'll see what temp we are at. Monitor 5 degrees. We're at 5 degrees right now. 8 degrees. Could be better. Could be better. From there, we got. What's that? 4.8. 2. It's 2 at 5 gigahertz. Oh, this is probably not going to work. Because this board has a freaking issue with changing over my my voltage. It changes to an off. Yeah, of course not. Change it to an off. Oh no. It worked. All right, actually. Yeah, I don't care about the fan error. No, it's alright, it's good. Usually that puts it to an offset. Alright. Go. Oh man, yeah, it'd be crazy. I've been working on trying to get CL24 6000 working. I got CL24 working, but not at 6000 yet. I'm trying to tune it so that way CL24 works, which is pretty good. So this is 5 gigahertz. One clock cycle? Nah, you can't do that. Not on DDR3. We'll do a Y cruncher again, but we'll just do. Let's see. Oh, it is actually gonna work. So let's see what tempo we're looking at. See results. Analyze. 45. Pretty good actually. Oh, I closed the wrong one. Whoopsie. Just for certain applications. DDR4 does pretty good, but you have to overclock the snot out of DDR4 to keep up with DDR5. If bandwidth is, and bandwidth is part of a lot of things, DDR5 crushes everything. There are a few applications, a couple benchmarks where DDR4 still does really good. Yeah, exactly. Depends on what you're doing. It does. Depends. It's at 5 gigahertz right now. Yep, yep. It's at 5 gigahertz though, so score should be around 1,000. I almost did 2,100 on my 12600K. I've been doing a lot of testing. I know I haven't been streaming it, but I have to build a secondary PC for doing that kind of stuff. And to be honest, I just been lazy for building another PC for that. It depends. Yeah, I've been wanting to do custom shirts too, but if I did them, I would have to sell them for too expensive. I don't want to do that. So I can't make a whole bunch at a time, right? To save money. Pretty good though. Psycho Kitty. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Yeah, probably around there. He makes money to where you can actually afford to buy bulk and that kind of stuff. Bulk quantities of shirts. But it's also buying bulk in different sizes too that saves you money. For me, it would just cost too much. And then, what's the point of doing it? Not enough people will buy them. I got storage. I technically have lots of storage for where I'm at to store them all. But exactly. And that's I would have to sell them somewhere around that price to make what, $4 off a shirt maybe, if that. Same thing with thermal paste. Thermal paste would cost too much money to make, and then containers and all that. Again, I got all the storage. I can get the machines to make bulk quantities, good batch quantities of it, but there's no point investing the money if it's not going to sell, because you'd have to sell it for too much. Exactly, yeah. You can get something a little bit better. Where'd the Psycho go? Where'd you go, Psycho? I hear you, but I don't see you. Where are you? I don't know where she went. Gabby. Gabby. There she is. Psycho kid. What you doing? Psycho kitty. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Looks like it's gonna do pretty good though. Oh, that's nice. Oh, nice. Nice. Qu'est-ce que c'est? It's pretty expensive for 12 shirts, actually. Even with custom logos. You should be able to get custom logo shirts for roughly $5 per shirt. Wow, $6 per shirt Canadian. So $4 to $5 USD per shirt. Guess depends on where you're going, but that's roughly the price. There are cheaper shirts, but well, yeah, I don't care if it was a gift or not. You spent too much. If they're decent quality, yeah, they'll be worth it. Oh, you definitely wouldn't have spent that much. They would have to be some good quality shirts for that price. Where'd you go? What are you doing? Yeah, if they're cheaper shirts, they're not expensive, even for custom ones. Yeah, better than nothing, exactly. Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah. Better than nothing. Just gotta wipe the sweat off the lines here. There we go. Wish I had this silicone tubing that I like instead of this PVC style tubing. Soft PVC. Stuff hardens up so hard when it gets cold. So at least the silicone stuff is still somewhat flexible when it gets cold. Somewhat. But oh my god. Ugh. I have to turn off. It has an application running and the screen still turns off. So annoying, man. Windows is freaking annoying. There's literally an application running. The screen should not turn off. No, not my secondary, not the PC that's streaming, the PC that's doing the work. I just had to move the mouse, which means I'm losing points. So this run's gonna be terrible, and I was hoping it's gonna be better. Yeah, I was gonna do OCPC. So the ones I was gonna do is has like OCPC on the front and like across the front, and then on the sleeves, also the sleeves had OCPC, and the back had Get Her Done. That's what I would like to do. Yeah, so this run probably, hopefully, it's still around 1,000. I just want to see what's gonna be at with chilled, because chilling it will give me more points than what I already have technically. No. Oh, it would be a $35 shirt? Nah, man, nah, I wouldn't pay $35. You can go on Amazon and create your own. You can check. They're not $35. $35 will be a like a high end T-shirt. You're talking money there for $35 shirt, even custom logo. Amazon has it so like you can do custom your own too, and they're not that expensive. Cheap ones will cost you like $5 Canadian. Then you buy a bunch of them because then you got the shipping implied too. But you buy a bunch of them, the shipping's only on one shipping box. Then the more expensive ones are like $15 to $20 a shirt. They're decent quality though. Definitely decent quality by the looks of them. And I'll have to set it so that way the screen doesn't turn off again. Power settings. Yeah, see, I lost a lot of points because I had to move the mouse. Should have been over 1,000 there. What garbage. Freaking garbage. Oop, wrong mouse. Keyboard. Never. Never. Additional power settings. We'll go here. High performance. There we go. that. Let it do its thing here. Two minutes? It's wild. I heard they're pushing Windows 12 later on next year. Yeah, right? It's so stupid, though. That made me lose points there. I wanted to see what I was going to be at. At 5 gigahertz, 1013 is the best I had. It should. I didn't power it back on. No. There's no point in using Linux. Linux is not anywhere near Windows. Unless you have, like, you can custom it. It's not near Windows, so I don't get why people are wanting to do Linux. For a lot of things, it's nowhere near Windows. It's not. Sorry to say. Sorry to say, man. Let's put this up to 1600. Yeah, I've used Linux before. And again, I know more about this stuff than you. So, guess what? Linux, you can ask everyone, is not up to par. You can literally ask everyone. Even people that use Linux versus Windows. For a lot, Ubuntu's garbage. Ubuntu's actually trash. Exactly. And there's no actual gains. There's like literally no kind of gains. Literally no gains for using Linux, except for on a few applications. And guess what? Those applications, they're what's the point? Not for normal people, not for normal consumers. You want to use Linux for like your own home server and stuff like that? Yeah, sure. No, Linux is worse. You gotta think the games have to be actually like can actually use Linux. Good morning, chosen. Nah, Linux is, you can't say Linux is bad. It's not bad. It's just for normal people, normal consumers, it's terrible. It's the worst choice to do. It's if you're gonna use like literally a handful of the applications, then yes, it'll be slightly better. It's not even like it's gonna be a big time better. It's not. No, not more people use Linux than Windows. God damn, Skeets, are you mentally challenged? Gotta be. Yeah, but have you heard of how many people? 400,000 people this year are not using Windows. 400,000 less people. That's wild. Those are custom. Skeets, different. You're talking completely custom? Custom. Those are custom. Again, not for normal consumer, you fucking idiot. Quit bringing up stupidity. It makes you not make sense. If you don't make sense, just stop talking. Those are custom by very expensive companies, so that way they can get use very, very little power, whatever they're using for the fire sticks and that, to actually run these things. For normal consumers. Again, are you a fucking idiot, Skeets? Are you literally a fucking idiot? Apple OS and Windows are fairly similar. Linux is not. Again, Skeets. Are you the one doing all the commands and that for these phones? Are you? No, you're a fucking idiot, Skeets. It's an operating system that's built to make it easier for users, not that the user has to use Linux. Again, if you're going to make sense, please make sense. If not, just shut the fuck up because you sound like a fucking idiot. I've never liked the Chromebook, man. I've never liked them. I mean, in a way, they can use, cheaper hardware and silicons and that for processing. So, better processing. But I mean, I don't like, I don't like it. Apple OS is built off of Darwin. That's good. That's good. No. Oh, yeah, see, Microsoft Edge. Skype. Oh, I gotta shrink this crap down. That's fine. No, I'll completely get rid of it. I'll get rid of a whole bunch of stuff. Completely uninstall a whole bunch of stuff. Then what I'll do is download Google Chrome and then get rid of Microsoft Edge. Like, make sure it can't turn itself back on. ARM processors are getting good. Again, I've done work for the lady that helped develop ARM processors. Psycho Kitty, kiss kiss say. Hello. You really can't. Some applications will stop working properly until you reinstall it. You can get rid of Microsoft Edge. It's built into Windows OS though, so you'll have issues. So fully getting rid of it's not the right thing to do. Edge is not based off Chrome. Edge was before Chrome. No. No, it's not. Yeah, Explorer was before Chrome. Isn't Edge and Explorer around the same time? I thought Edge and Explorer was around the same time. Edge is based on Chrome. Oh. Why is it such dog? Why is it literally dog water? Why, how is it so bad if it's based on Chrome? How is it so bad? Yeah, because I thought it was Explorer. Explorer, Mozilla was the next, was it not? Microsoft bloatware? No. I mean, it's well, I mean, even the layout, the way it does stuff. Like when you download something, it's like, why is it down there for one? Why is it not putting it where it should be? Yeah, I guess basically. Yeah, true. Yes, they kind of did. As I know, Chrome was a Google search engine, not Chrome. Google was a search engine that you go through Explorer or something to get onto. Not, and then Chrome was later on developed. What, 2005 or 2007, around there, wasn't it? Because Chrome was a later on thing, like developed later on. I mean, now there's so many different search engines now. It's like I hear a lot of good things about Opera. Never used it though. True, I guess. Yeah, interface. Yeah, yeah. Just say search engine itself, just because, but that's what you're using it for. I hear a lot of good things about Opera. I really do. A lot of people, yeah. Just chilled water, ice water. This is at 5.1 gigahertz right now on the 3770K. Hoping to do 5.2. I'm limited by voltage, so the colder I can get, the better. Brave? I haven't heard of Brave. Firefox? Yeah, well, Firefox, Mozilla Firefox has been around for a long time. There's still a lot of people that use it too. It's just not as good. It's not as good as Chrome. I like Chrome. It deletes your history and put fake ones? That's odd. That's odd. Was Firefox really the first? I knew it was early on adapter for a lot of people. Adopter for a lot of people, but I don't think it was the first. I know a lot of people still use Firefox. A lifesaver thing? That's stupid. It's getting so sweaty. I'll take a picture to show. It's getting sweaty. It's getting sweaty. It's getting sweaty. That's why I'm gonna be prepping up the GTX 1080 Ti when I chill it. I'm gonna be doing chilled loop on the 1080 Ti. I have to take it apart and Vaseline it up though. It's one thing I have to do with it. I have no choice. Just because I know it will probably sweat a bit onto it. AOL. Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind. MSN, yeah. I'm gonna try to get the RAM up to 2200, like CL, maybe 2000 CL7, just because I can't put a lot of voltage into it. See what I can do. I'm just using a 2x2 kit. So that way I can get frequencies and good timings. These are Samsungs. I do believe they're G-die. 2x2, just 4 gigs. That's what you want for DDR3, 2x2 kits, or 2 gig sticks. They clock nice. But I got a whole bunch. I got a whole bunch of RAM here. I can go through some to see what else I can do. I got some other Samsungs. I do believe these other Samsungs are D-dies though that I have. They're 4 gigs. They're 4 gigs double-sided. These 2 gigs are single-sided, which is nice. Yeah. It's like Nanya. Nanya for DDR3 is pretty good too. You can find some good Nanyas. They work good. I mean, Samsung for data centers for DDR5 is good, but you don't really see them in the wild. Like for us consumers, you don't see them. Or if you do, they're just the 8 gig sticks that aren't very good. Yeah, well, it's DDR5. Yep. Not all motherboards support it though. You have to check your motherboard to see if it even supports it. Just because the CPU can support it does not mean your motherboard supports it. How does it work? It's all about ones and zeros, right? Yeah, error correcting is just making sure that it doesn't crash if there is an actual error. So misplacing a 1 or a 0, make sure it doesn't crash. Exactly. Yeah, there it never reaches the user. Hey, 1027, baby. So that's the best score I've gotten so far. That's good. So let's see what temp we're looking at. Save. At 37 degrees Celsius. Okay. Yeah, 1027 is not very good. So I have to raise the RAM here. Yeah, error correcting RAMs. Actually, some error correcting RAMs really good to overclock too. Some are trash, but I mean some are actually pretty good. I should have some decent timings on it. Oh no, I'm using the wrong one. Let's go here, here, and 6. Let's see what 6 says. Nope. Load from 4. Load. There we go. Tweaker. Timings. Yeah, okay, this is the one I want. 2200. Go to advanced. There we go. And we'll do 5.1. So it's 2200 CL9, which, again, not great. Not great. Yep, okay. Hey, why did that not switch for me? Back. For gaming, that extra Vcache probably helped you a bit. Wait, 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 why that not? Why is it not switching? There we go. We'll try 5.2, but it won't work though, but we'll try it. Hey, 5.2. 5.2, 5.2 gigahertz. Let's go. Hey, let's go. 5.2. I mean, it's not great. I wish I can get colder. I mean, it's working. So 5.2 seems to be working. It's gonna actually do it. Oh, it's gonna run 5.2. Hopefully, it's be stable though. I have to wipe the sweat off the lines again. Give me a minute. Not bad. 104, 120 watts? What? Skype doesn't exist anymore? What? What do you mean Skype doesn't exist anymore? I thought it still does. Yeah, DisplayPort should support 120 hertz. Oh, you're allergic to pollen, eh? That sucks. Yeah, I guess depends on the motherboard whether or not it has HDMI or DisplayPort or both. Some motherboards have both. On this old board, this 3rd gen that's running this right now has DisplayPort. I think on my 4th gen it has HDMI and display. Yeah, my 4th gen it has HDMI and display. And on my main board there it has DisplayPort. And now called Team. Oh. Yeah, I like DisplayPort. It shouldn't look better. Should all look about the same. Bandwidth is different on HDMI versus DisplayPort though. That's about it. Well, yeah, HDMI is a standard. Apparently, they came out with new cables, actually. I forgot what they're calling it. That sucks. I wonder if it'll be able to run 5.3. I just say no, but never know, maybe. On workstation GPUs? What do you mean? Well, if anything, you're not going to use any display output from your GPUs anyways on workstations. You'll use the display out off of your integrated graphics. That way you can utilize the most potential out of your GPUs instead of some of the power off of one GPU going through display for your display. No, exactly. There's no need to even be using your GPU for workstations. APUs are different, and their APUs are still garbage. It's not like they're good. No, they're not. AMD APUs are still garbage. I don't care if you got the highest end APU, they're still not good. I don't care if you can play a game on APU, you have to play it at 1080p low settings or 720p. I don't care what you guys say. I know this. I know this. I don't care how much RAM you got, how much RAM you allocated you put onto it. The raw processing power rendering the frames is not there. It's just not there, man. Maybe one day. Not much better though. It's literally not much better. That's different, Skeet. That's different. Yeah, yeah. For TVs, yeah, 100%. Yep, I agree. I agree. For like a media PC, if you want to build a cheap media PC, perfect for that. For gaming, no, stop it. Stop it. Stop wasting your money on a APU gaming machine. It's yeah, if you want to play at 720p or 1080p low settings, not very good frames on some indie style games or some very easy to render games. Sure. But in my opinion, you're still wasting money because then you're buying the APU, then you pair it on with the GPU later on. It's like, why? You could have spent the money on an actual CPU that does that anyways. That it's not an APU, and then you can buy a GPU later on that works better for it. I'm not saying that everyone has the money for a $600 PC. Have you not seen my $269 PC? Does better than any fucking APU. $269 altogether. Canadian. $269 Canadian. No, it even came with a GPU. $269. Full PC build. Beats a damn APU. For the same price. Heck, you're probably going to spend more. Was a GTX 1070. You can buy them. You can buy them very cheap. I mean, a 1080 would have been technically a little bit better to have, but you're literally spending almost twice the amount for 1080 for where I live. You almost spend twice the amount for a GTX 1080 versus a GTX 1070, or like $50 more. Which, why? The gains isn't there for 1080. 1080 Ti, yeah, for $50 more, way more gains, but for 1080, nah. Actually, I haven't checked that, Skeets. That's a good question. I have actually not checked that. At 1051, that's it? Garbage. Actually garbage. I thought it was going to be better. 1051? Damn, son. Damn, son. Yeah, no, that's a good question there. Bring a laptop to work? Laptops are garbage. Fuck laptops, man. I'll never buy a laptop ever again. Haven't bought one for I don't know how long. I'll never buy one again. Oop. Wrong ones. Yeah, I can get that on my 12600K. What CPU you got? My 12600K does that. Not even chilled or anything. Let's see. 5.2. But what is the temp? Around 40. 42. It's saying I'm only using 1.2 volts. It's a lie. I wonder if I can get 5.3 working. Yeah, that's why I think DLSS only started with 20 series. They might have implemented it for 10 series though back on a driver, right? It could have been done. I'm not sure. I have to see. Like I said, it's a good question. It is a good question. All right, we'll try 5.3. I don't think 5.3 is gonna run. If 5.3 runs, this is a god bin CPU. Like this is literally a god bin CPU. NVIDIA 5.3. 5.3. Nope, I didn't think so. The Gamer's Nexus video for is taken down? What? You talking about the I mean, I hope his channel gets deleted. I don't think 1.545 is gonna work. I think this makes it so voltage is too high. Yeah, over voltage. Kind of figured. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, I didn't see the video. I don't care, to be honest. He just talks about dumb stuff all the time, so I stopped caring. Still over voltage, kind of figured. That's why I don't like this motherboard. .35. 1 point. Yeah, I didn't think so. A ton of corruption. A ton of corruption. What do you think this fucking world runs on? What the hell is DMCA? So, oh, copyright? That's easy. You know, people copyright my own stuff, right? Well, yeah, they because you can you okay, the stuff from what he's saying, is it true? Where did he get the information? Can you let me know information where he got it from? What if I can enable hyperthreading? Because that will technically help out for background processes. With some of the people involved, who are these people? Are these people to be trusted? Are these people even to be trusted? Or are they just trying to make views? It's YouTube, and he's done it a lot for making views of people that have no rights to even be talking about certain things. So I can't do that. Okay, that's fine. What if I do all? Whoops. No hyperthreading. Can you quote the president on my footage? Technically, you can it's free of speech for that kind of stuff. Now, if you're spreading lies and all that, then yeah, things can actually be done legally. So 4 core, man, modifying this motherboard's gonna be a pain in the butt, but I might have to do it. Helped with Newegg returns. So he helped make it so that way prices went up on Newegg because people are buying things that aren't right, or the people that bought the stuff have broken it and then want to return it. Guess what? There are so many people that do that. Again, man, everyone can say whatever they want. I know people. I know people are lying pieces of shit, and there's a lot of them. My view of things is true. There are so many liars out there, man. You have no idea. No idea. It's not an opinion, it's the truth. If you trust everyone and make it so that way, let's say there's a lot of people that get away with this kind of stuff too, that return things after they've broken it, or return things because it doesn't work, but then they return it with bad hardware that they already owned and whatnot, and then they get away with it. And then now, because of the reviews and all that, the prices either go up or the company goes bankrupt or whatever, because, you know, no one likes it now because of all these people just spreading misinformation. Yeah, sure. I mean, if you're one of them people, you deserve to be, whatever happens to you kind of thing. Amazon doesn't have a billion bad reviews. Hold on. It has a whole bunch of YouTubers said anything bad about Amazon. Want to know why they don't say a lot of bad things about Amazon? Do you want to know why? Because they are partnered with Amazon for stuff that they review. I don't believe in anything. I'm not atheist. Atheism is religion. I don't care for religion. I don't care what you do though for religion. Whatever makes you kind of happy, kind of thing, is what I'm okay with. I'm okay with whatever makes you happy as long as you're not hurting anybody else. Yep, free return policy. Yeah, but it's also Amazon's a lot bigger than Newegg. A lot more people buy off of Amazon. Amazon has a lot of deals with like shipping companies as well, like UPS and whatnot, right? And other companies that do shipping, like big contracts. And that's what a lot of people don't put into account. But no, Troy, hopefully that answers your question there. Yeah, exactly. Just don't, just don't sell it to me. I have certain ways of my thinking because of people I've met, people I've dealt with, things I've done, and I'm not one of them people. People want to know why prices of things have gone up and up and up, because more people have been doing this stuff over the past 10 years. That's why prices have gone up a crazy amount. Not just because of COVID. COVID didn't exactly help things, but people didn't exactly help things. What do you mean? NVIDIA did not kill EVGA. EVGA is a small company. People don't fucking know this shit. People do not know this shit. If you are a small company such as EVGA, even though EVGA seems like it's a big company, it's a very, very small company, private company, very, very fucking small. And yet they're paying all these people like Kingpin, like Tin and them, a good amount of money to help them get better PCBs, different PCBs, so that way they can have GPUs that can do these records. We want to know why they're doing these records, because it puts their name out more, so more people would buy EVGA. But since EVGA is still a small company, and due to the fact that NVIDIA had to deal with other AIBs, and EVGA is a small company, and then NVIDIA and EVGA could not exactly do a lot of communication on for certain things, and EVGA wanted all these extra limits taken away from a lot of their cards and still have warranty on those cores. And NVIDIA's like, nah, and then it's like everyone's saying all this other stuff like Gamers Nexus. Everyone watched the Gamers Nexus video, but they don't know the inside details on this kind of stuff because they don't know jack shit about it. So they watch this stuff thinking, oh, NVIDIA killed off EVGA, NVIDIA did this to EVGA. EVGA is a small company, and they wanted all this leeway on certain things to still have certain amount of warranty involved. Do you not know businesses or anything about businesses? No, you don't have your own business. You don't deal with any of this kind of stuff. Have you ever thought about building your own business? Probably not. Again, you have to do research on this kind of stuff. You can support Gamers Nexus. I don't give a shit. Again, I know more information about Tin and them than most people. Kingpin and Tin. I've been following them for a very long time. Kingpin especially. Then I learned more about Tin was really the one helping make these boards and actually doing all this stuff to make it so that they can get these records. So I'm more, I like Tin more than Kingpin. Especially Kingpin now, because all he's doing is working on his Chiron bikes. Buddy, you got your channel for overclocking. You'd still do a little bit of overclocking, but yeah. EVGA is still a small company. Why do you think Kingpin did not get the deal with PNY? Because all he's going to be doing is eating up money, wanting a good pay, so that way he can benchmark cards, but yet he's not the one actually helping design these things. He can do a little bit of extra, showing you where things can go, but he doesn't know anything about that kind of stuff. Tin would be the one getting the contracts with PMY for designing PCBs and that. What do you mean EVGA does not exist anymore? EVGA has not sold off yet. The owner of EVGA, when he is finally done, EVGA will be done. His kids do not want any part of the business. Okay? Yeah, EVGA it's basically downhill. They still manufacture stuff and that, but the company owner is getting older. He does not want to have to deal with a bunch of headaches. So he stopped doing graphics cards. Graphics cards is a big headache. And for a small company such as him, his company that he had, what's the point? So they try to make it so that way NVIDIA was the bad guy. EVGA is not exactly the bad guy. You can buy EVGA 3090. Not 4090 or 5090. Again, EVGA's graphics card. You're not talking about the graphics cards, you fucking idiot. Stop talking stupidity again. Founders Edition. Founders Edition cards are not what you think. Founders Edition cards are PCBs designed off of the actual PCB from Founders cards, and are generally blower style, or Founders Edition cards from NVIDIA. Not from any other AIB. AIBs can copy it to make it a Founders Edition card, to make it a cheaper card, but generally they're not, because they're more of a collector thing nowadays. But Founders Edition cards are not what people think. Founders Edition cards are just simple PCB designs generally. Custom PCBs are from other AIBs. EVGA made a lot of custom PCBs. which has made them really good. They made them really good. Again, you can thank Tin for that, for making these custom PCB designs using certain controller boards on them. Controller boards, controllers, and regulators. No, not just NVIDIA is the Founder Edition. You can still get Founder Edition cards from other AIBs, but their design, PCB designs, are still the same from PCB designs or whatever they're using on the PCB. So controllers, regulators, and chokes, and the amount of and all that onto it, they're still onto the other AIBs. Custom PCBs are different. EVGA is getting old. Again, it's a lot of fucking retarded customers are buying these cards, destroying them, and having to return them for RMA. RMA cost the company money, and since they did certain kind of warranties onto it, and you get all these cards back due to the fact that you got these retards doing stuff to them, like LN2 people that do what I'm doing right now, chill loops and destroying the cards because they don't know how to fucking do it, and then returning it and then RMAing it because nothing's technically wrong with it. Except for they blew up components onto it and they're blaming EVGA. Under warranty. They gotta have some sort of warranty, and it costs EVGA a lot of money. Instead of them making money, they're basically breaking even selling graphics cards. Wow, that's amazing. Good turnaround. Because EVGA became big for graphics cards, having good graphics cards. I love, buddy. I love EVGA graphics cards. I wish I had more. I don't care if you disagree or not, there, Hooves. I do not give a shit. Again, everyone can say whatever they want about this kind of stuff and just say this and that about NVIDIA and EVGA, and it's all NVIDIA's fault on this stuff. It's not. It's not. You got to look at it from a business standpoint. No, I mean, they don't have a 5090. You can't blame NVIDIA for the price of the 5090 either. The NVIDIA 5090s are $2,000. Right? They're $2,000. Right? I'm pretty sure that's MSRP on them. You can blame you can blame your fucking government for putting in this MSRP law, the MSRP law that came out around COVID or before COVID. I think it was before COVID. Just before COVID, basically. They put in the new law for MSRP does not have to be MSRP. YouTube's fault that the 59 is so expensive. Are you fucking retarded too? Man, you people need to go like smack your head against the wall a few times. Are you again fucking retarded, Skates? They changed the law on MSRP. They changed the law that retailers do not have to put it the same price as everyone else, and they can change the price to whatever they wanted. That has been there was a set amount that they could change it now, and then after the law changed, they can make it whatever they wanted, depending on how much it's selling. I'm pretty sure in a lot of countries they did it. Yeah, search it up. Stop talking to me about it when you have no clue about it. Go search it up. In your own country. Again, you can't blame NVIDIA because NVIDIA is given only the actual core of the actual GPU, right? It's the AIB. So why are you blaming NVIDIA only on this kind of thing? when the AIBs don't have to make these coolers so beefy. They don't have to do all this extra stuff. They can just make them off of the Founders Edition PCB like that. You can't say NVIDIA's the... That's not what I'm saying. Again, are you fucking retarded? Go smack your head against the wall. Make sure it's a concrete one, please. That is not what I'm saying. Just go smack it against it until you fall asleep. Maybe you're a bit stupider, but again, a bit smarter afterwards. That's not what I'm saying at all. NVIDIA is not the one telling AIBs to make their cards $3,000-$4,000. Okay? You gotta blame Asus. You gotta blame Gigabyte. You gotta blame ASRock. You gotta blame all these other companies. Then you gotta blame the retail store. Until you can actually get... NVIDIA does not control AIBs. Are you fucking retarded? How many times do I have to call you guys retarded before you actually go smack your head against the wall? Please. NVIDIA controls AIBs. Oh my god. No, I have not. Is it bad? It's probably bad. It's probably not good, man. I don't know. What CPU is it paired with? How much RAM? I can't. I'm doing this. I don't have another mouse and keyboard. I need to get another mouse and keyboard. Again, I've had a lot of moves, and I don't have the hardware I used to have. I don't have all the mouse and keyboards that I used to have. I don't have all the monitors, all the GPUs, all the CPUs, all the motherboards that I used to have. I question your sanity, Hooves. God damn. And CPU does technically matter. Yeah, and I was gonna say, obviously, finally came out with a 5090 cut back 5090 version for laptops or mobiles, but I didn't think they did. Oh, probably like $4,000 or $5,000 for the laptop, which would be wild. 1044. Let that chill down a bit here. Give me a sec. So chill for a second here, and then I'll run it. Run it again. Should be a bit higher points than that. $5,000. So I mean, I'm right. About 5,000, but holy, up to 7,700. It's a high-end, you're talking enthusiast grade stuff, though. Yeah, and a high-end gaming or workstation laptop has always been expensive. That's not even the most expensive laptops you can buy. They shouldn't be that high. They should only be around $2,000. But AIBs are putting these prices way up because people send them back all the time because of the way maybe they don't have enough time to design proper PCBs. Maybe they're not using the highest end capacitors. Some capacitors blow. There's a lot of things that go wrong for having, the returns, but the returns cost some money. They want to make sure that if they sell 10 of these GPUs and if one gets returned, that way they don't lose money with the return, even though they're fixing it up. You gotta make it so that way in the business aspect, you're not losing money, even though you're gonna have some issues along the way. Again, do you guys own companies? Have you ever done any kind of research on what companies actually have to go through for warranties and stuff like that, and reason why these prices are so high? No, you don't. You watch a Gamers Nexus video that just hammers one company that does not have to exactly make it so these prices are that high. What are you talking about? Average user doesn't know about returns. The average user knows all about the returns. The average user does not know more about what Reddit posts or where to say, oh, this is what happened to this GPU, or forums and certain forums. The average user does not do that. So you don't know anything about whether or not the average user knows about the returns, because you don't know whether or not the person returned it or not because they didn't say anything about on the internet. Just like how there's now over 3,000 known cases on the internet, on the forums about all these AMD CPUs just dying out on them, but yet you don't know how many average users had to return their CPU or whatnot to RMA it because it died on them, but we don't know about it because they don't know anything about the forums. NVIDIA had a... Oh, probably. And NVIDIA at the time probably is, well, how long ago was that, Skeets? Because it depends on how long ago, like whether or not how big of a company they were. So if they had to eat that, they probably lost a lot of money. Again, like you can say all this crap as whatever you want, but you gotta look at it from different aspects and actually know it. Like know how it actually works. Okay, plug it in. Does it work? How long does it work for? Warranty covers it generally for two to 3 years. I think most GPUs and CPUs it's 2 to 3 years, depending on AIB though, and manufacturer depends on that, right? How long does it work for? Same thing with the motherboard. Same thing with the RAM. Same thing with CPUs and GPUs and power supplies. How long does it work for? Power supplies have gotten a lot better. They work for a very long time, and a lot of now manufacturers of power supplies have a very good warranty on them. Exactly, because a lot of companies too that are designing these PCBs for GPUs, especially these high-end ones, have to be able to design them and make coolers big enough for around the world. That's why certain portions of the world only have certain graphics cards going to them, because certain graphics cards have a beefier cooler that can actually cool them. And the cheaper ones don't have that beefier cooler, so they're only shipped off to certain portions of the world. They're not a global. You send it back. That's right. But PS5 is different. You're completely fucking different. Are you paying a subscription for your GPU? Are you paying a fucking subscription for your CPU? Are you paying a subscription for your motherboard? Fuck no. So guess what? The companies have to eat that money. And guess what? If you have a PS5, and while that PS5 is technically being under warranty, you're still paying for whatever, whatever Xbox Pay or whatever the fuck thing they got for these consoles now. You're still paying for it, even though you're not using that PS5 or Xbox or whatever. Right? That's how different things are done, how companies make money. Again, different ways to make money. Different ways. You're not paying a subscription for your goddamn graphics card. If you are, you're a fucking moron. I mean, yeah, Xbox Ring of Death. Just for a certain component that's on it. That'd burn out. Because again, they're cheaply made. They're cheaply made with old CPU architectures. Old. Everything's old. Nothing's new or updated at all. It's all old stuff. Very cheaply made. How's it going, Vet? Very cheaply made. You play... What? What? Skeets. It's too early to be drinking. You play iRacing, you do? Again, Ski, it's too early to be drinking, man. Slow down. Oh my god. What RDNA architecture CPUs are they fucking using in it? That's just one component. What AMD CPU architecture are they using? Please tell me. Tell me what exact CPU they're actually putting into it. Mobile CPU, not even desktop. Mobile CPU they're putting into it. What is it? Nothing new. Sub-base racing sim? Oh, okay. It's not confident. It's... Well, I fucking know. I'm the... Do you do all this research on this crap? When people wonder why I don't like consoles and that? Because they're cheaply made. They got cheap power supplies. They got cheap NVMe SSDs. That's if even though they have it. They got cheap everything into it. Everything is as cheap as possible. They don't use anything new. It's all about the coding. And the coding can be done by a single person, basically. Pay him, boom, done. All consoles is technically AMD. Because how cheap AMD's old architectures are. A lot of them are on RDNA 2. And RDNA 3, maybe. Maybe 3.5, but 3, basically. Gran Turismo was good. Yeah. Yes, man, stop telling me I'm correct. I know when I'm correct. You don't need to tell me. You don't need to tell me. Again, I do the research. It's been that way for a long time. They're using AMD because of how cheap and old their architectures are. And if you buy them in bulk, you can get them for pennies. Pennies! For a fucking CPU. Pennies! Again, old. They're using old. I mean, I wish I was a bigger YouTuber. Then maybe they would hate me. I don't like consoles. I don't like consoles. I don't like laptops. Laptops, I mean, it's not like they're cheaply made. It's just that having the small, just high temperatures is just bad for hardware. Bad for electronics. Temperature is bad for electronics. And guess what? Laptops, if you get a semi-decent one, they're gonna run hot. If you're gonna be using them for a long period of time, they're just not gonna last. Yeah, I mean, $600 for what it's doing. I mean, a lot. It's all upscaling technically, but it's only doing really 720p, 1080p. That's it. All upscaling. Mostly a lot of games are 720p. It's just upscaled. You gotta be spending the money on the GPU though. But for independent AI work, you're gonna want to have a CPU with lots of PCIe lanes with multiple GPUs to make full use of what you want to do. Oh yeah, they definitely make a lot of money. Yeah. Do they make anything really off their consoles? I mean, they probably do. They probably make maybe $50 to $100 per console they sell because of how cheap everything is actually made nowadays. I mean, I guess yeah, full workstations are pretty heavy. I mean, you get them on wheels now, right? They're like you can get like a trolley for them now. You get a trolley for them and just wheel them around. Ugh, terrible. I think I know what I need to do though. 700. Damn, I didn't realize. I thought the 700 was more or less for the new one that they have. I don't know what it's called, to be honest. So that. Exit that. I have to set the affinity to thread 1. Thread 1 would be a better one to be doing. And what I'm going to do is py prime, real time, affinity, single thread 1. Let's see how fast this is. I don't know if they use liquid metal for it. Uses CAD, I mean, great. Oh, 929. What it? 13.771. I don't know if that's good. Oh, that's pretty cool. Almost my best. So, oh, didn't check to see. That's fine. Oops. What's PieFast saying? Oh. Two for PieFast. I don't know if that's good or not. That is pretty good. What will that give me for placement, though? $340th. Not great. Not great. Super Pi, 7 seconds. I mean, that's my best. This is not even with good RAM timings. Placement, though, what does that actually give me? 703. Oof, not great. Still not bad. So let's open back up our 23 here. No, these are my own timings. I have my own timings. They're just not the greatest. Just guaranteed to be stable though at 2200. I mean, sometimes. You guys actually have like that racing wheel set up in that, or I got nothing for you. What? Hi. Yeah. Now you got the BBQ set up. Even a cheap setup is cool. I don't do any of that. I don't play those kind of games, so I think it'd be pretty cool. But in my opinion, I'd rather be driving. Is that like with a really good, strong force feedback wheel? I know some of them have some crazy force feedback. Same thing with like the joystick for doing like helicopters and airplanes. They had crazy force feedback. Or I mean, if you want to kind of spend that kind of money, though, right? You have to spend that kind of money. Go lay down. Go lay down. Oh, clean up some water. Give me a sec. Yeah, exactly. You're not gonna spend that kind of money, and some of them are holy moly, they're expensive. Wild, crazy, crazy. Bringing hooves. You ain't above me, he says. No, I am the one above all. I'm retired. You know, as a Canadian to play ice hockey. Yeah, I remember you saying that there, Vep. I remember. I got nothing for you. Want up? No? He's still butthurt about it. He's still butthurt. I don't know what SVG is. Oh, gotcha. Just waking up, still barely see. Well, open them eyes. Get a coffee, man. Get a coffee. God. I've been up since 4. I've had already a few coffees. Godzilla! Need some of that good coffee. Wish I had more ice. Could have made this chillier. Pepsi is cool? No. No. The cleanup after that would be oh my god, it'd be brutal. What parts of the build for the GTR? Yeah, Pepsi is the GOAT, but I will not put them through my D5 pump. Have to completely take it apart and clean them. There you go. There you go. Yeah, a lot of things are banned out. We're in Australia though too. Really, naturally aspirated only? But so they don't care about fuel saving. They don't care about a lot of things then. Adding a turbo will make it more fuel efficient. That's crazy. How much would it cost? The loop that I have now is like $200 for everything. It's just you gotta be able to find the DeFi pump. I mean there are on Amazon like full kits that you can buy for like $70 Canadian. Not DeFi pump though. About half the flow rate of a DeFi pump. But the kit I have now, it's using Amazon's cheapest CPU water block. It's using some decent, yeah, DeFi pumps, like 1,500 liters per hour, I believe. 1,500 liters per hour. Ugh, 1,027,000. Terrible. Oh, come on. Come on, now. My bad. Yeah, DeFi pumps can last like 10 years, basically, and they pump a lot more water. Um, Flow rate's better. Like I said, about $200 if you can find DeFi pumps. Just find yourself a cheap DeFi pump. Amazon, I got this DeFi pump that I use. It was like a $500 DeFi pump I got for 65 bucks. It's very cheap. I think at 2,400 working. Let's see, it's doing an offset now. Oh no. What's the news, Squeeze? Double bad news. That's a CPU voltage error. Well, that sucks. You joined Team Wig? Nice. RAM issue, eh? Nope. Oh. Yeah, 6th place, nice. Hopefully it's valid. Thanks, Z. How's it going, man? How's it going, man? Oh, let me into the BIOS! It's just so fast. I keep missing it. Oh, it's good all your submissions are valid. It's going pretty good, man. Going pretty good. The Discord invite works just fine. It's probably on your end. 2400 Nugu, that's fine. Timings are not bad. There's a link. Just use the link in the description there. If it doesn't work for you, it's your issue, not mine. No, he's not. He's not from Mexico. Everything's bigger and better where he's from. Yeah, Gabby she's got a bigger box now. She got a bigger box, she's happy. She's got a blanket in the box. Whoops, I did not want to do that. I'm only on 2 cores. 80%, 90%. Whoops. Washington State. Six gigabytes of RAM, that's a lot. I mean, some days I think I would rather be in Texas too. I think I agree with you on that one. I don't know if I'd want to live in California. Arizona, maybe. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, even the weather, it's not that nice. At least I think. I'm okay with it being cold here in Canada. I am quite alright with it being cold. Never left Arizona. What's the prices like there though? It's around everything. It's a huge industrial area basically. So I don't think the price would be half bad in Arizona. Yeah, that's what I would expect. It basically has everything. Pretty close to the actual manufacturers. Oh, I mean that's everywhere. I mean Canada, that's just been messed up as well. I hear you there. Yeah, yeah, basically. Basically, it's very unfortunate. Not much you can do about it though, really. That's pretty cool there, Squeeze. Yeah, I mean, good luck. Best to him, basically, is all I can say. And hydro's is getting more and more insane for some reason. Basically, hydro's gotten better, but everyone's hydro uses has gotten way better, but hydro's gotten way more expensive. Isn't that? Does that make sense? Yeah, housing costs are insane. Interest rates depends on where you're getting the loan from. The hydro prices have gone way up. Hydro usage has technically gone down per household, but hydro rates have gone up. Like double. And you got all these extra fees on hydro nowadays. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean electricity, yeah. Hydro. Yup. Isn't it awesome? Gotta love it. Yeah, well, that's what we call it here, basically, hydro. Yeah, electricity costs have gone way up. But that shouldn't matter to us. That's not why hydro rates should have went up. Shouldn't have, but it did. I mean, it could have been there. Apparently, Canada's not going to be shipping any more hydro over to the States, so your prices of that will go up. Copper prices for you are going to go up. And a lot of other things are going to be going up for the States if Trump keeps it up. Oh, a lot of power. And they also get a deal, like a little bit of a break on the power usage too, right? Well, that sounds good, Hooves. You went all out, eh? Yeah, no doubt. That's going pretty good. I'm at 5.2 gigahertz right now. Cooling could be better. I just don't have enough ice. Don't have enough freezer room, really. It's only a fridge freezer, and I'm sharing it with other people, so I was able to do 4 liters of chilled water and about 10 liters of ice. And I'm basically out of ice. It's almost done. So hopefully this is a decent score. Yeah, not bad. If I get colder, I can get 5.3 gigahertz running. But I'm not getting as cold as I would like. I'm gonna be having to end the test here soon, just because the ice is basically all melted, and I gotta clean up a lot of water because of the amount of sweating the lot from the lines and all that. I don't want to fry this motherboard either. I didn't prep it with Vaseline. I should have. Yeah, test just keeps getting worse. 1009 is terrible. Whoops. Alright. Have to revisit this tomorrow or another day? Maybe do more ice for the next one. Yeah, there's the system. There's the system, and then yeah, head of ice. Only lasted 3 hours. Not enough ice. Not enough ice. Yeah. Should make myself some food too. Dang. Really hoping I could have done better. I needed more ice. Needed more ice. I think of how I can do more ice. Gotta think of how I can do more ice. I mean, this coming Friday is supposed to be nice and cool at night. It's supposed to be fairly cool. I hear you on that. Tonight's supposed to get fairly cool. Tomorrow night's supposed to get Thursday though. Thursday's looking good. Still not as cold as what I would want to do, but Fallout 4? That should be fun. $18, so that's pretty good too. Just give me a minute here. Bam, insta-meal. Insta-meal. Yeah, $70 per game is wild. It is. $70 per game is wild. I mean, it depends on what game you're playing, right? Yeah, it depends how long you've been playing them for. I mean, years ago we didn't have the kind of games we have nowadays, right? Not the volume of decent games that you play for a long time. How's it going, Jimmy? How's it going? Sell the coffee. Coffee. Alright, some more water ready. Probably won't be shooting much longer. Got a bunch of stuff we gotta do and get set up for tomorrow too. I figure out how I can freeze more ice. Took them long enough to fix that. Yeah, so those are revisions. Those are BIOS revisions. And then later on, the F17E won't even be a revision. It'll just be F17. Those are BIOS revisions. And then you can still go back into like backlogs and find the BIOSes for that. And you can technically find F17D. He's at the 265K. No. You would have to find it not on Gigabyte's website. Yep. Or you could be like me and I have saved BIOSes onto USB sticks. Yep. Because when I'm doing overclocking, especially memory overclock, but overclocking on my LJ 1700 on the Gigabyte board, F28 BIOS works the best. Works better than any BIOS for getting good frequency stable. I don't know why. You think all the previous versions, but all like trial and error BIOS is basically what I call them. They get rid of them. You would think that they're all there, but they're not. Yeah, it's all motherboard manufacturers, so it's not just Gigabyte. There's always BIOS revisions, and then they'll just delete them later on. You can still find them somewhere else, not on Gigabyte site though. He's using the Steel Legend. Yeah. Did your RAM cooler come in there, Vep? Nice. Okay. No, he probably doesn't. You should be able to use the IPO, have it slightly overclocked. Yeah, CUDIM's great for getting more frequency. It really is. And if you can tune them, oh yeah, a lot better. You know I will. I mean, technically you can just use a one click. You can just go into the BIOS and then click a certain setting. It'll technically do a slight overclock on it. There's different levels for the overclocks. We'd have to probably update your BIOS too. Only 4.1 gigahertz on the ring? What voltage? Do you know the voltage for your ring frequency? Because 4.1, you can definitely do 4.5. Even a decent voltage. I believe he's got the 48 gig kit. Ring voltage is 1.1 gigahertz? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, having those E-cores high is really good. Yeah, kind of figured. 1.1 volts, so is really good. Tis it tis. I mean, my 12600K, I run it at 5 gigahertz for ring frequency. I can also overclock it to 4.3 gigahertz on E cores and 5.2 gigahertz on P cores at 1.3 volts. So it does pretty good. Then my 13900K, it's overclocked to 5.6 gigahertz. Generally 1.25 volts. For some games, it needs like 1.3 though, which sucks. That's more or less just Marvel Rivals for some reason. Yeah, no hyperthreading. No hyperthreading, less power, less temperature. I mean, they're great. That's why I like the Core Ultras. A lot of people said a lot of things about Core Ultras is not good. It's because it can't game that well. Oh, it can't game that well. It can't game that well. Well, you're a fucking retard. It games just fine, and it absolutely smacks stuff around for multitask and single thread. He's not using the preset 200S boost, unfortunately. He's not using the IPO boost. Yeah, Vep's RAM is saying like it's running around like 70 degrees Celsius, which is pretty wild. Doesn't make sense to me. Shouldn't be running that high. Well, hopefully it's helping other hooves. Yeah, it's just an easy setting that you can do for the 200S boost. Different levels that you can put it on. Or you can just manually tune it yourself too. 140 frames per second on Tarkov, I mean. Yep, that's where it should be, yeah. I mean, my 1300K is around that in games too. Yeah, that's something wrong with the temperature reading. Yeah, something's definitely wrong with the temperature reading. Something doesn't make sense. Yeah, he might need to update the BIOS, motherboard BIOS. He might have to. Unfortunately, like, nothing, you can't really get around that. There's no getting around it. Oh, whenever you need a hand, let me know. For the Core Ultras, yeah. A lot of updates have been done. It has. Yeah, not too hard to do a BIOS update. A 3600 millimeter AIO, damn man, that's a big AIO. No, he's on air cool AIO as well. He's not on air. Yeah. No, he's on which one's he on? The Leon Lee. It's a Leon Lee, I believe, if I remember correctly. Could be wrong on that though. Hey, my memory's pretty good, man. My memory is pretty good. Yeah, it's decent. I mean, can't complain about. Works. I need to figure out how I can make a whole bunch of ice. I wanted to get a ice maker, but also don't. That's a good deal. Yeah, it's storing the ice. I technically need to get a mini freezer. If I can get a mini freezer and just have it up here, that'd be great. I share a fridge freezer with 3 people, so the about 10 liters of ice that I have is max all I can do. I have about 10 liters of ice and 4 liters of chilled water. It only lasted 3 hours. Not even 3 hours. Nope. I got the place now until next year. Have the place until April next year. I could technically have it longer too. I just have to redo the contract. Landlord comes beginning of September to redo the contract. Yep. So I got this place for a while. Yeah, me too, man. I mean, within like 1 year, I've moved like 4 times, so pretty brutal. So I'm glad I get this place for longer. No, it goes to like -30 here, so that's good at least. It's part of where I put them for storage. Actually, I don't think there's really anything in them. I don't think there's anything in those boxes. Maybe a couple small things. No. I did not. Yeah. Yeah, we got -25-ish for a while, then some years goes down negative, like almost close to -40. Looks good. Looks good there, Squeeze. I already did. I just said good. I got up to over 40 degrees Celsius up in this room. So hopefully next year I can get an AC unit. Couldn't afford one this year. The hell? Hopefully they do. 50 supers would be nice. I mean, the won't be cheap by any means, that's for sure. T-shirt weather around here is like 10 degrees Celsius. I don't even know why I have a sweater on. Because it's been damp. Yeah, like I said, his combo, I thought his combo was pretty good. 265k, 8,000 kit of RAM with 5070 would be really good. I really suggested 265k because the single core performance for the price is pretty good. And multi-core score is pretty good. I think he's got 2k VR. Yeah, I think he's got a 2k VR headset. Yeah. Our winters can be pretty windy here. Our winters can be pretty windy. The snow drifts are wild sometimes. Tears. You have to disassemble this. Probably. Yeah, it costs quite a bit. I wish it was that cool here. It's not gonna get that cool, unfortunately, here. Yeah, 5070, especially if you can get MSRP, is actually a good buy. Even in TI. You think it's too expensive, but it's gives you more frames per dollar than the 9070 XT, so it's not too expensive, to be honest. Again, AMD has lost the edge for price to performance. Yeah, every GPU is too expensive. Yep, exactly. Yeah. I mean, 4070 Ti is still a good card. Will be a good card for a while. I think my 3070 Ti is plenty. For everything that I do, my 3070 Ti is plenty. I mean, it's also paired up with a 13900K. I mean, paired up with 12600K right now, but it's generally paired up with 13900K. I mean, it's plenty. Plenty. For 350, that's a good card. Yeah, I would be upset. Yeah, it's a good buy for 4070 Ti Super. They're basically a 5070. They're basically a 5070. They're like so close to a 5070 in so many ways. Yeah, exactly. If you're not playing the kind of games, but if you want to get into other things other than gaming, yeah, man, it's not like you need it. Yeah, again, I just want every CPU, GPU, RAM, kit, motherboard that I can. I mean, some people like Yi. I was talking to Yi. He's part of Team Weg. He has over 330 motherboards. 330 motherboards. It's wild. 128%? Yeah, what's the actual limits though? Yeah. A lot of people have um a lot of people that are actually like these top overclockers, they got them all stored in original boxes. Like literally like I wish I had it. Like my room would be filled. Yeah, it's like over 330 motherboards, just over 350 different CPUs. He wants to have more motherboards than CPUs. He has a ton of GPUs too. He's not even like the biggest one out there for different motherboard CPUs and GPUs. There's literally people that have like a whole like room dedicated just for storage. It's insane. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, just talked to me yesterday. How can I like do it so that way I can get more points? Because I want so many points for doing this. And I start talking to that. He's like, and then he starts telling me all the stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. This guy has a lot of stuff. No, I didn't realize how many motherboards and actual stuff he actually has. And he started telling me, I'm like, okay, well, you're at a different level than most people. Just you already ran all this stuff. You'd have to go back and then rerun everything and like get the most out of it, and then getting the most out of it's not gonna give you much points. Just run all your new stuff. If you have not ran all your new GPUs, just run all your new GPUs on a good CPU. Oh yeah, of course it's only a matter of time. Apparently it's pretty good. Apparently the smooth motion's pretty good. Yeah, and the GTX 1080 Ti is 8 years old, and guess what? It still performs. Even without the driver support, it still performs. Age isn't the issue, it's whether or not it still works. Mm-hmm. Exactly, still brute force its way through games. Yep. I even showed it on Battlefield 6. Even the 1080, the 1080 and the 1080 Ti still did Battlefield 6 over 60 frames per second. That 1080 Ti was 90-ish frames per second. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 2080 Ti is. I wish I had a 2080 Ti. I have a 2080 Super, but I mean it's a pretty good 2080 Super. It's actually on the ground right there. I wanted to put it on chilled as well, do a chilled run, but I have to tear apart every GPU that I'm gonna be doing the chilled on. I have to tear them apart and revaseline them. Yeah, lube them all up. Takes a long time. I do a stream doing that. 1080 Ti, I have to do the 1080 Ti. Yep. Yeah. Yes, Skeets, 10%. They want Intel to come out with their 1.4 nanometer faster. That's why. Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Especially with the mods. Like old RuneScape Classic with the HD mods is very intensive, which is wild. Tracking chips inside of them? What? That's wild. Yep. Correct there, Vep. No, it's more than 60%, Fab. It's more than 60%. More than 60. But yeah, you're basically correct. I mean, it could be just false, but I mean, it could be true too. I don't believe it. Yeah, a lot of things are tracked nowadays. Yeah, trackers have became cheaper, so I mean, it's been part of your phone and Google Maps for a very long time as well. So I can literally search up from like 8 years ago the exact routes that I was taking on certain days. Like, still search all that kind of stuff up. It's all saved. It's all monitored. Not like I wanted it. It just did it. Exactly. Yeah, you would expect one of those techs to find the chip. Yep. But you gotta also think there, Jimmy. AI, because AI gets implemented in everything. AI could be put into the actual architecture itself, right? Like an actual like spot of the architecture to where it won't be tracked until it's actually plugged into a system, which then that AI could be put onto place and actually be like, hey, I shouldn't be here. Oh yeah, man, it's wild. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild the way technology is going nowadays, in the way that now Trump is doing a lot of things too, right? Because you never know what's going on in closed doors. But Intel does not suck at AI. What are you talking about? Okay, well, Skeets, if you look at the way things have been done, Trump is actually done a lot more than other presidents. Is actually making a change so that way U.S. is not going to keep going into. Oh, I know. Yeah, trust me. We know about that. And Canada even said before he even did it, if Trump does this, we're doing this. There is no if, ands, or buts. If Trump does any of this, we are doing this. And guess what? We're doing exactly what we said. And Trump is gonna have a hard time getting that back. Again, your copper prices are gonna go way up. Your electricity prices are gonna go way up. We give the states a lot of electricity from Canada. A lot of electricity. Oh no, yeah, that's his stupidity saying that. Canada will not be part of that. They will have to be in a huge agreement to even think about that. And certain things will have to be in place which Trump will not even do. It just would not, it's not a factor. It won't be a factor. Yeah, he might have still said it. But again, before Trump even said any of this stuff, like a long time ago when he first started doing tariffs, before he even actually implemented the tariffs, Canada specified like what will happen if any of this applies to Canada, and we 100% abided by exactly what we said. When he said about the 51st state, we even said it's not going to happen technically. He would have to do a complete deal with a certain portion of Canada. It wouldn't even be the whole Canada that would be a 51st state. And then also, he also closed Alaska, apparently Alaska road from Canada or something like that. I don't know, kind of odd. Canada banning everything from USA. If Trump continues, it's going to get worse. All imported metals instead of just being copper and a couple other things right now. No, Trump had a part of some Alaska road. Trump closed it. Nah, that's not how depression works. Not how depression works. Not how it works. Sorry. The US citizens will have to actually live on their means instead of actually spending more money than what they actually make. They will actually have to budget their money spending. That's not how depression works. Yes, like I've been saying since the beginning, technically it will all work. It's hard to say. Yes, it's hard to say. It's hard to think about it right now, right? About a lot of things. But how's it going, Born? Yeah, my bad. Been a lot of things going around. Got life to deal with. So trying to work on other videos to do as well. And holy moly, just yeah, hooves. Yeah. Because we got some of the best lumber around. Even though Trump says he has the states has the best lumber, and I'm sorry, Canada has technically the best lumber around. That's why Canada ships it around, because everyone wants Canadian lumber. Oh, no more. Yeah, because he's an American, and that's there's nothing wrong with saying that. Yeah, we have this, we have that, we do this. Yes, you do. You got a lot, but you also get a lot of that lumber from other countries. You also get a lot of that material from other countries. Your foundries and or your lumber yards, the ones that are actually cleaning up this lumber and making lumber out of it, because it might not just be 2x4s and that, it might just be raw wood that they're getting. Yes, you got good foundries, you got good mills and that. That's very good. Your lumber itself that's in the States is good, but you're running out of it very quickly and you having to buy it from other companies. Or countries, sorry. Have you ever seen the travel numbers in the States? Travel numbers? That's that's nothing new. Skeet, that's nothing new. There's always been technically concentration camps. Federal jobs, there's those federal jobs. What were those people actually doing? What were they actually doing? Nothing. They had to be let go. I'm sorry, man. That's the way the world works. If someone's not technically pulling their weight or if they're not needed, get rid of them. Stop wasting taxpayer dollars on people that are wasting taxpayer dollars when those taxpayer dollars can go towards taking away from your debt and actually advancing the economy. Sorry, man. That's just it's I'm it's hard to be nice and nice all the time. It's not. It's not nice that they had to lose their jobs. It's not nice that companies have to get rid of people and a lot of them. But it happens, man. It's that's not that's not depression though. That is not going into depression. I just sit at midnight so I can play the new Metal Gear Solid remake. uh, First world problem, buddy. You can't say the floods were bad, but I mean it's not. It's not like it's not an occurring thing, right? It's kind of an occurring thing. The floods are kind of an occurring thing. It's not like it's, oh, just randomly get a flood. It kind of, it's an occurrence. Yeah, I know. Yahoo! If you guys will send copper pod to U.S. Actually, wouldn't be a bad idea. Exactly, Born. How's it going, Zardy? Exactly, Born. America was living in the fairy tale, and the fairy tale is over. It's not like I'm trying to sound like a dick. It's just, it's just the way it is. And correct, there are too many tangents. They're skeets. It is, yeah. Set the donation goal? Yeah, give me a minute. The depression was a complete economic collapse. We just will. Yeah, and that's the thing. There's nothing wrong with being poor. You're still able to technically put a roof over your head and feed. You even being poor. That's not. That's technically not the worst. That's not depression though. If you're still living outside of your means when all this is going on, it means there's something wrong with you mentality, as in you need to grow up and actually be accountable for your own actions, as in what you're spending the money on and all of that while this is all going on. Like, there's goddamn. Doing good, pretty good there, Zardy. And yeah, I mean, yeah, majority of them, yeah. Exactly. There's still more opportunities, and that's the thing. And everyone's saying, just like how everyone's like saying all this stuff about Intel having to do these layoffs and that, but yet no one talks about the layoffs that they've done on AMD. AMD's not how to do that kind of extreme kind of layoffs, but Intel, because of such a big company Intel was and is, with all their foundries that they had, and all these fabs that were on old process nodes and not technically doing anything, why would they keep them? Why would they keep that foundry going, keep that fab going, keep all those workers there if they're not actually making the company money? Right? If they're not making money, if they're not worth it, then what's the point? Oh, no, because they're such a big company, they should be able to afford that. If they're just paying people to basically do nothing, it's kind of a waste of money that they could be using to advance their technology to make it so that way everyone likes them again. But they don't. They took them so long to get rid of these fabs. Stronger the U.S. can help. I mean, yes, it technically can help. It's not going to be better for the rest of the world. The only way that the rest of the world can be better is if they actually do better. Because Canada gives so much money over to third world countries does not technically make them better. Their governments are taking in that money, making a lavish lifestyle for them, but not really doing enough for their actual economy. So they're still living in shit, even though even just Canadians have given them a ton of money, not including the states. Right? You got to look at it that way too. You can only a country can actually benefit itself. Getting handouts and all that, I mean, that does that help them? Yeah, it helps them. But guess what? The government is not making it so that way their people are getting better, or that they have all this and that. It's like they're still a third world country. Canada, yeah, free healthcare, but I mean, if you want to wait 14 hours while you have a broken arm or something like that, right? Like 14 hours in a waiting, I guess that's free healthcare though, right? Even though all of our doctors are all around the world trying to help out the rest of the world instead of helping its own country. I mean, yeah, it's great having free healthcare, right? No education is free anywhere. Just because you have a public, a public school, a public high school, and that does not mean it's free. There's tax dollars, tax money is going into that, so it's still technically not free. I mean, yeah, technically, yeah. I mean, you can wait a long time just waiting for a doctor. Months for appointment, buddy. There are people that needed hip replacements that have been waiting for 8 years for a hip replacement. 8 years on a waiting list. Yeah, politics and GPUs. uh, yeah, there are certain cases in it's all. It's not just Canada, U.S. I mean, there's a lot of places that if there is certain issues, you get rushed. But even still, even if you get that rushed, you might not see a doctor still very quickly. You should download a Zeus GPU tweak them. Download a Zeus GPU tweak. Exactly. Bigger problems take bigger priorities. And it makes sense, right? Definitely makes sense. A broken bone's not technically a priority. It's not. Yeah, not enough doctors is very true. Yeah, that's crazy coil line. It's only a few ways you can fix that, and it's not even great. Eh, a limb is a limb, right? Yeah, look at it that way. You can still live without a limb. It's hard to say that, but I mean, a lot of people live without limbs. Yeah, a big amount of blood loss, but I mean, you'd have to you can call it triage, you can call it whatever you want, Hooves. It's not the first time your CPU's seen 17 gigahertz though. It's all fake. It's just it's a bug. You have some sort of bug. That's cute. Did Bep delete your message? Let me view it. Yeah, extreme allergic reaction. Nah, sorry, buddy. It was your time. It was your time. Should have been your time. It was all part of God's plan. Yes, it's a bug. Squeeze. It's just a bug. It's just a glitch. It's a bug glitch. It's not a. Your CPU would definitely have fried. It would not even fry. Technically, it would just not work. Technically, it just would not work. Exactly. Yeah. Hand surgery. Big whoop. You got your hand still. It still technically does work. You don't need to have the surgery. The surgery is just because you technically want the surgery. You don't need to have the surgery, though. It's not a life-threatening thing that you need hand surgery. It's a long way from your heart, as my grandmother would say. It's a long way from your heart. Almost cut off my finger. Oh, it's a long way from your heart. Well, that's true. I guess that's true. You can say COVID messed things up, but I think the people more or less messed things up. Want more for nothing. Yeah, I like that saying too. I'm just, yeah, it's true, man. I've literally almost almost cut off my whole finger here. Grandma, that's a long way from my heart. Nah, no more tears. You got it. No more tears. We're all good. How to turn them into villains? Government says do this. They have no choice but to do that. There are guidelines that doctors have to abide by, or else they can lose their license or just won't be part of that hospital. Yeah, and it may not be in a certain individual, but yeah. Yeah, I remember there's a lot of people that live in the country, so you can't just say one person or this and that. It's a lot of people. Yeah, it's just stacking problems on top of problems. Exactly, Jimmy. Yep. Yep, there's a lot of things that go on. A lot of people don't realize they want to blame something. They feel everyone feels like they have to blame everyone else but themselves. My job back? No, I still don't have a job. Still looking. Still looking. It's actually wild. SATA power cable melted. Something else might have been the issue there. I mean, it's nice that they did a good job for free. Not everything's great if you get it for free. I think Zardy means was talking about someone else. I think Zardy's remembering hearts. Yeah, exactly, Jimmy. Yep. Because people don't read up on things, do not know how things actually work, and how math can be a lot bigger than what they think it is onto the numbers that are actually out there due to the fact there's so many people and a lot of numbers are changing. Just like how the ICE thing is a big thing and a lot of people don't like it, but then it's like, well, if you add up the numbers onto all these illegal immigrants that are actually in there that aren't paying any kind of these taxes, guess what? That's a lot of revenue that could have been put towards the economy to take off for debt. Like, there's a lot of things that go involved on this stuff, but they just want to say, "Oh no, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad." Of course, there's so many things that are bad in the world. It's just it should not have happened. Exactly. Take care of ourselves. Yeah. Mind your business. If you have no business or have no clue of how things are actually ran, shut your mouth, live your life, and try to have a good time until things can actually work its way out. Or if it even doesn't in your lifetime, it doesn't in your lifetime. It means you've had really, really good since then, and now that things are actually starting to impact the actual economy, the government has to step in, like Trump has to step in and say, this cannot be done. This cannot be done. This cannot. This is wrong. This should be changed. It will help out for the future. I mean, Trump's old. Like, what does this benefit him? He's old. He's not going to live probably much longer, to be honest. He's getting old. Will this be even fixed in his lifetime? Probably not. But this is a starting point. So a lot of people say all this stuff about Obama, Biden, like everyone else that have done all of these things, but it's like they just made it so that way they actually looked good. Were they actually helping out the economy? Were they actually trying to set certain rules so that way people will stop spending past their means? No. At least Trump's making it wide known. I mean, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm Canadian. You gotta remember that. I'm Canadian. I'm just looking at it as ways that people don't look at this kind of stuff. Project 2025? No, I have not. Skeets, I have not. All that McDonald's catches up with you eventually. Yeah. that's good. That's good, man. Yeah. Just wild. Make me rethink what I'm saying? What are you talking about? There's no rethinking what I'm saying, buddy. I'm sorry. I probably know more about this kind of stuff than most people. Because again, I've done the research. I understand how things actually have to be done. I understand economy apparently better than most people. Just like how you're saying the States is going to go into depression. It's like, that's not how depression works. Technically, the States have been in a depression for a long time. Just no one's noticed because they're thriving. The States technically thriving, even though they're like trillions of dollars in debt. I have to search up the project 2025. Apparently, Canada has dental. Yeah, reading something that someone posts doesn't change facts. Yep. Facts are facts. There's whether or not people believe it or want to believe it or have a hard time understanding it, it is what it is. Like, it's a good way of putting it. It is what it is. You can't change the way things are until someone like Mr. Red Hat there does. Exactly. This is not like it's not like Trump's new for that. For the future of US, I mean, it better be good. I mean, it's probably not good to be a good plan for what the actual citizens are thinking, because again, they would have to go to their means, like the spend in their within their means. Oh, 47% overall progress. Completed for labor, provide robust accommodation for religious employees. CDC, promote fertility awareness based on methods as opposed to. Okay, nope, I'm not looking at that one. Let's look at this. So Project 2025, also known as the 2025 Presidential Transition Project, is a political initiative published April 2023 to reshape the federal government in the United States. Consolidate executive power in favor of right-wing policies. It constitutes a policy document that suggests specific changes in the federal government, a personal database recommending vetting loyal staff to the federal government instead of secret executive orders and to implement the policies. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's good. Um, It's been around for a while. So it's not nothing new. It's nothing new. Yeah, exactly, Jimmy. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I mean, how can you not technically? As probably a U.S. citizen, they would be hard for some U.S. citizens to be hard to. You gotta look at it as like the whole country, the economy. You sympathize with the commies? Again, a lot of people are not liking this. A lot of people are not liking it. Yeah, it is. It is there, Jimmy. Yeah. No, it's right versus wrong. Yeah, developed in 2023. No, apparently Canada has the biggest part in ending the war. Apparently Canada is doing something with the war, trying to bring peace to it. And then also, who was it? Was it Ukraine that started up again? Apparently, they had like a peace treaty, and one of them started bombing again. Like they had a peace treaty. Well, yeah, you definitely will there, Hooves. That's very true. I forgot which one. I forgot which one was. I was reading a little bit about it the other day. Apparently, there was a part of a peace treaty. Yeah, I was reading on it. Who cares about alligator Alcatraz? I'm trying to figure out which country it was. Apparently there was a treaty, peace treaty, and then all of a sudden, a little bit about it. Apparently Trump went and saw alligator Alcatraz as well. Ooh. You can say concentration camp all you want. It's like Skeet's trying to say like it's gonna be into depression. That's not again how depression works. There's always been concentration camps. It's just a lot of people are talking about nowadays because apparently media has been putting stuff online and out for people to read. It doesn't mean it's true by any means, but what's actually happening. It's what they're showing. Yeah, whatever, man. You can't say alligator Alcatraz is not real. I mean, it's a funny name, to be honest. 32 people to a cell. Have you ever been to jail or prison? Have you ever been to jail or prison there, Skeets? Do you know that's like a minimum? Like to a cell? Well, a normal cell is generally a 2-person, but for, they will call it, the main grounds, 32 is a minimum. That's a minimum. I don't care that you believe. Buddy, that's minimum 32 people. Minimum. Bunk beds beside bunk beds. Besides bunk beds. Do you know what a concentration camp technically is and what they would actually who they would actually put into a concentration camp? 3 days into jail, you're not even going to make it to a main holding. You're just going to be in standardized cells, which could be either you're by yourself or with 2 people, with by yourself or up to 2 people. If you're up to 3 people in a cell, then technically there can be some legal obligations for that. But yeah. If you're being locked up for a minimum amount of time, then sorry, you technically you don't even need to sleep. And they don't want people to go to sleep for certain reasons too. It's how jail works. Exactly. This is not, well, exactly, Jimmy. Exactly. That's not what it is. A holding facility, like a jail. Jail is a nightmare, yeah. Don't need to snick a bar that appeared on your pillow magically. That's how the booty panda gets you. You do know all your rights are stripped away from you as soon as you become a criminal. Now, if you're a criminal, illegal immigrant, or illegal alien, whatever you want to call it, and you're a criminal in another country, yeah, sorry, there is no, you are not of an importance at all. Sorry, Skeets. All criminals get. It doesn't matter what person you are. You could have been the best person ever. As soon as you have a criminal and you go into jail, you are not treated the same. You're treated like absolute garbage. And as soon as you are set free after whatever, after all that, you are technically the cops or whoever the guards will treat you like you're a human being again. Until then, you are a criminal and you have no rights. Zero. What are you talking about? Working at Home Depot or selling food on the side of the road? What? Jail is worse than prison. A lot of people think prison's worse. It's not. Prison is better than jail, people. I mean, it depends on what you did to end up in prison, whether or not it's going to be better for you. But I mean, jail is better than prison. Or prison is better than jail. Could very likely be there born, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter anybody could be locked up. No one's above the law. And as soon as you're locked up, sorry, you're treated as a criminal. Yeah, rules are rules. Yeah. Yup. Trust me, I was treated like absolute trash. Doesn't matter how respectful I was. I was treated like trash. And as soon as I got out, guess what? They basically apologized to me, saying that's what we got to do. Sorry. Hopefully things are good from here on out. Everything's gonna be a plus side from that. Depends on what the doctor did. Again, Skeets, do you have any extra information? Do you have any information on actually what happened? No? Then stop talking about it. I don't know what you get. I don't know what you get for dinner. What do you mean it's not? born illegally entered a country, have not been paying taxes. Maybe the people at Home Depot somehow were paying taxes, but then they would have been found out that they were illegal to begin with. So there's a difference on what's actually happening there, Born. Are you sure you're getting the correct information? Came here to work. Right. Correct. Guess what? It happens here. But a lot of them are not illegal. The ones that are illegally there are not paying taxes and are not contributing to the economy and just trying to send over money that they made in another country to their own country. That only benefits the other country, and that makes the country that they're living in worse. I'm sorry. You have to take the facts. Take the facts, put them to heart, and stop being so naive and also so nice. I'm sorry. Their moral, no. Their moral is that they're fucking over the country that they're working in. That's their moral. If they actually had moral, the people that are actually in another country, they would have stayed in their own country and actually helped out their own country. No, that's not how it works. What do you mean racism? Okay, did anyone see the ships that they're sending over from was it Middle East or Palestine? The ships full of people, full of guy, only men to Europe. It's not racist. It's not racist, man. You gotta stop being a little bitch. You gotta stop being a little bitch there, Skeets. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be as nice as possible, but you're literally just sound like a one of those what do you want to call it? Fruit cakes that don't know anything what they're actually talking about and just think that everyone needs to help everyone else. Exactly. It's not being racist. It's not being racist. So people need to stop with this racist shit. If it continues, guess what? I'm sorry. The blacks are not going to win. The blacks will not win this. Just like how everyone's like they love playing this racist card. I don't know why. What? Because I'm white, you can just say I'm racist? That's not how it works. If you're saying that I'm racist when I have done nothing actually racist, doesn't that actually make you racist? Exactly, it's true. You're free to believe what you want, but when you put facts into account, it means you're wrong, and you need to stop being a little bitch and actually learn stuff. Actually learn it. Have some culture. Actually learn cultures. So I'm sorry, man. Exactly, Dab. Yeah, yeah. That's why I've had people come on my channel. Are you racist? Like, just the first things they say on my channel. Are you racist? Are you fucking racist? Get off my channel. Exactly. Lies do not get you there. Yeah. And if you're racist, get off my channel. I'm sorry. There's no part of my channel that needs racist people. Whether you're racist against blacks, whites, yellows, whatever color you want to fucking put somebody as. Okay, Vap, there are cultures, and there are okay. So there's like, just because your culture says this and that, and whether or not you're black, white, or whatever, there are people that have that culture and are respectful human beings, and then there's also people that are completely the opposite of those people that have this same culture as them, and yet a lot of people are trying to blame that whole culture itself. No, you got to blame those certain people. That's the thing. You can't just blame a whole culture when you got a lot of people that are actually very respectful, but then you got this group over here that's just up and beyond for some fucking reason. It has to say, oh, this and that and whatnot, and just cause a big scene for no reason. Cause drama for no reason. It's like, what is wrong with you? That's not your culture, though. That's just you being you, trying to say, oh, I'm hurt, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. Exactly, Born. Yeah. People need to stop thinking with just a heart. Yes, it sucks having to deal with these kind of things and that and whatnot, but you gotta realize this is how things have to be. This is how things have to be done. It's not. It's just because it doesn't sit right with you does not mean it's not right. No, no, no. Skeets. So what you're saying there, you're I guess in primary school you learn to hate each other. That's not the case. Each individual has a certain amount of hate due to the fact of what has been brought onto them. The strong people that actually can deal with the stuff that has actually happened to them have no hate against other people, such as me. Again, I have gone through a lot of shit in my life, and I'm not even old and wise yet. So I have had a lot of things happen, and I have no hate towards other people, no matter what, unless they have done actually something that is disturbingly wrong or just morally wrong or whatnot. Then yes, I will probably dislike that person. Hate is such a strong word to be using that it does not make sense. If you hate someone, that person must have done something directly to you to have actually harmed you in some way. But if you got something that's just hurts your brain or hurts your heart from somebody, there's something actually wrong with your own brain, and that you actually are the one that needs help. I'm sorry, man. That's the way you gotta. People need to stop. Like actually start thinking things. Is stop actually thinking that somebody else can actually put words into your mouth and or change the way you think of things just due to the fact of whatever someone has done to you or things have been happened to you. No, you got to change. You have to grow up. You need to get some balls. Doesn't matter if you're male or female. I don't care about any other genders out there, so fuck you all if you have other kind of genders. But male or female, get some fucking balls and actually use your brain and be like, dang, that doesn't actually affect me. I'm gonna live out my life the way I think. That fighting racism with racism. It's, I mean, yeah, defend yourself in the court's good. Unfortunate affects you? Well, you're a little bitch then. I'm sorry, Skeets. Grow up. Get some balls. The judge insisted I get a lawyer, even though I knew for sure I was gonna be just fine with what I did. The second time. For something else I did. Yeah, I mean, I got a lawyer anyways, but I had to tell my lawyer that he needs to read this because what he's saying to me is, oh no, you're gonna be in there for a bit there and this and that. It's like, sorry, man, read over this and then come back to me. And then he did, and he's like, oh dang, well that changes everything. It's like, yeah, yeah, and yeah, no, not how it works. All right, sounds good there, Born. knowing laws and how wording can actually make sense or not make sense is what people need to learn too. Especially if not even if like you're expected to go to jail or court and that. Just actually learning some laws and learning language, English, whatever language you have. So language, for me, English. There's way things are written down, times, knowing in that, yeah. Yeah, just because you knew the law. A mod showering. But I mean, it's so true though, man. It's so true with all this stuff that everyone just wants to be a part of something. It seems like everyone just needs to be a part of something nowadays. Doesn't matter what it is. I pissed mine off. I really made mine mad. There's nothing the judge could have done. Nothing the judge could have done. The second time. It's a time in a month, dab. Yep. The mod needs a shower once a month at least. But yep, no man, like a lot of people need to worry about themselves, stop being part of certain groups and that when they have actually no regulation or no like just because someone says something does not mean it has to affect you. That does not mean it has to affect you. It's like how I think other countries need to worry on other countries and stop helping out other countries that aren't even wanting to help themselves. That is not going to help the country. Them helping themselves will help them. Us needs the money more than other countries. Oh, my judge tried to say everything to see if I would change anything. And it's like, I'm sorry, the facts are the facts. You can't change the facts. I was very polite about it, but basically that's all I told him. The facts are the facts. Cannot change the facts. You're reading the same paper and documentations that I have. You cannot change that because that is what the person has already said, and I cannot change it because that's the times that line up to everything that I've done. So there's nothing you can do. There's nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Steal some thermal paste? Nah, man. For the second time, it was something that could have put most people in jail if they weren't smart like me. Actually, technically I could have been didn't even have to go to court. I could have been just waited until a lot of things happen. No, man, I don't. No, not in drug driving. Next time I won't even need a lawyer. I just know the laws and that. I know what can or cannot be done. Going for jail for words? I mean, depends on what is being said. Okay, well, it's not just said and then done. Going to jail just for words, it's impossible. There has to be a consequence to what you've said. That's the only way you can actually go to jail. And if you don't know that, then technically you can go to jail for just words because you and or the whoever. Yeah, exactly. It's already It's also about how you display it. Yep, correct. That's why I don't mind saying about certain things because guess what? You cannot if someone wants to, let's say, sue me or something like that, I'm sorry. It's like I will 100% win every single time because I also know what I'm saying and have done the research on a lot of things that I will actually actually comment on. And I won't say anything that's gonna harm anybody or anything like that. So, I mean, why would I want to do that anyways? That's just stupidity. I don't want to see anybody harmed in any kind of way. John Bolton? No. Gabby! Are you the cutest little kitty? Are you the cutest little thing? Yeah, she is. Yes, you are. You wanna come over here? You come. Nah, she's comfy. John Bolton, is that Rampage Jackson's son? Is that the one you're talking about with their skeets? Or no? Am I being wrong on that? Gabagoo. Gabagoo. Hey, babies. Come on. Who? John Bolton. What was done? What did he do? What did he do? He's a national security advisor, but what did he do? What did he do, guys? What did he do? No, I'm not going to be like LTT or ZTT. I'm not going to be like the ZTT, that dumbass. Changed his name to ZTT. He wasn't ZTT before. He changed his name to ZTT because it made him sound more like LTT. Just to get more views. Sorry, I'm not that kind of person. It's a lot that I don't like. He talked bad about Trump? But he isn't for... Oh, sorry, I didn't realize your claw was up there. I'm sorry. You coming up? No, you just gotta do that? Alright. Okay, when you're up in status and part of national security and you're talking bad about your president, that kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense. He could be a security risk because he has such a high status and is part of head of security, national security. Talking bad about the president, well, he could commit treason very quickly, guys. That's a lot of people don't realize. National security. Maybe not in the government. Yeah, that's what it says. John Robert Bolton, born November 20th, 1948, is an American attorney, diplomat, Republican consultant, and political commentator. He served as the 25th United States Ambassador to the United Nations from 2005 to 2026 and as the 26th United States National Security Advisor from 2018 to 2019. I thought you already told me the bad news that you got 6th place with your GPU. I mean, that's bad news. 6th place. Come on, buddy. Could have done better. You already ran out of PC parts to overclock? We'll get better at overclocking what you have. Yeah, public commenter. Yep. Yep. Nugget, can you stop, please? Yeah, you're cute. Yes, you're cute as shit. Yeah, he serves so diplomat, public and consultant, and political commenter. He serves as a 25th United States ambassador to the United Nations from 2005 to 2006, and as the 26th United States National Security Advisor from 2018 to 2019. He also did something for going to war with Iraq. He was an advocate of the Iraq War as a director of the project for the New American Century, which favored going to war with Iraq. Yeah. He was part of it. What do you mean you ran out of parts? You still have you've only posted a few scores. You got like 40 different benchmarks to do, Squeeze. You've only done like a few benchmarks. How do you have nothing to overclock? You still got a ton of benchmarks to do. A ton. A ton. For a CPU, there's 40 benchmarks. Just for a CPU. You still have all these benchmarks to do. What do you mean ran out of parts? You got 40 benchmarks to do. You have multiple CPUs. You have multiple GPUs. You still have like 200 benchmarks to run. Ran out of parts. Your account literally has what? Hold on. I'll check. Make sure I'm saying this correctly. Your account literally has like, what, five uploads of scores? 5? If that? 5. Oh, wow. 4. Sorry, 4. You have a whole 4. 4. You have like 200 benchmarks to do. 4 ran out of parts. Doesn't matter. You ran out of parts. You're just not doing the benchmarking. You still have like so many benchmarks to do. So get busy. I don't care that you don't have much. You still have a lot of benchmarks to do, so get on to it. Run all those benchmarks for the GPUs. Run all the benchmarks for CPUs. Try to get your RAM frequency as high as whatever you can do. CPU frequency as well. So put it down to 2 cores or a single core. Put the frequency as high as you can. Get a frequency score for CPU. Get a frequency score for motherboard. Get a frequency score for your RAM. What do you mean, why? You got 6th place, though. How did you get Team Weg in the 5th place if you got 6th place? As matter, you still have to put a RAM frequency in, Squeeze. 40 benchmarks? Because there's a bunch of benchmarks. For CPUs, there's a ton of benchmarks just for CPUs alone. There's a ton of benchmarks. And then you still also have to do your GPUs. You still have to do your RAM. You still have to do motherboard. BCLK. Doesn't matter. You still got to do it. Just because you're in Team Weg means you actually have to contribute. You did 1 score for Team Weg. That's it. Good job. And hold on. Let me check your score again. I don't even think you actually contributed for that score for Team Weg. Not trying to be a downer, but nope, you did. No one else has a 7850? Good job. Yeah, you got 6th place. Good job for that one benchmark. That means you should do more. No one has a 7850? Or maybe it's just Night Raid that's the only one that no one has. You know, one sec. Might just be Night Raid that no one has it. Um. Oh, yeah, nah. Actually, if you can, you should do Ice Storm. So do Ice Storm, Ice Storm Extreme, Ice Storm Unlimited. Do Skydiver, Time Spy. Man, there's a few benchmarks you can actually benefit doing for actually helping out Team Weg. That'd be good if you can do that. That'd be good if you can. Nah, he's on air. Yeah, if you drink Pepsi, won't run it apart. Yeah. 10700T. Hold on. You can benefit us for Team Weg for whatever you want to do. Team Weg does not have a 10700T. So anybody that has it, which kind of makes sense. I mean, it's not like it's gonna give us points. You can run every benchmark and maybe give us some points, but it's not gonna benefit a whole lot. Yeah, the HD 7850 probably will get warm. No, it don't need the chilled Pepsi loop. Man, that'd be nasty to clean up, man. That'd be brutal. Flush. Ah, savior of the universe. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Flush. Ah. Yeah, right. Welcome back. Uh, yeah, for the 1060, just give me one sec here. Yeah, I mean, it'd be hard for you to beat any scores really for the 1060. It'd be good for your own, but you're not gonna be benefiting Team Weg with your 1060. Probably not. Nah, definitely not. There's no way. Unfortunately, I'm not trying to bring you down at all again, but you're not gonna benefit Team Weg that way. Not unless you can get first place in all of them. And there's no way you're gonna be able to get first place. Well, Nova. It's a GT 730 though. Let me check it out, see what people are doing for Team Weg though on it. GT 730 there. I mean, you can do CloudGate. So you can do CloudGate. Ice Storm, yeah, again, like the what I said before. So you could do Cloudgate, Ice Storm, Ice Storm Extreme, Ice Storm Limited, um, Skydiver, Time Spy for GPU, Wildlife Extreme. Like you can do those ones. I don't think you're gonna help out for anything else unless you can get like again first place for a lot of them, and you need like a 12900K overclocked. So sorry, your 10700T is not gonna give you the kind of points for that. Unfortunately. What's up, Nova? Yeah, it's fine. Depending on if you're gonna be playing at 4K. If you're gonna be playing some games at 4K, 4 by 16, depending on it will bottleneck the GPU just due to the amount of bandwidth. But yeah, you're fine. Oh no, sorry, I read that wrong. You really don't lose much performance, if anything, for a lot of things. The amount of bandwidth for the new GPUs, not like the 9000 series from AMD, the amount of bandwidth is not even a saturated PCI Express 4. If it was an 8 lane though, that would be a different story. But it's full 16. Now you're fine. There might be a few cases where you might lose maybe a percent. Maybe a percent. Yeah, and NVIDIA cards, just due to the fact of bandwidth. But if you're gonna stress your system out like that for that amount of bandwidth, that you gotta be doing some pretty hefty loads to be stressing out PCI Express 4, and then have to be a new graphics card with GDDR7, like NVIDIA. How did he get banned? He didn't get banned from Discord. His account got hacked, so I kicked his main account out, and now he can't seem to get into it. Yeah, but yeah, no, you'll technically be fine with PCI Express 4 as long as it's full 16 lane though. If it's 8, no, you're not gonna have enough bandwidth, and things get bottlenecked a lot harder. Like your GPU will get bottlenecked a lot harder, unfortunately. Are you using Happy Kitty? Yes, you are. Spending, buying, basically same thing. Not cutie pie. Yeah, Battlefield 6 was pretty good. Electricity is included? Wow. Does mining give return nowadays? Yeah. Depending on what you're mining. Yep, still gives return. As long as your hydro rate's not crazy, it always gives you a return. It's not as good as what it used to be, but I mean, it's still good. If you've been mining since for like 5 years, uh, you've made a lot of money. Let's just say that. As long as you're using anything fairly new within 5 years. Even RX 580 was still making money. RX 580s now I don't think make money though. Yeah, all depends on what you mine. What? Mine Bitcoin for 5 years, you have zero? Are you new? I mean, now you need something a bit more efficient. Let's say you didn't pay for electricity though. Anything makes you money. It's the ROI time though that you want to make sure you got a decent ROI time. So that way it pays for the graphics card. Okay, graphics card mining, yes, may not be a whole lot of money, right off the bat kind of thing. But if you have decent hydro rate, you depending on what you're actually buying, if you're buying decent hardware, that hardware can be sold later on for more. So that way, with after your ROI, all you have to do is sell your graphics cards, and you technically make money, like a decent amount of money. It's at ROI time though. You want to make sure you have a good ROI time. Return of investment. So however much your GPU costs, you gotta make sure you can make that back within a certain amount of time. It doesn't matter. It's like you mine certain things; those coins just go up in price. Or whatever coin you're mining, you can just switch over to a actual different currency, cryptocurrency, like Bitcoin, and Bitcoin's done nothing but up. Yep, did not have to be rich. Nope. If you actually found a Bitcoin, a coin, if you bought just a little bit of Bitcoins 25 years ago, a Bitcoin. Yep. Yeah, have your wallet in Bitcoin. But there's also different kind of mining services that you can be using that mine specific coins that you can transfer over to your whatever wallet you want to use, and then you can either keep it as that Bitcoin, as that coin, not Bitcoin, as that cryptocurrency, and or switch off some of it to other coins that you are expecting to get better. Doesn't matter if that one coin is making you more money, you can always switch it over. Yep. I wouldn't say be laughing. Now, NVIDIA, on the other hand. Yep, exactly. That's what a lot of people need to realize too. Just having fun is good too. Just living your life the way you would like is good. Was it 350? Nah. Was it actually? If every poor person today hated a rich person, there'd be a lot less poor people. That's good. I don't think AMD stock was 350 back in 2016. I think it was more, was it not? No, it was like $12. It's like $12 in 2016. Still good. It'd still be a good investment technically. But yeah, I was gonna say, I was pretty sure it was higher than $3.50. No, it was like $12 in 2016. 12 is $11 and 40 some cents in 2016. I'm not sure what the lowest. A quarter one. Quarter one was terrible. They lost money at quarter one of 2016. Trying to find it. Can we get a different? There we go. There we go. Oh, okay. Well, it's not allowing me to. One. $6.64. The best time to buy it in 2016 was, looks like, September 15th. $6.02. Yeah, $6.02, September 15th, 2016. Yeah. Yep, September 15th, $6.02. Would have been the best time. Yeah. Pepsi. Oh, 27. Now you're saying 2017? God damn it, man. Making me do all that work for no reason. Give me a second here. Yeah, what? Oh. 10, 12. Wait, what? No. 2016 was still a better time. 2016, September 15th, was $6.02. And 2017, the lowest is like $10. Yeah, it was like $10.80. Yeah, no. Yeah, 2016, September 15th would have been best time. No. 2017, it's not $3.50. I think you're more thinking like 2007, 2008, around there. I think 2008. Yeah, you're more thinking like 2008, 2009. Yeah, 2009. Early 2009. Because after that, the prices started going up. Around 2009 would have been the best time. Born. Yep, Pepsi is better. Pepsi's king of the cola. Sure, even 2014? Because even in 2009, it was like down to $2 and like around $2.20 and went all the way up to $9 just in 2009. So let me check it out. 2014, you're saying? Oh yeah, I guess it did close around $2.70, $2.67. It closed at $2.67. I mean, 2009 would have been a better time to do it too. Sprite's better than 7-Up. See, I don't even care for Sprite or 7-Up really. The only actually like you want to call it fizzy drink I like is Pepsi. I don't even drink it a whole lot either. When I do, I drink it, but I don't get it too much. I don't drink it as much as I used to. I get more. I'm gonna try to. Yeah, but I used to drink 6 liters of Pepsi a day. I used to drink 6 liters of Pepsi a day. Just for dinner, I would have 2 extra large pizzas. I was, yeah. As a single male, I spent a lot on takeout food, and I used to eat a lot. I mean, I still eat a lot, but I don't buy takeout food anymore. Too expensive. Yeah, I used to drink a lot of Pepsi. A lot. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was more jacked than I am now, but I've never been able to get fat. Even eating 11 meals a day, I didn't exactly get fat. I just gained muscle very well as long as I was working out. Tahiti treat? I don't know that. You want you want to see what I look like? Yeah, all right. I mean, my face is just fuller, and I was just thicker all around. That's about it. Focus you. Yep. Big old largemouth bass. Let's get a focus. Not focusing very well. Seems to be very bright for some reason. Yeah, yeah. That was me when I was around 190. That would have been nice. Born. 2 times my weight? Nah, I'm like 140 right now. Right around 140. It's only like 50 pounds on. I'm short, you gotta remember, I'm like 5'7", so 50 pounds on me is a lot. Hallelujah. Meow. Meow. Screaming kitty. Kiss, kiss it. Screaming kitty. Don't like me. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, buddy. I'm just. It is what it is. The channel's not exactly for everybody. I'm not exactly like an all-round likable guy in some ways. I tell it like it is, and I don't care about your stupid feelings. I'm sorry. I don't mind using the R word. I don't mind calling you a retard. I don't mind calling you stupid. Are you stupid? Are you retarded? No. Nice. Hopefully dinner was good. A lot of people need pizza. I mean, a lot of people do. Whether or not they want to take what I have to say into actual account and whatnot. Not much. Just petting a cute little kitty. Oh, goodness. Yeah, exactly. It's up to them. And I'm not like I could technically, do these educational courses for people, but I don't know. I don't know if it's even something I would want to do. It's like, are they actually going to take what I have to say out of it for truth? Is it worth my time to even do? Probably not. Yeah, it's Gabby. Hi, I don't want you licking me. So, I mean, yeah. Yeah. I'll just keep doing what I can do. I might not be streaming as much as I used to, streaming for like 12 hours a day every single day. It's probably not what I'm gonna be doing. I might do it like what every other YouTuber is doing. Stream once a week, put out a video once a week, stream once a week. That's about it. Work on my own stuff. Which young football player done for drugs and gambling, which is worse? I don't know. Depends on the drugs, I guess. Depends on the game. I don't know. Gambling, I don't condone to at all. So, but if I waited for people that wanted to know about Overclock, I would never send anybody to your channel. Why wouldn't you want to send anybody to my channel? Oh yeah, match fixing is definitely way worse, and it's happened on a multiple accounts too. Because people are one track minded nowadays. They just want to build the PC and be done with it. But then that's when you have issues later on. Again, a lot of people that actually overclocked and done my 13th and 14th gen overclocking and or stability overclocking, they had no issues with their CPUs. They have no issues with their CPUs. Everyone that done it on stock settings has issues even after doing a BIOS update. And a lot of people still don't even do BIOS updates, so they go to someone else to do a BIOS update. But if they didn't manually tune it, they still having issues. That's their problem. If they don't want to actually learn and actually have a good CPU and system for a very long time instead of changing their system, then what's the point? Oh yeah, we still need to do your BIOS update. We still need to do your BIOS update there, Born. Oh, what are you doing? There we go. What do you want? Hi. 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 Technically, you don't even need a BIOS update. You don't really need a BIOS update. And hopefully you can do it. Again, if you guys have questions, let me know. But if you follow that, it's just a long process to do them. That's all. It's a long process to get it all going. Because it depends and how much you want to, how many mods you want to do. If you want to do like all the mods, it's gonna take you a few hours to set up. No, and by the looks of it, your voltages aren't bad. It's just I think you should tune your voltages even more. But your voltages sound good. Like they should be like around 1.2 volts. There'll be some spikeage, but it should be around 1.2 volts. It's not like it's gonna have this. It's even the 14700 doesn't even have that real issue. It's more or less the i9s had the issue. Yeah, it shouldn't even be over 1 volt idle. Yeah, idle like I mean depends on idle. Like idle should be like maybe zero point 0.8 volts, like 800 millivolts. Might be around 1 volt, but depends. Yeah, Gigabyte made things super easy. I mean, every motherboard manufacturer is not that difficult to do a BIOS update. A lot of them are pretty standard on how to do them nowadays. If you have a Q flash, it makes things even easier. Oof. What? Bring it. Bring it. Bring it. I know, I'm poking your belly. Oh, okay, I won't poke the belly. Can I poke your belly? Nope. No poking the belly. To do the fans, you can do a fan curve. You can do fan curve. You do fan curve in BIOS for your fans overall on like whatever fan you have connected to the motherboard, and then you could do fan curve on the actual GPU with like MSI Afterburner. Can't poke the belly? Poke the belly. Poke the belly. Poke the belly. Poke the belly. Let me poke the belly. Let me poke the belly. Stop trying to lick me. Let me poke the belly. Ah. Let me poke your belly. Two fan under GPU? No, what I like to say for setting up your fans is have the AIO in front, so that way the AIO can always have cool air, just for longevity on that. But it's whatever you can do for positive pressure. Having two fans at the bottom can help as long as you're pulling cool air in, and that you have your PSU set up correctly. So as long as your PSU is the fans at the bottom of your case, or is it on the inside of your case? Do you have the PSU flipped so the fans are at the bottom or the top? Because if the PSU, the fans are at the top and you put a fan over top of it, you're going to cut that flow off of the PSU. Like there's ways you got to set that up. It's good to have fans underneath the GPU though. Just blowing a little bit of air. You don't have to set them up crazy. Yeah, always more air than out. Yes. Always more air in than out. You always want positive pressure. There's nothing wrong with all intake. As long as you have an exhaust of some sort. It doesn't mean it has to be a fan for exhaust. Does that make sense? As long as there's an exhaust of some sort. Then there you go. Yes, that'll be just fine. That's technically the way they had it set up back in the old days, because that was technically worked. Like one exhaust fan. No intake fan, just one exhaust fan. That's technically all you needed back in the old days. But nowadays, because temperature really matters, and like cases are done nowadays too, a little different. Yeah, always that would technically be fine. All intake would be fine as long as there's a good exhaust. That still make positive pressure. Psycho Caddy. It's not like you have to. Yeah, exactly. If so, who cares? Just make it look pretty. Yeah, if you like learning from it, then I'll let you know on best airflow technically would be best, but if you're selling it, man, it does not have to be perfect. Your own PC, yeah, I would set it up to be more perfect, but if you're selling it and make it look pretty, and then never know, that person might come into my stream and be like, do you know how to set up fans and that? I'd be like, yes, I do. Just give me 1 second here. That should dump out the rainbow puke. Yeah, I'm one fan exhaust. That's fine. It's very expensive here, man. It's very expensive here. Beef is cheaper in Canada? I don't know about that. Are you sure? Psycho kitty. Some chicken are terrible. Some chicken, I think it's more Walmart chicken. I think it's Walmart chicken. I think it's terrible. I just find I'm pretty sure it's Walmart. I haven't bought chicken from Walmart in a while. I think it was Walmart last time well, not last time I bought, but last time I had bad chicken. It was just very stringy, tough chicken. No matter how you did it, it was very tough. I don't like fish. The only fish I'll have is tuna once in a while. Make tuna sandwiches. I don't think it's legal to do that. They're born. Nah, I don't like. Nah. Nope. Fish is not for me. Nah. It doesn't matter how good of a cook you are, buddy. Yeah, with tons of mayo on toasted bread. Again, I only eat it once in a while, and it's not even like I like it. I buy it because it's cheap protein. No, freshwater fish is not even better. For people that like fish, the way like fish taste, yeah, sure. I don't like the way it tastes. I don't. Salmon's nasty. I don't like bass. I don't like pickerel. I mean, I've had pickerel where it's not half bad, but it was done in like an extremely spicy Cajun rub, which it wasn't half bad. There's salted crackers that I will not eat because it tastes like fish. Crackers. Ugh, salmon. Chicken, yeah. Fish, no. How's it going, vape? Yeah, and then a lot of people actually like fish. I know a lot of people that like fish. I love fishing. I don't like fish. I'll catch the fish. I'll fillet the fish for people. I will not eat the fish. I don't think chicken. I don't know how you'd make chicken that tastes bad, to be honest. It's super easy to make chicken. It really is. It's literally super easy. I mean, fish is really good protein. That's the thing, and that's why I don't mind having tuna. I tolerate tuna, but it has to be. You have to add a ton of mayo and or mayo and relish into it and other stuff into it, so that way it's more like edible for me. But I only like tuna just due to the fact it's good on protein. It's a good protein. That's about it. If I could afford only chicken, I'd basically only eat chicken. It's so expensive. Like one chicken breast is like $2. Make triple? What? Tripe? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I've ever had it. Fish and chips and newspaper? Yeah. Oh, the fish, yeah. There's some fish that are just super crazy enough. How's it going, man? How's it going, Persona? Yeah. And that's the thing. I don't care for smell. I just don't want it to taste like that. I just don't want it to taste the way it tastes. It's like omega 3 and 6 pills. I can't take omega 3 and 6 pills because, again, like there's ways to get omega 3 and 6. And I don't eat a lot of things that have omega 3 and 6 because of the way it tastes. And maybe it's just omega 3 and 6 that I really don't care for the taste. Not really. For four chicken breasts is around $20. It's kind of expensive. Yeah, even tilapia, I don't care for. Pickerel or walleye, pickerel, walleye. It's also one of them fish that don't have an extreme fish taste, and I still don't like it. Again, I've only had it done one way where I would actually eat it, and it's extremely spicy Cajun seasoning, heavily done, and then fried in butter. Wasn't half bad, but I mean, something I eat all the time? No. No, pig crab is nasty. I don't like crab at all, actually. I don't even like crab, real crab, because it tastes like fish. Lobster is the only thing I would really eat, and it's more or less the claws, because the claws don't taste fishy. Kingfish? Oh, allergic to shellfish. That's brutal. I like mussels. If you done like a mussel stew, done in like a jalapeno style stew, mussels is really good. Very good source of protein as well. Ugh. Exactly. Yeah, it's a staple food. I love fishing. I'll fish. I'll fillet the fish for people. I won't eat it. It's. I mean, yeah, I guess so if done right. I've never actually had snail though. Probably the best tasting food or meat I've ever had is not like fish or anything. It's moose. Moose is so good. It just takes on flavor very well. Like whatever you're using for flavor, like barbecue sauce or rub or whatever, so good. That's not what I'm saying, Hooves. If it comes down to it, I'll eat whatever I have to eat. That's the thing. I'll whatever I have to eat, I definitely I'll eat it. Pork is really good. Yeah, pork is really good. And then what we've done now to pork is we've completely changed the way it used to be. It's a lot safer to eat nowadays. Gabby goo. Gabby goo. Wait, now you look at me? Hi. If I'm hungry, I'll eat whatever. You prefer deer venison over moose? I mean, I grew up like hunting deer, so and moose, but deer. I like deer. I mean, venison's good. Moose though, it's just you might have ate too much moose and not done it a certain way. Always had it a certain way. Hey, vape. There's nothing wrong with that. Or yeah, vape. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, vape. There's nothing wrong with that. I've never had kangaroo. Apparently, it's really good. Apparently, it's really good. Same thing with ass. It's not even that the fish, whether or not it smells like fish. It's just a taste. Whatever the taste is. Oh, partridge is so good. Teal. Have you had teal? It's a very small game bird. Have you had teal, Persona? It's a very small bird, like, and not easy to shoot. That's the one thing. That's why a lot of people haven't had it. Maybe garlic shrimp is good. Shrimp done in lemon garlic. Lemon garlic is good. Qualdo? Okay. No, you gotta try teal someday, buddy. It's even better. I mean, very little. I mean, like it's a treat more or less, but it's so good, especially fresh onto the barbecue. Oh my God, it's good. They're like deer. Yep. Well, buffalo, bison, buffalo. I live by a buffalo farm. Yep. Buffalo's good. It's not like it's not like beef or deer. I heard for kangaroo, but I heard kangaroo's really good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, people don't like duck. Maybe farm raised ducks, but a lot of people don't like a lot of people people that grew up hunting like that gamey taste because it's different, but it's if you do cook it the right way, especially on a grill. Oh my God, I find wild duck is so good. And peacocks, yeah, I had a funny farm. No, no, duck is not so oily. It means you're not doing it right. That's or those are farm raised duck. Wild duck is different. It's not oily. And it's yeah, no fat, very tough. I heard you gotta do roux a certain way, so it's not super tough. No, we don't have to cook duck for hours. If you're doing it in a stew, yeah, yeah. Those are farm raised, different. Wild duck is what I'm used to. I've never had farm raised duck, only wild. Yeah, this is in Australia. Yeah, tend to like slow. Yep, yep, they do. Yeah, T-bones are really good. I saw this movie. He says it's probably true though. Apparently, there is a lot of them. No, I have nothing for you. I... That's why you don't ask for food early in the morning, because it's you got like 4 hours to go. Squirrels are such a pest. They really are a pest. I don't like a ton of seasoning. I don't like a ton of seasoning. My steaks, no seasoning whatsoever. No steaks on it. Nice rare. No seasoning. It's gotta be very juicy so that way I can use the juice into my potatoes. I don't like seasoning. Chicken. I just cook it up with some butter. That's it. Steaks, like I said, no seasoning, no barbecue sauce, no nothing. Burgers, same thing. Not a whole lot of seasoning. Homemade ones is just basically just hamburger meat, maybe a little bit of bread into it just to hold it together, and an egg. That's about it. Yeah, a little bit of garlic, salt, and pepper. Yep, just a little bit. Doesn't need a whole lot. Squirrels are wild, man. Especially red squirrels. Red squirrels are wild. Yeah, they're like frogs. They're like frogs. They all are Rocket League tournament in there. They will find a way. They will find a way in or make a way in. If there's any kind of wood, they'll just chew through it. Nothing fancy. Yeah, exactly. You don't need to go crazy on stuff, especially in meats. You don't need to go crazy on them. Losing the flavor, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the sauces that you can add in, like dip into. Snakes aren't that bad. I like snakes. A lot of people don't. I like snakes. They don't want to harm anybody. They don't want to. They will though. Yes, most people leave the flavor in the pan they're born. Yep. You can make a lot of good gravies and dipping sauces out of the drippings. Like really good dipping sauces. Actually, just even the drippings is good for dipping. Don't have to do anything with it. the most the most dangerous species here is the mother-in-law. Yep, snakes look after small critters. That's why snakes are great. Small critters are the annoying things you don't want around. They destroy everything. Yeah, drippings. Yeah, that's what we call it here. I'm not sure everywhere else it's called, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. There's good fats. Fats that are good for you. Then there's fats that are just chewy and all that. I mean, some people actually eat the um, the grind, the rind. Sorry, they don't mind it. I don't like it. Oh, probably a lot, yeah. Yep, very easy to F up. Yeah, it's very true. That is very true. What you doing, Gabby Goo? Coming up? No? Yeah, exactly. Well, come on. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Yeah. Yeah, it's not like they want to. Not like they want to attack, but they will. They're comfy. They're comfy. Good girl. Quit staring at me. Are you the cutest little thing? Yes, you are. Yeah, tell her to get comfy, and then she just lays on my arm. She just flops down. She knows what that means. She's very smart. That's a different kind of baking there, vape. Baking can be very precise. She got lots of beans. She got all the beans. She got all the beans. I don't like bacon or algebra. I don't know how to bake. I know how to cook. I don't know how to bake. Never learned it. Probably should. I can always have a treat. Yeah, I can. It's just not good at it still. I guess I've never really done it. I've never really baked, so. Yeah, same here, bored. Get on a grill and making chilies and that. I used to be able to make pizza. I'm not sure if I can make pizzas anymore. I used to be pretty good at it. What? Yep. Nah, I make homemade. Homemade. Making your own dough is not exactly the hardest thing to do. It's gotta have some patience. Takes time to make dough. Any kind of dough takes time. Yeah, thoroughly mix. Yeah, let it rise. Then you gotta work it out to whatever you want to do. Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can do that too if you wanted. A lot of grocery stores have it though. Decent yeast. I don't like lamb. I do not care for lamb. Yeah. Yeah. Nah. I really don't care for lamb, goat lamb. Oh, really? That's actually pretty cool, board. Probably not. If no, no. Again, I'll catch it. I'll fish all the time. I'll go fishing. I'll catch all the trout and just trade it off. I know people like rainbow. Yeah, pork chop. That's why the prices kind of show that they're the lowest of the meats. No. I'll get it all prepped up for everybody. I mean, it's super easy cleaning trout. Super easy. Like, super easy getting them ready. Yep. Catch them, cut off their head, cut down the belly, thumb from the tail up. Just push your thumbnail all the way down its spine. Right out, done. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do for trout. Super easy. Use the head for bait for larger fish like bass. Yeah, I guess lamb wouldn't be that hard to clean up now, would it? Knock them out. That just sounds like a waste of time. Knock them out. She's being a pain in the butt, now aren't you? She's laying her head on the armrest. Like, woe is me. Woe is me. You look at me? You look at me? Hi. You got hair in your eyeball. There we go. We got it. Yeah, well, you definitely gotta bleed them for sure. Yes. Same thing with her. She got me up at like before 4 a.m. being a pain in the butt. That's why she's being a pain in the butt right now. She's like, "Oh, my belly is so empty. You should definitely FEED me now, so that way I am not all up around." What up, Skibby? What do you want? What? The reason why you hit me with your tail? Ow. Yep. That's basically it. Oh, happy birthday, man. Alright, alright. Yes, I know you're the cutest little thing. Hopefully you had a good day. Hopefully they're good. I like the chips, but not the fish. Especially a nice thick cut potato. Oh, so good for French fries. I don't remember how old I am these days. Yeah. Nice thick French fries. Although I do like the McDonald's fries. I forgot what they're called. They're like a very thin ones that you can buy. I forgot they actually have a name for them, but they're good too. I like homemade fries though, or they gotta have nice thick French fries for homemade ones, and it's gotta have some potato skin on them still. So good. Nice and thick. You got that right, Born. Named your mac and cheese. Wow. I can leave stuff on a plate. She won't touch it. She won't eat anything unless I tell her she can have it. She's a very well trained kitty. Yes, you are. Yeah, and there's you can get like you can buy them. I forgot what they're called. I think they're thin cut or I don't know what they actually have a name for the fries that you can buy. Those are good. Then you can do them up almost just like McDonald's fries. Upper or lower end of 40s, he says. I don't love cats. I actually don't. She's different. She's different. She's always been my suck, and she's trained like a dog, and she is very easy to train like a dog, and she listens, and she's such a good kitty. She really is. She's a big pain in the butt, but she's a good kitty. Food truck fries. I mean, as long as it's like a homemade home style fry, then it'll be good. Shoestring. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, shoestring fries. Yeah, that's right there. Persona. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're called. Thank you for that. And yep. So that way, when you fry them up, you can give them a nice crisp without going overboard on them. Yeah, shoestring. Yeah. Your raised on fries. Yep, taking sugar diet's good. I mean, you don't have to take your sugar right out of your diet, but there's a lot of sugar in everything we eat. It's not like we need additional sugar. And I started putting sugar in my coffees for a while now, and because I wasn't eating enough to get all the sugar, so I added sugar into my coffees. It seems to be better for me. Crinkle cut? Nah, it's all right. It's either homemade or like the shoestring is really good in my opinion. Homemade or shoestring. Crinkle cut's fine though. Yeah. Is there? Yeah, because they're cold. Yep. Yep. Added already. Yep. And it's not a lot of food is naturally there. Like a breads. It's not technically like added in. It's just part of bread. Uh, like making bread, right? It's a lot of it in it. So like your breads. Oh man, there's sugar in like everything. In like everything. It's not like we need to have additional sugars. Yeah, expensive food delivery is the same. Yep. Yeah, well, there's a lot. The sugar is added into cereals, but I mean, it's also in the bread into the cereals, anyways. The bread, the whatever they make it out of, in drinks. Yeah. 44 calories isn't terrible. Yep. I mean, you can always be fine on a deficit, because you gotta remember you gotta make sure you're taking in a certain amount of waters and other like if you drink coffee, you need to have a higher iron intake. So just having like Cheerios every single day will help your intake of that iron, because Cheerios technically has iron in it. So like there's if you drink coffee, you don't and a lot of people do drink coffee don't realize it, that coffee will actually make it so that way you don't process the irons in foods. Like anywhere from 40 to 90% depending on the person, because they drink coffee. Up to 90%, which means you have to be able to intake a lot of iron so that way you can actually process enough. You leaving? What do you want? What do you want? What? Why don't you go lay in bed where it's comfortable? I know it's warm. You're probably getting too hot laying down. That's why you keep standing up. Yeah, so why don't you go lay down in your box? Thank you. Yeah, a second breakfast, yeah. I mean, sugar is technically sugar. Yeah, yeah, that's right, Born. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I literally just said it and you wrote that. Yeah, sugar is basically sugar. Yeah, if you're drinking a lot of coffee, um, try to have a higher intake of iron or take iron supplements more than needed. You'll find it'll be better for you. You'll get less, maybe I'll call it black eyes basically. I need to start intaking more iron too, because I drink a lot of coffee. Yeah, carbs can be really good if you're very active. Carbs, if you're not active, not good for not it's not exactly bad for you, but it's not good for you. If you're very active, carbs are one of the best things for you. Yeah, yeah, having a variety is good. So that way um your stomach is not used to something. I said it depends their persona. Well, it's the quantity of fake sugar that a lot of people intake. It's the quantity that's the bad thing. And fake sugar has improved in a way, yeah. Yeah, yeah, stevia is yeah, it's not the greatest taste, that's for sure. Yeah, definitely not the greatest taste. I don't like stevia. I don't I do not. Raw cane sugar is not bad. I don't mind raw cane sugar. Yeah. It's more of the aftertaste that you don't like, right, Born? It's the aftertaste. I don't care for water. I drink water when needed, and I know when I need water. Yeah, it's the aftertaste, and that's more or less the aspartame that's in a lot of them. In a lot of diet sodas, it's the aspartame, which gives you that weird aftertaste. Coffee has water in it. I don't like fruits. I don't care for fruits. I just find it's just extra sugar. People say, "Oh, it's fine." No, it's not. Not fine. It's still not a good sugar. Sugar you should only have so much of. If you're eating nothing but fruits all the time, that's a lot of sugar intake, man. And you can become pre-diabetic or diabetic just from eating fruits. I don't like vinegar on chips. I either like plain chips or the spicy chips usually. Plain chips with dip though, oh, the best. Yeah, yeah, same here. I don't eat a whole lot of candy at a time if I do have candy. Have you guys ever really seen me eat candy? No, 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 Skeets. No, no, that's not how it works. Sugar is technically sugar. Metabolizing things is different, yes. Breaking down the sugar is the same thing as breaking down sugar in fruits or in breads or in raw sugar. It's still the same thing. Your body can only break down a certain amount of a certain mineral or vitamins or sugars per hour. The rest gets either stored as fat and or just put through your body. Yeah, I can absorb the moisture from it. Yeah, which is yeah, and it's good for fiber. Yep. No, 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 not bread is not just carbs. Bread also has sugars and iron and whatever else that could be in it, depending on the wheat that is actually being used for it. A lot of things usually aren't added into breads. There are some breads where they'll add in other means for it, depending on the bread type. But a lot of white breads is a lot of sugars. Yeah, true. Maybe with the fortified wheat. It's not exactly complex to break down. It's not. Yes, because of the way it gets broken down for the sugars. As in, you can eat a piece of bread and it gets broken down extremely quickly, and the sugars enter your bloodstream very quickly. That is what is wrong with a lot of breads or carbohydrates for diabetics. Is the quick intake of insulin or lack of. It's either lack of insulin or the quick intake of insulin or sugars. Yeah, that's how it works. I did a lot of research on that kind of stuff because I always used artificial sweeteners in my coffee ever since I was been drinking coffee for since I was like what 13, 14 since I've been drinking coffee, and I always used an artificial sweetener. I never used sugar. I just started recently this year using sugar. due to the fact I figured it. Well, I guess end of last year, I've been using sugars because I haven't been eating the amount of food that I would normally be eating to have the certain kind of sugars. So I kind of felt off just due to the fact I wasn't eating the certain amount of food that I would normally be eating. So I added sugars into my diet, and how I did that was just into my coffees. And it's not even a lot of sugar. Like a bag of sugar will last me over a month easily. Jolt Cola? What's that? Is it a type of cola? You don't use a lot of sugar. And what's a bag of sugar for you? I'm talking like the 1 kilogram bag. Like the one kilo, 2 kilogram bag. Actually, I've had this one quite a while. I'm only halfway gone. Maybe it's long. Maybe it's one. Maybe it's longer than a month. Hold on. Yeah, I mean it's like a month and a half for a bag. Yeah, yeah. You don't use sugar. Yeah, thought so. Yeah, and I don't use a whole lot of sugar in my coffees. Oh, 2, 3. I mean, even still, a can of Coke doesn't have that much caffeine technically in it. Yeah, yeah. He doesn't use a lot of sugar apparently, which is good, I guess. Guess that's good. You can't say it's bad. Definitely not bad. The main thing a lot of people do that's not good for you though, is they'll drink water while they're eating, and or drink water before they eat, and that just makes it so that way you're processing food. It takes longer to process the food. I mean, fruits is fine as long as you're moderating yourself on the fruits. So yeah, you like a yeah, yeah. Do you like cream or do you like milk? I like cream in my coffee. I don't care for milk. I like cream. Yeah. Yeah, everything's fine with moderation. Very correct. Full cream milk, yeah, same here. Coffee mate and sugar. I mean, coffee mate's just powdered sugar or powdered milk anyway, so it's not like the worst. I've I've been drinking mine basically black with a little bit of sugar. I need to grab cream. That's why though. So I've had to get Gabby Goo a whole bunch of kitty litter and food and all that good stuff. So it cost me quite a bit. Should be good for a while though, for her, hopefully. Community coffee? Never heard of it. Crap ton of creamer. I don't like a whole lot of cream. See, I don't like a whole lot. Not unless it's like my Tim Hortons. My Tim Hortons, I like a 3 cream, 2 sweetener. Well, 3 cream, 2 sugar now. Extra large. 3 cream, 2 sugar. How's it going, Pat? Strawberry lemonade. Oh, gotcha, yeah. You forgot the pie at the end there, honey. You can't drink it. Really, is that wrong? What UVC? There should be some like standard hookup points for it. Yeah, I don't like a lot of sugar or milk or cream. Not my coffee. Okay, yeah. There should be pretty accessible hookup points. What cards? What test cards? Yep. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people need to have less expectations, in my opinion. Just have less expectations. You'll be happier. That's me, though, I guess. Ooh, RX 580, no. But 1060 should have easy hookup points. RX 580, no. You'll have to hook straight up to controller. A little newer? I mean, you don't really need anything newer. But yeah, what were you thinking? Yeah, 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 yeah. It'll be a lot easier. A lot easier. Still on about coffee. Yeah, you don't really like definitely good cards to test on. I mean, older cards is actually better to test EVC on. Older cards would technically be easier. Well, better in my opinion. But older cards is better to hard modify in my opinion. And steak doesn't need salt. Yeah, you thinned out your blood too much with the salt, that's why. Yeah, but too much salt is not good for either. Not unless you're sweating a lot, then yeah, you need to have more salt intake and a little bit more sugar intake. If you're sweating a lot, you need more sugar. I think America's just a dumping ground. What what coffee do you like from Canada? 3000 series? I don't know about 3000 series. Uh, for 3000 series, I don't know if anyone's actually done a real EVC on into it except for the 3090. I like to hard mod. I mean, EVC is not really needed for hard modding. You just need to have potentiometer, some good soldering skills, and no controllers. It depends on the the PCB that you're using. How, like, if whether it's a custom PCB or if it's a um, um, like Founders Edition style. Shunts is the easy part. Shunts are the easy part. It's the vCore mods and also mem mods that are a bit harder. And it all depends on the actual controller that you have for the board. Again, depends on the board. Depends on certain models of the board. Depends on what year that board came out, whether or not it had a certain controller on it. Like on what? The 10 series cards, there's like 3 different controllers that are put in place for them. 3 different controllers. Some are better just to do a hard mod. Some are better to do EVC. But EVC, yeah, there should be hookups for it, depending on the PCB style you have. But most of them have hookups for EVC. After like 700 series. Should be fairly straightforward. You'll need a ground. You'll need you'll need ground. Well, have you got the software for it? Because you have to get the feel for the software too. Yeah, it'll more or less be 3 holes. It'll be through pads. Through pads. Through holes. Motel room coffee with fake milk. Oof. Them singing that shit. Yeah, Tim Hortons is good. McDonald's coffee is actually Tim Hortons old coffee, basically. That's why McDonald's coffee is better. Better than what it used to be. Ileman TT? Never heard of it. I guess it depends on the powdered milk. You're losing some fats out of the powdered milk. That's why it doesn't taste as good, right? That is why. Don't look at me. And add some milk. Oh, I got nothing for you. It needs some milk. Oh, that's pretty cool. I find take your time, make your coffee, good coffee. Well, she knows I'm talking to her. She knows. Isn't that right, Gabby? Yeah? No. No. Sorry. I got nothing for you. Do you want to say hi? Well, come on. Fine. Be that way. Be that way. What? Why a two wheel? Like, is it really needed? Ooh, excuse me. What? You gotta wait. I'm sorry. 3 hours. 3 hours. That's a long time to wait. The halflings leave? What? No, no, he's probably like thinking like it's like a ride on style, right? I got nothing for you. I'm sorry. I don't care how cute you are. It's not how it works, and you know this. Don't fall. Yeah, it's kind of what I figured. Yeah, she is. Holy, was she ever in cycle mood this morning? No, running back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Stop at the corner of the wall, scream, back and forth, back and forth. I'm sorry. You gotta wait. It doesn't matter how much you look at me. That probably costly too, though. Yeah, she has her moments where she goes into psycho mood. Just insane amount of energy. They didn't have any wheels though. Retro drives? What do you mean? Oh yeah, did you? And $1,500 shipping. That's where they get you. Oh yeah, and he's literally maybe breaking even with the gas. It's just more or less for his channel, right? It's more or less just for his channel. Like he might be breaking even for the gas. Might be. Just firing up that like most of the rides he's using are 700 horsepower or 900 horsepower. Or maybe he did the 1200 horsepower as well. But like they're just starting them up is like $20. Oh, 100% they could, yeah. It's a little different though. They got I mean maybe there's some Uber drivers that do it. You gotta be gentler on your skin. You gotta be gentler. Yes, be gentler, please. You did very good this year. You got barely any sores from the summer. You gotta be gentler on your skin. You definitely did that to yourself. What did you cut yourself on? What did you cut yourself on? Oh, probably, yeah. Not every day you get that feel of how that amount of G's in that very short amount of time. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Really. And see, that's not even Uber's fault. That's totally not even Uber's fault there. In Canada, wow. Quit looking at me like that. Yeah, I follow quite a few channels. Small channels, big channels don't matter. A beater Supra. I don't know. I haven't watched Cletus in a long time. Do I want to know there, honey? It's supposed to be working. Body was mint minus clear coat. That's all it needed? Jeez. Yeah. 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 That was more or less when I like watched actually hardcore overclocking when he was smaller too. That's when I used to watch him more. When he was smaller. Yeah, I mean, it's he still does some pretty fun stuff, but he's definitely gotten into a big channel doing stuff that just costs way too much money for most people and gets paid by companies to promote those really expensive products. Yeah, I hear you there, Skates. Definitely is better to be busy. Level 1 deep dives from level 1 tech. Yeah, marketing takeover is wild. And a lot of people don't notice a lot of like LTT as well. Everything that you see on set has been paid for or given to them by a company, or they have contracts for that it just needs to be in one of their videos or so many videos a month, whatever. Everything that's in their contract or in the video, everything. There's a there's placements for everything, and everything that has a placement has a price to how much they're making. Yeah, a lot of people do just want someone to talk to. It's very true. That's why I thought. Yeah, deep dives. LTT is awesome. I mean, in a way, they do a lot of stuff. They got a lot of channels now too, but I mean, they do a lot of not so expensive stuff, but a lot of it's fake too. Oh, we got this PC component for $20. Oh, they definitely didn't know it was me though. Definitely didn't know it was me. That hardware would cost anyone else like $200+, but you got it for $20. Okay, yeah. That a lube bottle you put on there, huh? Honey garlic. Exactly. Yeah. If you want fantasy, Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I hear you on that. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. It's hard to say. I mean, for a lot of these super cheap PC builds, it would normally cost most people like $400 or $500 minimum. Yet they did it for somehow what $100? Yeah, right, man. Somehow did it for $100. Okay, yeah. It's just the price point there, Vep too. Yeah, right. Doesn't matter if you made decent money. Yeah, a lot. So few question it. Yeah, it's very true. Well, apparently there's a. I don't know if YouTube's could be doing it. I hope YouTube does it. Is getting rid of bot channels that just use nothing but bots. Stream, those like 24-hour, 24/7 hour, 24/7 streaming channels. I hope there's a big bot like they did. I think it was on Twitch or Kick. Twitch, I think it was. I hope they do it on YouTube. Just get rid of them. They did it. They did it already. They've already done it. And all these big Twitch streamers, half the views that like within a day of doing it, half the views that they used to get. Half the views. Not just a little bit. Half of the views just gone. Danny gets sucked into Linus video? What do you mean there, Persona? Born bonkers for boobies. Yeah, Twitch. It was Twitch that did it. Massive amount of people that were doing the bots. 24/7 streams that were doing 2,000, averaging 2,000 viewers, like all the way down to like 100 viewers now. No more bots. Nerd on a budget? Oh, Danny. Who's Danny in LTT? I don't know who Danny in LTT is. Me. Is that the channel? Nerd on a budget? Yeah, he was put onto LTT. Not a lot of people do. No one wants to really take that kind of knowledge. A lot of people like to do what every other YouTuber is doing for views, right? It's not exactly what I want to do. I mean, for views, I should start getting into that kind of stuff. That's why I've been taking time off from live streaming, is trying to think of what I actually want to do with this channel. If I want to go into start doing clickbait and stuff, right? If I really want to. I don't know. Just don't know. I do need to do something though, man. I need to do something with this channel. It's either do something with this channel or like I don't until I find a job, try to I don't know, do what I can do, I guess, but if I want this channel to do any good, maybe I'll just start doing clickbait stuff all the time. Yeah. And a lot of people do build PCs. But a lot of, I remember the people that do those building PCs, they started building those PCs and they either A, have a company already doing, like, that has it so they can have all these different hardwares and that, or they already have a customer base so they can keep doing all these videos. I wouldn't mind. Rhino unicycle and juggle monkeys. That's good, and I'm glad you're giving people information on that. That's what I'm trying to do, just give people like the actual information they need, not just some bull crap made up stuff or done in a lab, specifically done a certain way to do things like perfect scenario type thing. I'm not going to give that because the perfect scenario is not going to work for everybody. It's not. No one lives in a confined space with a perfect amount of airflow around that space to give perfect, none of that's perfect. We are not in a perfect world. No one lives in like the exact perfect environment, and I try to give it around, where it's gonna work for everybody. And that's just more or less for setting up PCs. Now, like doing like BIOSes and modifying and overclocking, there's certain ways to do them. I have my certain ways of doing them because I've shown that it does not matter if you did it a certain way. Let's say if you did like, voltage offsets your GPUs and stuff like that. Well, guess what? There could be instability problems by doing that. So the way I do it, just make sure it's guaranteed to be stable no matter what. Lower temperature, it'll be lower voltages, it'll be a lower power limit, it'll be overclocking your RAM, clocking your CPU, overclocking your CPU and undervolting it, but not technically using an offset. I mean, yeah, software. I mean, depends on the software. Yeah, personal. Yeah, personal computer. And it's the third word, literally the third word in OCPC. Overclocking. Well, overclocking. Overclocking. Second word. Personal computers. Like it's. Hi. You gotta wait, cutie pie. Program is the easy part. The programs you're using is technically the easy part, though. Downloading something is easy. Yeah, OCDPs. Yeah, and a lot of people don't like the way that I just tell them outright, like you're wrong, or that does not make sense. It just should not be done that way, or in this and that, because it's not contouring to how they perceived something beforehand, or it doesn't make sense to them, or just because they only like a certain brand or like a certain manufacturer, that what I'm saying to them, it doesn't make sense because that's why when I ask people questions, do you like AMD? Do you like Intel? Do you like NVIDIA? Do you like Asus? Do you like this? Do you like that? Because everyone has their preferences. So I've been trying to be more specific on and ask people to be more specific. If you just want to know the best for this, I'll let you know what's best for that. That P in my PC stands for performance. No middle ground, he says, yeah. I mean, there's many things that you can install that technically you don't even need to. You can use one program to do a lot of things. And that's why like people always say like, "Oh, you use hardware monitor." It's taking the information off of every thermal probe and every sensor that's on whatever hardware that hardware info does. And for a lot of people, hardware info is harder to read and navigate. Hardware monitor shows you the voltages for everything, the temperatures for everything, the power limits for everything, the fan speeds for everything, all simplified on a scroll that you can just scroll, and it's very easy to navigate. Hardware info is not for everybody. And I've had people go, "Oh, you should use hardware info." I fucking use hardware info. Shut up. Stop telling me how to do stuff. I do stuff to help out everyone else. It doesn't even make sense for most people. Yeah, but AMD software is kind of garbage. Not gonna lie, it really is. And you can ask even a lot of people. AMD software is terrible. Stop. You got like still almost like 3 hours. For what window errors people are getting on the PCs? Window errors? What do you mean? It's not that if I say so, it's the truth, Skeets. I'm sorry. Doesn't matter who you are, if you know about how things are being done, you'll know AMD is garbage for their softwares compared to other softwares. Yeah, you can just use. I've owned more hardware than everyone on my channel. AMD, NVIDIA, or Intel. It doesn't matter. I've owned more hardware than anyone that's actually on my channel. Against some top overclockers that have a lot of hardware, no. But yeah, Born. Who cares? The new AMD GPUs is, I mean, literally, well, you can put an offset on the GPUs and it will go past your offset and still use high voltages to keep stable. Yeah, everyone's telling me, oh, I'll do an offset of this. And yet I have actually had people do testing for me and they've even said that the voltages don't work. But yeah, I got an offset of this. I'm only using this voltage. Oh, did you check that? No, you didn't check that because I've already had people do this information for me. Of course you don't, because you haven't done any testing. That's not this gen. 7900 XT is not this gen. And oh, for the most common errors to make videos when they need to fix it. Oh, I guess true, because I do know the actual errors. I know a lot of errors and whether or not it's memory, CPU, or GPU. I do know a lot of errors for Windows. It's not like Windows errors. It's errors that can be caused by components and that, and how to fix it. I guess I could do something like that now, couldn't I? Good one, Born. That's a good one. I'm older than you. I don't care anymore. Sorry, man. You can say whatever you want. I know more than you on hardware. You can say, "Oh, this software's good." It's not compared to other softwares. You can say, "Oh, this and that about AMD." Sorry, AMD's good for a few things. I mean, growing up in arcades is fine. I never grew up in arcades. I grew up hunting and fishing, four wheeling, dirt biking, snowmobiling. Dude, having your cooler too tight. Wait, I've been in my 4400F builds. I got some new hardware. I've been building a new OC test bench that can accept a 3-fan GPU. I cannot get any memory stable and have yet checked for bent pins. You should definitely check for bent pins. Definitely check for bent pins. Now, your cooler being too tight is a very unlikely because you'd have to put a lot of pressure to actually cause issues that way, but it can be if you actually did put it too tight. You can have issues, and generally for like memory issues, it's easier to have memory issues. It will work, but stability is a problem. Just due to the fact one pin on the memory might be misaligned. Another thing you can do is give it an ISO bath. ISO bath can actually fix a lot of issues on motherboards. Coolers are hand tight? I mean, no. You can tell people hand tight and they'll still be cranking it. It's thinking, oh, that's fine, that's fine. Quit cranking it, man. It's like how I've broken CPU dies with direct dies and say, oh, finger tight. My fingers were too strong and I broke the die. Yeah, quit laughing your CPU. Uh, Assemble it soon, but it was all new Mobo CPU and the bad Mobo or bad. You could have bad IMC on CPU. You said it was new Mobo and CPU. Man, if you tighten it too much, it could be an issue. I did you post anything on the Discord? I can like take pictures on the Discord, like some decent pictures of everything before you take it all apart, and let me check it over, make sure everything looks good that way. And then after you take it apart, again, take good pictures of everything. I'll go over it all, see if there's anything that I can find that might actually be an issue. If it's all new stuff, then you don't technically have to do ISO bath or anything like that. And having a bad IMC on the CPU is kind of hard to do, especially 14th gen. You'd have to have a terrible IMC. TRS 80? No. If anything, I would assume that it'd be CPU, but no. Oh, I would love to play with some of those older CPUs like that. I would. Actually, some FM2s. I love some FM2s. Apparently, they're really fun to overclock. 8 hertz. Yeah, he worked for IBM. Check this out. No, stop. You gotta wait. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter how cute you are. You gotta wait. You shouldn't have woke me up wanting food so early. Bet those systems would be pretty pricey nowadays. What are you talking about? Thunderbolts? Yeah, USB 4? Yeah. All things were changed so quickly. Three kids of DDR5? Nah, there's gotta be something going on there. We can go, yeah, definitely take lots of pictures, lots of decent pictures of the system, and definitely go over a bunch with you. Have you tried it with just one single stick in yet, there, Persona? Have you tried it with one single stick in? Yeah, nice slow. Yeah, I hear you, Bep. Is that the original mobile had bent pins that caused CPU failure before this new board? It's kind of hard to do CPU failure. Have you updated the BIOS? How many gig kits? How many gigs kits are you using? Have you used 16? Yeah, you have. Hmm. Yeah, because having an old BIOS 2x8, 2x16, one 4x8. I mean, 4x8 wouldn't help you out there. It would be worse on your IMC. 2x16 should have been your best choice and it's still not working. That's wild. Doesn't matter if the RAM's on the motherboard or QVL. It's what sticks he's using. But nah. Forced bet. Yeah, no, the 4-bait's not good. Wait, you're using DDR4 or DDR5? It is DDR5. Man, where are you getting these 8 gig sticks? Just terrible, man. Just terrible how you even have these 8 gig sticks. Just brutal. Terrible. Throw them in the garbage. Why do you have them? Yeah, I mean that's easy peasy basically. Yeah, 5200s. You probably have. They're probably microns, aren't they? I'm pretty much guaranteeing those 8 gigs are microns. Come on. Stop it. Yeah. Um Micron, how old are these sticks? How old are they? The microns could be going. How old are they? The actual old microns, they died. Like my one kit that I have dying. Especially my 5200 kit. And then I'm hoping my 5600 kit doesn't go, but my 5200 kit, it's basically done for. It's pooched. It's pooched. And I've barely done anything with them. Like, seriously, done barely anything on them. They're, like, pooched. It's not my CPU. Just the actual RAM sticks. And just the microns so far that are only ones. Like, literally on XMP, it would crash out sometimes. Just on 5200. Just crash out randomly. Yeah, DDR5 has 8 gig sticks, yep. Nope. Not minimum. Like I said, you can find 8 gig sticks in the wild. It's kind of uncommon. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you bought them a year ago. I bought my 5600 kit a year ago. And I've literally barely used my 5200 kit. Never used. So, like, have you even used them long enough to know that they even work? I just know those 5200 microns are not the greatest. That's why I don't recommend them. That's actually a good price there, Skeet. Go with Thunderbolts. Yeah, I mean, I just know those eights are not the greatest, and they're single rank. They're not dual rank. 16 gigs are. 16 and up are. No, they're not technically first gen. Eight gigs though are single rank. Which could technically make it harder on the IMC. So if your IMC is not great, they're probably not the best choice to be using. Your 2x16 kit actually might be better to use. 1, 2x16 core 76000. Nothing is stable with the 4400F. I wouldn't assume it would be the 14400F. I would try to use the 2x16 for sure, though. 2x16 6000 kit. How long ago did you get that 6000 kit? Because those could actually be A die. They could be A die. On certain applications, Borns, yeah, you're kind of right about that. Yes. Yeah, I think two sticks is already dual chan. The way it's done, especially two like 16 gig kits as well. They're dual rank, so dual ranks are not as good as single rank. Due to the fact it has more bandwidth, frequency, depending on the timings, it technically will match DDR4 or outbeat DDR4 on a lot of applications. It depends on what you're using it for. For gaming, though, DDR5 is going to be a DDR4, just due to the fact of speed, bandwidth. It's more or less speed, though. Good song, Hooves. Was that made for Intel DDR5? What do you mean? Two, two sticks is better in some application Skeets. Not all. Gaming, yes. Density on certain applications outbeats speed. Having more of something or having higher density sticks and more of them will actually outbeat two sticks, no matter what. That's not how it works. Intel is not the one that produced DDR5. Micron came out with DDR5. Samsung came out with DDR5. Hynix came out with DDR5. Intel was the first adopter of DDR5. Intel was the first to put a DDR5 memory channel into their CPU architecture so that way it can use DDR5. But Intel also used DDR5 memory controller and DDR4 memory controller into their architecture. AMD used just DDR4. Again, AMD cuts corners on a lot of things because they want to make things cheap as possible. And then they'll adopt later on to when things are a bit cheaper. It's kind of a smart move in my opinion. But being able to choose from DDR4 or DDR5 is kind of nice for a lot of people because then you can just either keep your DDR4 sticks or RAM that you had or whatnot and just use them on a new motherboard. Yeah, and even though you're using one, it's still that's not the issue I'm seeing. What I want you to do though is just use one stick, go into the BIOS, and then check put VCC. So your SA voltage, put your SA voltage to 1.2 volts. Just put it to 1.2 volts because your XMP might be put to a higher voltage on that, and then we'll set your CPU voltages for RAM and voltages for RAM. See if we can fix the actual issue for stability on a single stick, and if that works for the single stick, it should work for two sticks. We'll try that out first, though. We'll fix some voltages. That voltages might be an issue for the 14400F. You might actually have a terrible IMC, but I don't really think so. Yeah, it's faster until you run out of RAM, and you can run out of RAM very quickly. And some applications will just eat RAM. Some games will just eat RAM. So having more will actually be better. Be less stressful in the RAM. Skeets don't not tell me that it's not true when I just told you the straight facts. AMD has not innovated more than Intel. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Have you even looked at their architecture and how similar it is? How similar it has been over the past year, like many, many years? Sorry. I'm sorry, man. Sorry. Not much has changed with AMD. It's not how it works. It's how AMD's been cheaper too. How's it going, Mo? AMD is still a baby compared to Intel. I'm not saying AMD's bad. I'm not saying AMD's bad by any means. AMD is lagging behind in many things compared to Intel, even though Intel has not even came out with a new CPU since, you know, the Core Ultras. And, I mean, really, for a lot of things, AMD still can't even beat out the 12th gen CPUs. You can say many milestones because they're a small company. That's a different. Oh, AMD's milestones are so good. Wow. Good job, AMD. Amazing. I'm glad you cut corners, make things as cheap as possible. And now that, hey, F you. Just move my camera. Yeah. I don't know why. I thought I had that turned off. The 1400K, it literally matches the 900X3D. But if you keep all cores on while gaming, of course, it's going to use more wattage, right? It'd be hotter. But a lot of retards out there don't apparently realize you take that off. You put it into gaming mode, put it just to performance cores. But no, we're going to compare AMD's 8-core CPU versus Intel's 24-core and just say, oh, look how much more power it uses. There's also a gaming mode where you just click in the BIOS gaming mode and it disables the E-cores. Wow, that's hard to do. You enable PBO and all that and do the tests on AMD CPUs with PBO, but you won't do that with Intel CPU? The fuck, man? And they're gonna be that's BLLC, right? They're gonna be added on BLLC, big last level cache onto Intel CPUs, and it could technically just instantly crush AMD. Instantly crush, even with AMD's new the dual 3D or whatever they're gonna call the more V cache. It's not even double. It's just has more. Intel is gonna be putting more Vcache into their CPUs, not on their 52 core CPU that they're coming out with, but they're like 16 core or 24. It's my RTX 4016 Ryzen 5 5500 600 watt PSU, 16 RAM, diff4 bottleneck. Do you know what bottleneck is? Are you saying your 5500 is bottlenecking the 4060? Or your 16 gigs of RAM bottlenecking your 4060 and 5500? Huh? Sorry, man. Kind of broke my brain there reading that. Do you know what a bottleneck is? I mean, that's not a 5600. He doesn't have 5600. It's off. It's used. It's yeah. It's utilized in games a lot. A lot. Born. It is a lot. No, I've overclocked it and done a lot of RAM overclocking on 9950X 3D. Have you not watched those streams? Forty sixty Ti is paired with 40. I mean, your 4060 Ti is probably loving it. Probably utilized 100% or at least 98% in basically every single game. Yeah, but more cores in like City Skylines is gonna give you more performance than Vcache skates. More cores will give you more performance. In those kind of games, more cores is actually gonna be more beneficial than Vcache. Yeah, using the word bottleneck it just doesn't make sense. It depends on what you're actually talking about. There's nothing powerful about your system, so there's no real bottleneck because it's not a powerful system. So there's no bottleneck whatsoever. And you can't technically have a GPU bottleneck if you have like a 9800X3D or 9950X3D or 14900K or 285K and you pair it with a 2060. Are you bottlenecking the CPU? Are you bottlenecking anything? Not really. You're not bottlenecking anything. You're getting full utilization out of the GPU, which means you're using everything that the GPU can do while you're gaming. But you're leaving a lot of frames on the table due to the fact that you can put a better GPU in the system. Now, let's say you were using a 5090 with a like your CPU 5500 or even a 5600. You're technically bottlenecking the GPU at that point. But let's say you weren't bottlenecking the GPU, you're still getting that 98% around there. You're still leaving frames on the table by not using a higher end CPU to where the game can utilize faster cores or more Vcache in the CPU to where you can gain an extra 100 to 200 frames per second depending on the game, just with a better CPU. The bottleneck is not really a bottleneck what a lot of people think about. The bottleneck is leaving either a frames on the table or you're not utilizing full potential out of your GPU. CPU usage might only be at 10% or 15% usage on a GPU that's used at 99 or 100% usage. There's no bottleneck there, but you can technically be losing frames by using a lower end CPU. Even though you're using lower end CPU, you're still only going to be utilizing 20% or 30% of it. That does not mean you're bottlenecking the GPU if the GPU is still using 98 to 100% while gaming. The bottlenecks is completely different from what a lot of people think about. Same thing with bandwidth. Bandwidth correlates to RAM speed. So if you have more RAM speed, you can gain more frames. And depending on whether the game you're actually going to use for it and all that, depends on how much RAM you actually need. But RAM speed does correlate to bandwidth and all that, RAM frequencies. And then the timings also correlate to how much frames you can be leaving on the table. There's a lot of things that can go involved in that. But yeah, like your system, just fine. You're not going to technically have a bottleneck. As in your CPU is going to make sure your 4060 is actually, or whatever, 4060 is actually going to be utilized to the full spec. Now, if you had a better CPU like a 5800X3D or 5950X, you can actually see more frames just due to the fact that games can actually use more of that CPU power. Even though your GPU is still being utilized 98 to 100%, you'll just see more frames. It's just you're leaving frames on the table using a lower end CPU. No bottleneck though. Sorry if I went a little ham on that. Okay. No problem. And yeah, it's true. Skeet's there, yeah. And how many CPU cores a game engine can use. It's also not just your game engine. So let's say your game engine, whatever game you're playing, and you have an 8-core CPU. Well, guess what? The 8-core, whatever, and that's all you have is 8 cores. Well, if that game it can utilize 8 cores, but it can't use full 8 cores due to the fact that your keyboard, your mouse, your headset, whatever, needs to have cores correlating to what it's actually doing too as well. So it's not just the game itself. Like, yeah, remember your PC background tasks need cores to use as well. So having in some games more cores is better. One core, because that one core will leave cores for the background task, for your keyboard, for your mouse, for whatever processes that are done in the background. Right? That's why I only used one core. Because if the game used more than one core, well, then all of a sudden the game would feel like crap because whenever you move your mouse around, it would start skipping because it would technically the core would have to bounce back and forth between the game and the mouse or the keyboard or whatever process is going on in the background. And there's always background tasks going. You can't just cancel them all or else operating system stops working. That's why they only used one core because there's only maximum of 4 cores back in the day. max 4 cores. Now we have CPUs that have a ton of cores, or threads, which is technically 1/3 the power more. 1/3 the performance more. It's not necessarily double the cores, it's 1/3 more performance. But it gives you more threads, which means more utilization in the background can be done while you're gaming. Exactly, yeah, exactly. It's like my 3700 XT paired with 1200 is really not holding it back much, and that paired with 1200K, fortunately, it will perform better, and CPU can handle higher frames. Exactly, Persona, yes. Both cards have a possibly 900 bandwidth. One can do 30 teraflops, another can do 45. How much performance difference do you think there would be? Like, for certain applications or for gaming wise? That's like if the game can actually do that much. You'd see probably like a 10 to 15% increase in performance. That's my speculative point on that, be about 10 to 15% more performance. There wouldn't technically be an extra 30% in performance because you have to factor in IPC. Now, if you're per core instructions per core IPC, if your instructions per core went up like over 30%, so like 35%, and then you got those kind of gains between each CPU, even though the instruction set per CPU is the same, but each one can do certain amount of teraflops, 30 teraflops or 45, then yeah, the one with 45 teraflops can outbeat the 30 teraflops by up to 25%, maybe 30%. Yeah, and that's how that kind of stuff works, and that's why a lot of people don't get that kind of thing correct, as in, oh, this can do this much, so it'll be this much better. That's not how it works. I'm sorry, it's just not how it works. That's why when the 9995WX CPU came out with the leaks on the 99, you had. I didn't have it. Someone else did, and I got to tune it through them. Compared to 5950X, oh, absolutely smacked it around. I came out with the leaks with the 9950X, not even the 3D, and even said when, like, before it even came out, like, it was an absolute monster. I knew someone that gets the hardware before everyone else for AMD as well, or you can look up on hardwarebot.org too and see scores up there before hardware even comes out, and that's where you can get some leaks, by the way, if you don't know. But yeah, the 9950X3D is an absolute monster, man. Especially on a good motherboard, it's a monster CPU. It really is. Like, it's a monster CPU. If you have good cooling, a very good kit of RAM, it's a monster. Definition? No. No. That's not really how you can put a definition of IPC. I mean, technically, yeah, that would be a huge IPC improvement, but you want to put IPC compared to the last gen or around the CPU of its generation and just put it against it, like whatever CPU, low end to high end CPU for IPC. But you want to just go back to a gen, not compare back way back to like 5000 series versus 9000 series. I mean, that'd be pretty wild. Isn't the 5950? No, 5950X is 12 core. Is it not 12 core? Am I wrong on that? 5950X? I'm pretty sure it's a 12 core, is it not? I could be wrong. Oh, it is 16. Oh, I guess you are right. I thought it was 12 core. Yeah, that's what I was thinking probably more of the 5900X. Yeah. I guess it is. But I mean, that's multiple generations behind. Like you're not even close to the same generation for the IPC improvement. That's completely different in my opinion. I mean, you can still technically do it, but you want to just go a generation behind. If you're going that far behind, of course the numbers are going to look astronomical, right? It's going to just look astronomical. Doesn't make sense. 2.5. Basically 2.5 generations due to architecture. Yeah, architectural improvement though. Did an advancement of architectural improvement between them. Threadripper. No, I was talking Threadripper. The 9995WX. Threadripper. 96 core CPU. How they were comparing it to their last generation with the IPC improvement, but then when the leaks came out, the numbers were like it was 73% better than last generation, but the IPC improvement wasn't even 30. It was like around 30% IPC improvement. That's like, how is it 73% better? Okay, well the reason why is because last generation they did it on an air cooler, and then this generation they did it on a water cooler, and they also enabled PBO. That's why. They're just making fucking numbers out of, like, pulling numbers out of their ass, basically going, look, 73% better. 73% better. Oh, 73% better. Yeah, last generation you ran it on air cooler. You did not enable PBO, and you ran the exact same test that you did before, and it ran like 110, 100, just over 100,000, 102, 103,000, something like that on SimBench. And then you ran the 9995WX, the same core count, same everything, but you ran it on a water cooler, like a high-end water cooler with PBO on SimBench, and it ran all core 5 gigahertz, and then it did 175,000 points on SimBench. Oh, but you're gonna compare the two, even though you didn't test it the same. This is why I'm saying people are fucking retarded with these clickbaits going, oh my god, it's 73% better. Have you looked at the IPC and all that? No, you did not. You should know that that is false advertising right off the get-go. And if you guys were there, a lot of you were there when I went over this before, going, this does not make sense. This sounds amazing. This does not make sense due to the fact that IPC is not even close to that. It's like is around a 30 to 35% increase in IPC. That's how you gotta look at it. Yeah, get that new CPU, only 10K. Yeah, they're $10,000. No, IPC and frequency are not what's correlated. IPC instructions. No, that's not how it works. IPC is per frequency, core frequency per frequency. So if you went from the 5,000 series to 9,000 series, it would be frequency. So if you ran the 5,000 series at 5 gigahertz and you ran the 9,000 series at 5 gigahertz, it will have a certain amount of actual increase. No, I mean, these Threadrippers are wild for price. I mean, I guess all Threadrippers are, but these 96 core Threadrippers are wild. Huh? Are you... Stop fucking drinking, Skeets, and listen. Goddamn. That's not what I'm saying. False advertising saying it was 13 or 73... I think they were saying it's more like 75%, but I'm saying 73 because that's on multiple different places, 73%. 73% better performance. That does not correlate to the actual performance numbers that they were even specifying when AMD was like specifying these actual numbers. When these leaks came out with all these other other people doing these leaks and doing actual trial runs on certain benchmarks, the scores were way above what the actual IPC increase is, which means these are faked leaks, as in these numbers you cannot actually take accountable or actually look upon and actually put them to real use. You would have to have a really good water cooler. You would have to have it on PBO as well. You would have to. Now, when you compare that to the last generation, how they ran it, these leaks don't make sense. And comparing them to the last year's performance numbers do not make sense. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything about that. I'm suggesting 30% IPC increase is bad. That's not what I'm saying. Listen, Linda. If you're going to speak, listen. I don't mind putting you on timeout, because if you want to keep saying the stupidity when you're not listening, Linda, I will put you on timeout, so that way you can stop talking and stop saying the stupidity. That is not what I'm saying. Listen, Linda. Listen. Well, yeah, I'm not saying, 5.6 gigahertz on any CPU is insane. Anything at 5 gigahertz and above is actually really good. If you looked at numbers from all my testing, even on CPUs that are literally like 15 years old, if ran them at 5 gigahertz, the performance increase scaled all the way up to about 5 gigahertz on a lot of CPUs, even from old CPUs. 5 gigahertz, games played good. The tests and benchmarks ran really good around 5 gigahertz. Now, past the 5 gigahertz mark on a lot of CPUs, the scaling of the actual performance actually goes down. There's a lot of efficiency that goes down. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that honestly, 1 to 10. From 7,000 to 9,000, wasn't it only like 15% difference? No, depends on what you're doing. Depends on what you're doing. No, but like let's say if you're going from like the 7,000, 7800 X3D to the 9000 X3D, it's more than 15% increase. Depending on the game. Because then you're also going from DDR4 to DDR5, which means you have the more bandwidth, which means the CPU can actually be stressed more, as in it can actually run faster levels and actually correlate the bandwidth for the actual performance. Video editing could be big, yeah. Yeah, even the 7900X3D, I mean, the 7900X3D and 9900X3D were odd CPUs, in my opinion. They're very odd CPUs, as in they didn't perform as good as what they should have, in my opinion. There's something that went on wrong with them. I don't know if that's just due to the fact the way they designed the actual dies or not. There are people that need more than 8 cores. A lot of people don't. There is a lot of difference, though. There is, depending on the game. If you're just playing older games, because of the optimizations that have more optimization has been done on the 7000 series, some games you'll see around the same performance for those games. But it's optimizations. You gotta remember, it's a lot of optimizations that have allowed these 7000 series CPUs to be so good. Because there's been so much more combos of CPUs, of those CPUs with GPUs, RAM kits. The optimizations that are done in the games has been more varied around as well, which means you see better performance. That's what I'm saying for the 7900X3D and 9900X3D. Why are the performance of them for gaming not so good? Because latency goes in applied with that, and whether or not core parking in a way. But I mean, if you just disabled one CCD, if you can disable one CCD on them, then technically you can get good performance. The 9700X is not bad. The price performance is pretty good on them. Oh, way more efficient. Yeah, the 9000 series is way more efficient. For performance, I don't know what you guys are getting for the performance-wise. 9000 series is a lot more performing than the 7000 series. Like we're talking from like 180 frames with the same GPU, same like well the same GPU basically, the same platform and all that, from the 7800 X3D to the 9000 X3D, and the 7800 X3D is like 180 frames on the same game, 1080p whatever. To 9000 X3D, you'll see like 210 frames. 30 frames is a lot, in my opinion. That is a lot, and when you're on the exact same hardware level. Now, if you're going from a cheaper, less powerful CPU and you're going to a higher end CPU and seeing only 30 frames, then that's where there's an issue. But if you're on the exact same hardware spec, as in the same tier of a CPU, and you're only and you're seeing 30 frames, that's fine. That's fine, 100% fine. City Skylines 2 is a different kind of game where more cores is actually going to be more beneficial. That's why your Vcache is not really. Have you seen the testing on what actually is better for City Skylines? More cores. You have more cores with more frequency, yeah, it'll be even better, but I mean, more cores. No, not at 1080p. Well, I mean, you can run the 5090. Anything can run with the 5090. Exactly. You're not buying 59 to run 1080p. If you're buying 59 to run 1080p, there's something wrong with you. You'd be buying 5090 for 4K. For 4K. Because it can do 4K. But you compare it with, yeah, 7600X. It's not like it's going to use less CPU power. It's just more frames can be rendered with the 5090, to whereas the CPU frame rendering is not as needed at that level of resolution. It's just not that needed. You'll see the same amount of actual CPU usage, if not more CPU usage at 4K, depending on titles too, depending if it's a CPU or GPU oriented style game. A lot of games are CPU oriented nowadays though, as in you with a higher end CPU you'll see more frames no matter what. All right, so that's why I try to tell people to buy their CPU, motherboard, and RAM kit. Buy a decent CPU, buy a decent motherboard, buy a decent RAM kit. Doesn't matter if it's AMD or Intel. I don't give a fuck. I don't. What you buy for that? Just buy a decent one, so that way you can save up money for a decent GPU and see a crazy amount of gains. You got some BBQ, yeah. For the and that's the thing though. You don't necessarily have to have, born when I like suggest for people to buy like a 14600K is because you can get good frequency out of the CPU, to whereas 1080p, because 1080p especially for like esport games loves core frequency. That's not what I'm saying for CPU oriented style games either. Like well, a lot of people were talking about Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals likes CPU, but it likes also GPU. It likes CPU though. Do you gain as much by getting to a lower end CPU to a higher end CPU? You still get good gains, but you gotta remember you need the frequency as well and all that. But then a decent GPU paired with a decent CPU is better because it's a more balanced game. But it's not more balanced. It's more CPU oriented. And if you lock your frames, that's a good thing to lock your frames to your actual motherboard or just above your motherboard, your monitor. Due to the fact, if you limit your frames, you don't have to push your hardware as hard. Yeah, you can have a high-end CPU, high-end GPU, and all that, but you don't have to push it all the time to get more power than what you actually need. It'll lower the power usage, it'll lower the actual temperatures, and you'll get the frames that you want, that your monitor can actually handle. It'll be nice, buttery, smooth gameplay, too. Oh, the lower temperatures, it's boost clocking higher. Wow. If it boosts clocks higher, you automatically get more frames, but you don't need more frames. You're already at it. Single core performance, yeah, in a way, yeah, they're VEP. When you're doing all these mods, it could be a little different, but I mean, the single core performance is still better because if you have a better single core performance, you technically have a better multi core performance too, technically, in a lot of cases. 3.2 gigahertz on a 700 XT, that's pretty good, man. That's 3.2 gigahertz, pretty good. I mean, AMD fixed a lot of things this year with their CPUs and GPUs. They did fix a lot of things. That's why a lot of people bought. Well, again, a lot of people did buy them, but I mean, did it really give them beneficial performance gain? Not really. Yeah, Intel still has better single core performance, and if you know how to tune Intel, you crush AMD's multi-core performance. So, I mean, you can absolutely crush AMD's single core performance, latency, and also multi-core performance if you know how to tune. Intel technically has better latency, anyways, but I mean, we're talking CPU latency. We're not talking about your RAM. Oh, it's my I got like CL26. My latency's better than yours. That's not how fucking latency just works. It's not just about your RAM kit. You have latency in the CPU as well. Not nowadays. There, who's AMD is not a better buy. It's not. I don't care. Yeah, CL26 with all the other timings loose does not give you the gains. I can even show that in the Marvel Rivals. Did 7200 CL30. Well, I did 7200 CL36, 7200. Wait, what did I do? 6000 CL30? I don't even remember now. But I did primary timings, so cast latency, primary timings, and then I did full tune, and you can see the difference between like your stock XMP to lowered primaries to lower actual secondary timings, and the lower secondary timings is actually where it gives you gains in games, like actually gives you gains. There's like no gains to really be had just by lowering the primaries. There's just like none. Just because you have lower cast latency. There's no difference between cast latency 36 and cast latency 30. There's no difference. You have to tune all your other timings to actually see performance gains. Now, on certain like uh, workstation style tasks, whatever you're trying to do there, maybe video editing might help a little bit. Might help a little bit. Lower cast latency might help a little bit, but that's still not where it's going to give you the gains. 13, there's nothing wrong with 13600K. It's a good CPU. And as long as you're happy with your hardware, that it's doing the job that you want it, and to me, as long as it's working for you, the temperatures are good, the voltages are good, it should last you a long time. If it lasts you as long as what you want it to, so how many years you're gonna have this system for, and it's gonna do everything for you, then that's good. That's all I care about for most people. But a lot of people buy into a lot of stuff and then they change out the hardware the next year because, well, it's stopped doing what it wants to do, or their CPU dies on them, or the temperatures are bad because they got, oh, I can put the 9950X3D with this air cooler here. That's not what was recommended from AMD. Recommended to put it on water, but you put it on air and you're wondering why the temperatures are terrible or you don't have the performance as everyone else. So that's when I start going into like something snaps in my brain, basically going, ah, stop it. People, stop it. Stop recommending things to people. People are dumb. You gotta remember that. I'm not saying that they're dumb. I'm saying that they don't know much about the certain stuff that really matter. Oh, but because this company paid me, I have to advertise that this works really good. but don't show any actual real world style tests to show the actual difference between this kit of RAM or this kit of RAM or this CPU and this CPU. No, we'll change the situation on how things are ran. It's like how, like I said, like I keep bitching about the 9000X3D versus the like 14900K. They're doing all the tests with all the cores on the 14900K, but they're comparing the wattage and temperatures to an 8-core, even though actually the 9000X3D was running pretty hot too on Battlefield 6, and then they weren't doing tests for just 8 cores. It's like, how does that make sense? You can literally just press one button in the BIOS to put it to 8 cores, see a crazy amount of less power, a crazy amount of less actual temperature, and yet no one did the tests. No one did. I did, but no one else did. I'm like, why? Why? When are you basically use stock cooler? Yeah, to 9700X might be alright for my 9000X3D with a stock cooler. Nah, man, it wouldn't. There's no way it wouldn't work. It would downclock so much. It would downclock so much. My Core 2 quads are still running strong. I mean, are they running strong? Yep. Okay, so Skeets with their 7900X3D. When you got the 7900X3D, was the 5200 kit probably a Micron, and then when you got the 6000 kit was like a Hynix A die or M die. That's the reason why it's way faster too. That amount of RAM frequency change, there isn't much differences. The differences will be the actual timings. You can see a little bit of a difference with that frequency gain, but that's only thing that's changing there is bandwidth, not the actual performance of the actual RAM. Which timings are really what actually latencies of the timings is what actually matters. Is it thermal? Thermal instantly? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. You can test CPU if you GPU limited, but if it goes faster than I need, who plays a 1080p with high end? Yeah, I agree. That is a stupid equation there, Hooves. Yeah. I don't care about whether it's Team Group or Kingston. I care about whether or not it's Micron, Hynix, or Samsung. Those are the only 3 manufacturers that are doing DDR5. Micron, Samsung, and Hynix. You can find some Samsung in the wild for consumers. More common is Micron, a lot of Micron, and Hynix. Either A die or M die is the ones you'll be looking or will be seeing. You probably don't know, but the 5200 kits are known to be Micron. The 6000 kits are more known to be Hynix M or A die. You can run Typhoon, yeah, Typhoon burner, Typhoon blaster, Typhoon burner. Okay, man, you're talking completely different things, Keith. Listen, Linda, stop talking. And listen, the ICs that are on the RAM sticks are going to be Samsung, Hynix, or Micron. Okay? Whew. I don't know if I have to say that again slower. Those are the only 3 ICs that can be on a DDR5 RAM stick. Now, the ranges are 8 gig, 16 gig, 24 gig, 64 gig. For DDR5 RAM, there are 3 manufacturers for DDR5. 3 ICs, not RAM, not the RAM sticks. There's a ton of RAM manufacturers that make it. Corsair, G-Skill, Team Group, Kingston, what's that other brand that starts with a C? Oh, damn it. Oh god, I forgot it. Yeah. There's so many manufacturers that use the ICs. Now, the ICs that are on it, there's only 3 manufacturers for DDR5. Thank you, Persona. Yes. Then was game 12, game 12 for B5. Holy. Yeah, should easily do it 1080p. Okay? So, now when I say the 5200 megatransfer per second DDR5, that really depends on what year and month. If you can tell me the year and month that you bought it, and or can search up the year and month of that stick, I can let you know whether or not it's Micron, Samsung, or Hynix. The 5200 kits are more common to be Micron. Now, there's nothing really wrong about Micron, but Micron doesn't have good terms with frequency, especially their early DDR5 or within the first 2 years of DDR5. Now, if you go to the newer kits of Micron, they have better kits, but the higher frequencies have worse timings. Okay? Oh my god, man. I don't care about your shitty fucking AI co-pilot piece of fucking shit. I'm sorry. I have to swear as much as possible, so maybe you stop drinking or talking, one or the other. Please stop. You need to stop and listen, Linda. You need to listen. I can only tell you the information as much as I can tell you. Whatever retains into that little peanut brain of yours is up to you. You want to use some piece of shit fucking AI co-pilot and tell me that I'm wrong, then do that. I don't mind. But do it while not telling me, because you just annoy me. And if you keep annoying me, like I said, I will mute you. And it won't be for 10 minutes. It'll be for like 2 or 4 hours. So that way you're just not on this stream anymore. Because that's how much it actually annoys me. Again, OCPC or a little bit OCD. So please, stop. Again, just saying, stop. They are technically manufacturers of the RAM sticks themselves, as in they took the chips, the fucking chips. These are Samsung. SEC. Generally stands for Samsung. So they take these ICs, these RAM modules, the densities, and they put them on a fucking chip. A 6 to 8 layer PCB. And that's how you get your RAM stick from a manufacturer. Now, whatever fucking IC that they use can depend, especially on DDR5, there's only fucking 3. Now, if you talk about DDR4 and DDR5, there's a lot more. Especially, or DDR4 and DDR3, there's a lot more. Like DDR3, we got Nanya chips. These are actual Nanyas. All right? Nanyas. You got Samsungs. You hold on, where are my Kingstons? Kingston, they branded their ICs, but they didn't fucking make the ICs. They branded it. So you'd have to use Typhoon Burner or something to figure out which ICs are on it. Or search up the actual code. Search up the actual code. Now these are Kingston. They made this stick. They don't make the semiconductor. Oh my god. On it. They don't make the actual chip. Because if you literally just take this right here and you scratch away the actual coating, the actual black, the coating on this, you'll actually see the actual architecture of the chip. It's a silicon. for DDR5. They do not make their own chips. They generally source it from Micron, SK Hynix, or Samsung. Especially for DDR5. Because there's only 3 manufacturers for DDR5. That's right. They're sourcing the ICs. They make the RAM sticks. We don't care about the RAM sticks when it comes to the actual performance. Now that's a hand bin. You get batches of certain years, certain months for certain ICs can be better than certain years, certain months of other ICs because of the way they were changed during manufacturing or baking process. That's why I recommend certain shit, because I know this shit, because there are actual better performing ICs during a certain year of a certain month than other ones. That's why I recommend certain things. Honda DDR5 goes faster. Fuck off, hooves. Fuck. Exactly. I can only explain stuff so much. I cannot understand it for you. VTech DDR5, yo. Like, fuck, man. I know more manufacturers of actual RAM ICs than most fucking people. I own more RAM ICs than most fucking people. Don't tell me I'm wrong and that you searched it up on a fucking AI thing and tell me I'm wrong. I'm sorry. You searching something up on a newly developed coded software that's AI prioritized to learn, that's new, is going to tell me I'm wrong? I'm sorry. I've done the testing. I don't trust the AI for any of this overclocking or anything that most people know about, because the way you're actually wording on actual searching up the information is wrong. You yourself is wrong. Stop it. Get some help. Or else I'm literally going to need some help. It does matter, Skeet. It actual fucking facts and knowing shit matters. This is why kids nowadays should literally be back into school instead of learning over an iPad, or kids nowadays should have all their phones, tablets, and everything broken until they can actually process stuff someone's telling them, instead of them using AI in that to get the answers when their answers are not necessarily fully correct themselves. Get that? You get that? This is the issue with nowadays, because kids are literally becoming stupider and fucking stupider. It's mind-boggling. It is. ChatGPT is actually making people go stupid. Persona. I have a yo-yo. Oh, man. Like, man. We're literally coming into a point to where people are really searching this stuff up, and they're going in and I've literally worked with people. I've worked with kids, literally have fucked them up after work because they were trying to blame and or get someone that's done this for the last 40 fucking years and kept blaming them and harassing them during work time when that person could not technically do anything to them. I said, I got this. I've literally fucked people up after work, kids more or less. They're not kids, they're in their 20s, but I fucked them up after work and told them that they better start respecting their fucking elders when they're the ones that are doing it wrong and trying to blame the elders, when the elders have literally done this for the past 40 fucking years without a issue until you came into the workforce. Now, do you understand this or not? If not, I will break another fucking rib. That's how it kind of works. I've dealt with that kind of stuff. It's why I've had to quit jobs, because kids have came out of nowhere, had zero education, literally had people come out of fucking school and try to tell people how to do things when what they were taught and or what they thought they were taught, it was wrong, 100% wrong. Don't care how smart you think you are, what you know, if you have not done the actual grunt work of the actual learning process, or grunt work actually doing the fucking work. Stop telling people who have done it for the past 20 to 40 fucking years that they're doing it wrong. It's just annoying, man. Fucking annoying. I've literally quit jobs because I was literally going to more than probably hurt somebody, because I've done it. Yeah, you might have had your first PC in 1980, but you didn't learn anything about your PC till maybe last year. And it looks like you haven't learned anything in the past, like last year. So you're trying to tell me DDR5, Kingston makes DDR5 RAM ICs? But you had to search it up on Copilot? Sorry. Learn to do fucking grunt work, or take it from someone that's done more of this kind of work than most people. I had a computer for damn born. He's got to be trolling. Yeah, he's got to be. Look, man, I don't care how old you are and whatnot. If you're not actually going to take my truthful, actual, learned knowledge and tell you that this is the only thing that can be done, and just going to search it up on a Copilot and tell me I'm wrong, I'm sorry. You need to get the fuck out of here. I had an Atari. What are you talking about? I grew up in the country where we had nothing but old-timey stuff. Old stuff. Ataris, Nintendo NES, like all that. We didn't have anything new. Heck, growing up, we didn't even own this stuff. I had to go to my aunt and uncle that had that stuff. We didn't have any of that. Again, we didn't have any of that growing up. Honda goes hard. Forced induction is the way. Yeah, just stop. Just stop saying that I'm wrong about stuff when you have no clue what you're even talking about. And then if you're just going to search it on a AI thing, please stop. And don't use Copilot or AI thing. Just go onto an actual forum for your actual knowledge. Don't use AI and stuff, because it goes off of most searched or most looked at, which is not always correct. Go off of multiple sources, not just one, because multiple sources can give you a full picture of whether or not something is actually true. Air goes in, magic occurs, then happiness. Yeah, exactly. It's like Skeet. You need to stop drinking. Stop drinking. Or slow down at least. Just slow down. Psst. Psst, psst. She's like, what? Yeah, I've done the research on. I've used ChatGPT for overclocking, and it's not great. It's more like, have you ever used the what's it called on MSI Afterburner? OC Scanner, I think it's called, where it does that voltage curve, fan curve type overclock on your GPUs. It's like that. It's not great. Maybe if you want to use AI for an anime boyfriend. For some things, I guess it can help you understand. But I literally gave you a breakdown of all the RAM timings and the math involved for certain timings. I gave you the spreadsheet, man. I gave you a spreadsheet for it. I'm making a video soon. I might do like an episode thing for going over RAM timings. What each RAM timing actually can help improve. Because ChatGPT is going to find it off of somewhere that's actually been put onto the internet. It cannot find actual sources. Actual documented sources that have not been put onto the internet. It might have been a talked about thing at some point that it's actually bringing up, but are you actually giving it the information saying what time, what month, what year, and all that? Probably not. You have to give it more information to get more information back. Yeah, you ask poor questions, you get vague answers. It's very true. It might be hard for you to understand, but I mean, just go through it and read it because it tells you what each timing technically does, what it can actually help do. So just go through that. Just go slowly, and then go and try to do these workarounds for your own RAM. Once you start doing the testing on the RAM on certain timings, that you'll see what actually can benefit each, and whether or not doing one certain thing can actually, like changing one certain timing, can actually either A, cause a stability issue, stop a program, like do a lot of these weird things, and it'll let you know the issue. There's always a way to work around something, right? Right, Persona? There's always a way to work around something. AI is nothing different with AI. How do you become sane? Good luck with that. Yeah, social media is insane. I mean, you've literally made me go insane multiple times, Skeets. Big horse exhaust, new cam, and more boost. I mean, I don't think you really need a big exhaust. You need a decent sounding one for your engine. Have fun with your sim racing. Don't sip and sim. Too late. Too late. And you didn't learn anything from what I probably said. You probably didn't learn nothing. I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT again later on what he was talking about. Oh wait, no, he was wrong. He was wrong. He was wrong. Fuck hell. And that's basically it. That's why I don't get with people. Again, I've owned probably more AMD than most people. I've owned more NVIDIA than most people. I've owned more Intel than most people. I've owned more fucking RAM kits than most people. Stop telling me that I only like NVIDIA or I only like Intel. No, because on certain things it works really good. Now, if you say, oh, for gaming, for this and that, oh no, price to performance, AMD's better. Not this year, unfortunately. But MSRP's for AMD. Are you buying it at MSRP? Fuck no. But you're not blaming AMD due to the fact that it's being sold for a lot higher than what it is? No, you're not. No, you're not. Yet I'm the biased one. Or not biased one. I'm the one that's saying only good things about one brand. No. I'll say whatever the fuck I want about every brand, let you know what's actually true. But AMD's cheaper. Huh? But MSRP. But you just said MSRP not really. What do you mean? But you're not going to blame AMD for these prices, but you'll blame NVIDIA for these prices of the GPUs? Huh? Huh? How does that make sense? How does that make sense? Somebody please tell me. It doesn't. That's right. That's why AMD femboys should go suck each other's toes somewhere else. Because if you're not going to take straight up facts, this channel is just not for you. Sorry. Oh man, she is staring me down. She's like, it's gotta be close. Yeah, it's gotta be close. I mean, for some 12th gen series Intel, it's alright. 12900Ks are still really expensive in my opinion. They're still really good performing, but they're really expensive. Yeah, the 12400 is stupid cheap. Even a 12600K you can get them fairly cheap too. But I mean, you can get a 13600K, 14600K around the same price as a 12600K, so why would you not? Are you hungry? I'll give you dinner early. Oh. You want to say hi? You want to say hi? You gonna say hi? You hungry? Yeah? Oh, she understands everything. Yeah, you gonna sit? Please? I said sit. Thank you. You're welcome. Is that good? You're welcome. It's not that there's no issues with 12th gen. There's nothing wrong with 13th gen. There is a little bit of an issue, but for a lot of people that, you know, knew what was actually going on, it wasn't just the CPU, it was the motherboard giving too much voltages as well, you would understand that it's not all Intel's fault on the 13th, 14th gen. Now, you cannot just say it was motherboards, you cannot just say it's Intel. It's compare both of them put together. That's why Intel literally put certain procedures on all their generations after 14th gen, because it took them long enough to figure out what actually was causing this issue. Because even though they did a microcode update, people were still having issues with their CPUs. Oh, turns out motherboards were putting it to a certain extreme mode to where enthusiasts like myself would be using it, but somehow it was make it so that way the CPU was intaking or wanting its FID was using more requesting more voltage than what actually needed. If that makes sense. So I'm saying people with the 13th and 14th gen high end CPUs like the i9s will actually need to lower the voltages manually. I'm not saying it was not an issue, Hooves. I'm not saying it was not an issue. But for anyone with any fucking knowledge, had zero issues with their CPU. Still using mine. Had a known batch from their known batch. Like literally, I called in and said, well, I got this CPU here. Well, that is part of the known batch. Is there something wrong with it? No, I just wanted to see if this was part of the actual known bad batch. Yeah, well, it is. Do you have an extended warranty in that? I already deleted the shit out of my CPU and lapped it. So, I mean, I couldn't return it for warranty because it was deleted. I just wanted to see if it was part of the bad batch. Guess what? Had no fucking issues with it. None. With a little knowledge. Exactly. A little knowledge. Nope. I don't want to learn nothing. Oh, but ChatGPT and Copilot, they said this. Nah, they didn't do it. Okay, if you followed my channel right off the beginning, you would know that I said Intel fucked themselves by saying that they had issues with the actual CPUs. Instead of just doing an RMA on it, put it discreetly out there that we're doing an RMA on CPUs. They said that they messed up themselves. AMD has been smart and has not done that with any of their CPUs with the 9000 series. Yet there's like literally like 3,000 known cases now of people's CPUs dying. Not once, not twice, not 3 times. 4 CPUs for lots of people, literally on their 4th 9000 series CPU. 4th time, and they're still buying AMD. Wow, I'll get to RMA it, but everyone's blaming Intel and could have done an RMA on that, but oh, it's a waste of my time and this and this and that. It's like people are not making the kind of fuss they are on AMD versus Intel, which does not make sense in my opinion. Does not. It literally does not. They're not making the same kind of fuss, even though it's literally the exact same fucking thing. It is. It's so retarded. It's retarded how brainwashed this generation of people are. Literally brainwashed. Brainwashed. But media says this. Media did not do the testing that a lot of other people did. They just wanted it for clicks. Oh, AMD pays the people that slandered other companies. AMD now pays them, and now you don't hear anything bad about AMD, so no one says anything bad about AMD. But I'm the one that's the bad guy when I bring that kind of stuff up. Sorry, I gotta bring up the fucking facts. Yeah, I've sworn a lot on this stream. I'm getting demonetized. No. Like, man. Yeah. And that's just where we're at right now for technology born. And that's literally just where we're at, technology. We're so advanced right now. We're at such an advanced stage that it's hard to get so much better with new technology. We can still get better technically, but we're at that level to where this getting better is costing more money, or getting better has got to have more issues with it, because this is where we're at. This is where we're at. Like I said, like I've been saying for almost 2 years now, we're at we are nearing a actual standstill point for things until we can get better advancements for a different kind of material for silicon itself. Then we're not really going to increase the performance like we should, as in get the efficiency or like we should be. Again, like Moore's law is dead kind of thing, right? You know, we're not getting that kind of performance increase. It's just getting smaller and smaller and smaller every single year. We're at a hardware limit, nearing a hardware limit. There's been a lot of smaller nodes is not what's going to save us. Yep. Intel with its 1.4 nanometer, because Intel has done more advancing than AMD on a lot of things due to the way that they're doing power delivery and other the way they're doing their gates and that as well, the all-around gate. Intel has been innovating a lot. If they can get the 1.4 nanometer, it will help efficiency, it will help power. Due to the fact that they redesigned the actual power delivery to the actual architecture as well, that will actually help as well. There's a lot of things that Intel has done that a lot of people are not talking about. AMD has not changed anything but changed the architecture itself, the way it's actually done, power delivery, everything else onto it is still the same as it was like 6 years ago. None of that has changed. It's gotten smaller. That's about it. That's it. I'm not saying that's bad. It means they've really been working on it, but that's all they've done. TSMC's not. TSMC's great, yeah, but they don't have the same kind of changes that Intel has actually done on their own foundries. TSMC's did do a part of 13th and 14th gen CPUs for Intel, but I mean, look at how those went. Yeah, what we already do. Yeah, it's Trueborn. Really? Where are you getting that information there, Persona? Where are you getting that information? What link? Discord? You can't put a link onto the actual YouTube. It won't allow you. You have to be a mod. Yeah. Well, it's just like how anything, right? They're born for that going to the peak and all that. You'll eventually get there kind of thing. It's as you. It's kind of like efficiency for like AC units and all that. The more efficient that you can get something, you technically get more efficient as you're implementing more compressors in that, right? You cool them down, you can get better cooling on that. You can get better efficiency out of your whole compressor of your AC unit, right? That's the way that's all done. Now, the same way can be implemented to that as well. Even though we can get better and better and better, we can get closer and closer to that perfect level. The closer we get to it, the longer it'll actually take to get to it. If that makes sense. I forgot what kind of line that is. There's an actual mathematical line for that, to nearing perfection on that, nearing absolute. It's the closer you get to it, the longer it'll take. And I forgot the actual curvature on that. There's an actual name for it. I'm trying to think of it. It might come to me. It's been a while since I've actually read up on that. I should probably reread that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's been a while. And 5,000 at 4% failure rate. 4%? Really? That high? Oops, you fucking. new Intel processor at 95% failure at press. Bar just continues to grow higher and higher every time you succeed with something. Exactly, yeah. You did post in Discord? Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah, approaching maximum 100% efficiency kind of thing. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, like a maximum 100% efficiency. It is attainable, but the closer you get to it, the longer it takes. No way, is it? Wow. Okay, I'll take a look at that. I will definitely take a look at that. I'm a philosopher, not a mathematician. I am more of a mathematician. I gotta read up on the actual on that. Just because it's not coming to me as fast as what it should. I need to reread it. What is it? I gotta read it though. Give me 1 minute. Oh, give me 1 minute. I'll be back. You guys can look at Gabby Goose. Well, I mean, I guess some people don't, but I mean, you should. You should know what a philosopher is. You just love dreaming. No hate, no hate. You think, but do not do. Uh, Harry Potter. Man, Lemon Gem was terrible, eh? I didn't realize Lemon Gem was that bad. Yeah, 5,000, 7,000 series. That they don't have anything for the 9,000 series. That's kind of wild. They don't have anything for the 9,000 series yet. They should. 9,000 series is not great for failure rate either. It's not great. What some call a psychic, other call a perception. Yeah, I mean, again, that's why I have to tell people like it's not as bad as what a lot of people. You gotta think also their persona. You also gotta put in the fact is that boats and hoes. He says you gotta put in the fact Intel actually sold way more 13th and 14th gen CPUs than AMD sold for 5,000 and 7,000 series. You also gotta put that into factor, right? And their failure rate is less. You got to factor that in too, which means AMD's actual failure rate is terrible compared to Intel's 13th, 14th gen. Terrible, right? Because you also have to factor that in. Let's see if I can get some information on that. They're saying close to 100 million, 100 million 13th and 14th gen. Around 100 million. A 100 million. Around 100 million 13th 14th gen. Versus like 100,000, 5,000, 7,000 gen. Like 100,000 is what I'm getting roughly. It's not wildly, you can't really find the information, but from adding up different retailers' actual units of sale, it's like 100,000, 5,000, 7,000 series CPUs. So you'd have to do some math on it. Just give me a minute to read the chat. The numbers that you like, that's horrible, horrible percentage wise, actually. But it was more widely known due to the fact Intel sold way more 13th, 14th gen CPUs. High power draw on 13600K? You shouldn't see a high power draw on a 13600K. It has like a max of 125 watts at 100% load. To do 100% load, you're doing synthetic testing for it. Gaming will not ever see 100% load. Yeah, stress testing. And the temperature being bad, that's just your cooling. Your cooling's not sufficient technically. 100% load, I mean, it really shouldn't be that bad. I can literally cool my 12600K at 5.2 gigahertz on the P cores at 200 watts on not even a chilled loop. 200 watts. I'm only seeing 72 degrees Celsius at 200 plus watts. Born. Yeah, I gotta love it when it rains just enough to make it a little bit nasty. Yep. Actually, your performance will technically increase a bit due to the fact you're getting lower temperatures. Getting the lower temperatures will actually increase your performance. It's just how it works. Still, though, I mean, you'll never see 100% load unless you're doing synthetic testing and or doing certain applications. Gaming, you'll never see 100% load, though. Maybe on 1 or 2 games that will actually utilize all the cores. That's about it, though. I still don't even think you'll see 100% load, even on those couple of games. I mean, literally, it's only like a couple of games that will do that. Yeah, that's why you don't really hear much about the AMD CPUs, even though it has a higher percentage rate of failure rate on the 5000, 7000 series, because out of all the CPUs that they sold, it roughly would have been just 7,000 CPUs actually having failure rate. Now, of all the CPUs, because Intel sold a lot more CPUs of 13th and 14th gen, you're talking like 400,000 units. 400,000 units had failure rate, even though the percentage-wise is less. due to the fact of the scale factor of selling more units. That's why there's more issues with the 13th, 14th gen CPUs. 7,000 units, roughly 7,000 units, let's say around 100,000 units sold. 7,000 of them were failure rates. So that's 7%. Out of like the 100 million, roughly 100 million of Intel 13th, 14th gen CPUs sold, 400,000 of them had failure rates at a 4% failure rate. Apparently they're making more micro centers though, which is good. 7% on AMD though. 7% failure rate on AMD. Right? But due to the fact of how many are sold, the 4% is a lot bigger than the 7%. Due to the fact AMD did not sell as many. Exactly. That does not make 4% failure rate is terrible. The yield that they're looking for on the silicon wafers themselves is 98% and above. They're on their actual silicon wafers. A 98% is what they're looking at. So having an actual failure rate of the CPU being well above that does not make sense. It means quality control or whatnot has there's issues there. Or that they're testing of these CPUs, like what they're doing testing for AMD CPUs that they were testing on the 9000 series. They put them through crazy stress tests. They also did it on Intel's new CPUs, pretty crazy testing. But on the AMD ones that are known, is that they did it through crazy environmental tests, as in high temperatures at certain like workloads, how many boot up times have they done it at, how cold that they've got it at, high voltages that they put it through. Same thing with, did a whole bunch of testing on it with a very good success rate on the CPUs. That's another thing you gotta factor in, is that their testing being done on the CPUs after the silicon wafer, after they've actually been fusion, after fusion. After actually making the actual chip itself, instead of it just being the architectural die, they put all the power and all that onto it. Intel did no RMA with no questions and extended warranty. Extended warranty, RMA no questions at all. And let's say they didn't have that CPU, your CPU in stock, like a 13900K or a KF, or let's say you had a 13900 KF, and they didn't have that one in stock. They would have given you a 13900K or KS back. They would have been like, sorry, we don't have a 13900 KF. Are you okay with getting a 13900K or KS? Or if they didn't have a 13900K, are you okay with getting a 13900 KS? Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I want a 13900 KS instead of my 13900 KF. Or they would, if they didn't have any of those 13th gen, they would have said, would you like a 14900K? Hell yes! Yes, people still bashed on Intel. Still bashed on them. Bashed them. RMA, no question, if they didn't have that CPU, you would have been automatically upgraded. Upgraded. Free. No extra cost. There's no jumping through hoops. There's no jumping through hoops. I know. I did that. I did the call in, did everything, and it was literally easy peasy to get a same CPU if they did not have it, an upgraded CPU free of charge. I know. I did it. Didn't take long at all. I got an answer back within 24 hours of my phone call to my email saying, okay, yeah, RMA, this and this and that. All you need to do is, get your package ready, send it in, and we will send you back a CPU if we do not have it. And they said the list of the CPUs that I would choose from if they have those CPUs. I said any of those above would be fine because it's technically an upgrade. Okay, but I didn't follow through with it because I, again, had a 1300K F that I deleted in that. I just went through the steps to see how hard it would be. I guess I should have did a video on it. I talked about it on a live stream, but I didn't make a video of it. I should have made a video on it. It was easy. It was literally easy. They made it easy. They were fast. They just asked you, does it no longer work? Does it still technically work? If it still works, have you updated your BIOS? If it does not work, well, just package it up into new packaging. It had to be a box, a tray one, a tray CPU. You'd have to go back to the place that you actually bought it from, a tray CPU. So if you bought a pre-built PC, you'd have to bring that pre-built PC back to wherever you bought it from. They could have done the warranty themselves, blah, blah, blah. But if you had a box processor that you bought, like I did, I only buy box processors, I don't buy pre-builts. It was super easy. Super easy. It's just because they sold so many of them. There was the failure rate seemed very high. I didn't realize how low it was compared to the 5000 and 7000 series, though. I actually did not. I did not. I should actually probably check that out, but I didn't. I should have. I should have. Yeah, you want less than 0.5%, especially if you're selling that many CPUs. There's even 0.5% of 100 millions, still 50,000, is it not? Right? So, I mean, even though you sold 100 million, that's still 50,000 of them wrong, bad. It's still a big number. Again, that's why I guess AMD being such a small company and not selling as much it was technically more beneficial for them because their numbers did not correlate. As in, yeah, even though 7,000 is high on the amount that they did sell, like the 100,000 of them that they did sell, 7,000 out of 100,000 is still 7%. But that 7,000 does not equal up to the 400,000 that Intel had. Volume matters as well. Percentage wise, it's less. Volume wise, it looks bad. So, in a way, you can't blame people for not liking it, but also another way, it's what I've been saying for a very long time. It's not as bad as what a lot of people are saying. It's not great, but it's not as bad. Yeah. Do a little bit of tuning too, boom. It's extremely good. A 265K can outbeat a 14900K with a slight tune. A slight tune. 265K. Not even a top tier CPU outbeating a top tier CPU from previous gen. With a small overclock. Not as many threads either. Single core performance is insane. But because it's not a good gaming CPU, even though it's not marketed for gaming, like everyone compares, it does the comparisons nowadays so stupidly. It's mind-boggling. Well, it can't give as many frames. It's fairly close, though. Yes, but a lot of people nowadays have been comparing gaming CPUs versus non-marketed gaming CPUs. And it's all about gaming. They're not correlating, and they're not doing all these tasks that a lot of people are actually going to be using them for. So, I mean, I don't know. Marketing nowadays is a scam, in my opinion. In a way, yeah, moves. Yeah, price to performance is pretty good. It's like everyone was hating on the B580 in that. Its price to performance is really freaking good. Oh, but it can't play this one game. Okay, well, once that game gets optimized... No, he's not. He's got a girlfriend. Or a wife. Sorry, he's got a wife. He's got a wifey. Yeah, I mean, i5s are great. All depends on where you're budgeting and what you're actually doing to correlates on what kind of CPU you should be using. Yeah, because price to performance is really good. Are you going to see an average frame rate better than a higher end CPU? No. Can you still get good frames with it? Yes. Do you have to spend a credible amount of cooling for it? No. A lot of things that come into getting a higher end CPU. Do you have sufficient cooling? Are you going to spend the money on sufficient cooling? No. Are you going to pair it with a decent kit of RAM? No. Get a lower end CPU then. Get yourself a cheap motherboard then. Something that you don't need to spend a lot of money on. That's fine. That way you can save money going to with an i5 or a 9600X. You don't have to spend the money for the cooling for it. You don't have to spend the money on a RAM kit for it. You don't have to spend the money on a motherboard for it. But if you want to get more out of what you're buying, get a better kit of RAM. Get yourself a better motherboard. Give yourself a decent cooler. So that way you can actually tune it. Oh wait, you don't want to do that? Then just get the cheaper of the latter. The high wattage CPU is fine, especially if you're getting like a 1340 Gen i9. You can disable the E-cores. You can disable them. Still get a very good performance. The 14900 right now, Canadian, they're like $700 still. More people have been buying them. A lot of people have been buying them. So the prices of them kind of haven't really changed for i9s. Yeah, they're like right around 700 Canadian still, right around there to buy. Oh no, 640. 640. Some places are, yeah, 700. 640 though. The KF you can pick up for 600. 1400K, yeah, 640 Canadian. I'm pretty sure 1300K is still up there. No one will buy a 1300K at the price I bought mine for. Even used, you won't be able to find it. Price I bought it for. For 1300K goes for 600, around the same price. If I'm used for like 450. Yeah. Yep, and in a lot of ways, the 265K would be better. For gaming, no, due to the fact that it has worse latency. But for the price point, yes, 265K would be better. Yeah, I remember it's the Intel's first tile-based CPU. Yeah, the price is crazy good on 265s, on the Core Ultras, because no one was buying them because everyone was putting them up against other gaming CPUs and saying it's gaming, 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 nothing but gaming. And if you're smart like me and a lot of other people that did like use their computers for daily work and that, you bought a high-end 13th or 14th gen CPU, like a 1300K or 14900K. You would not be upgrading. I won't be upgrading anytime soon. And at the price I bought my 13900K for, again, $200 brand new I bought my 13900K for. Why would I change anytime soon? My price to performance ratio on my system is insane because I got so cheap. I paid 1,300K, the same price I paid for my 12,600K. So again, if you're smart, that's why I try to suggest people to buy a higher end CPU, pay for the cooling, pay. It's a one-time kind of purchase type deal. 220 for 260, yeah, it's a good buy. It's a good buy. And then like if we can tune it whenever we get the time there, Vep. We can tune it. It will literally match a 1,400K. Match it. And in some scenarios, it beats it. A 265K. Something that's literally half the price. That's where a little bit of knowledge comes into play. Yeah. Its multi-core and single-core performance is really good. Aren't you glad you listened to me, Vep? Yeah, and plus you got a good deal on his RAM kit. Yeah, two RAM kits actually for a good deal. Yeah, he's using the Steel Legend. I'm pretty sure he got it as a combo. Yup. That's the way it goes. What? What factors into the CPU cost? Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you get a combo deal. Yeah. Yup. 130, 150 for top line motherboards? I don't know about that. Top line motherboards for them are the Z890 OCF, Tai Chi OCF, or the Apex Encore, and the Z890 Crosshair from Asus, another one. I don't know if you want to say Tough is a high-end board, like top line board. They're more of a medium high tier boards for 130, 150. You can only get a Z. Yeah, yes. He got the Z890 Steel Legend. Still a good board. Yeah, you did get good deals on your two monitors. You basically paid a little bit less, like you would pay for a single monitor for two of them. Yes, you did get a really good deal. You wanted to wait one. I mean, for the deal, I mean, why would you not want even a white one? For the deal he got, it's really good. It's really good. It does, yeah. Yeah. It usually costs you about $50 more. Yep. Which is wild, in my opinion. Noise. Yes, they are. Z170A? The Zeus Z170A is white? What? I didn't know they made a white one. Now, first thing you need to do is make sure you have it on the original BIOS. I'm not sure if you have a S6700. So that way you can overclock to 6700. Not the K, the non-K. Yeah, I guess it could be a hassle. And white GPUs are fairly common nowadays. Power supplies, you're gonna pay more. I guess, yeah, there's a lot for aesthetics. Ah, still. Alright. There's nothing wrong with that. Wait, 7350K will work on a Z170? What? Oh yeah, it will. Oh shit. I didn't even realize it would. That's a 2-core CPU, isn't it? We're doing all right. I did chilled loop this morning. Didn't get the performance I wanted. I have to freeze up a lot more ice, unfortunately, and I'll have to come back to it probably Wednesday. I'll have to do it. Yeah, 2-core, 4-thread. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. How's it going, Aaron? Yeah, competition's going pretty good. I think we're second or third right now. And then I have to do another. We'll be doing another run on the 1080 Ti. I'm going to put it on a water block and chill it as well, but I have to take apart the GPU and prep it up with Vaseline, unfortunately, before I chill it, because, yeah, I have no choice. What place are we right now? Yeah, we're in third right now, not too far away from second place. We do have some pretty good points, though, for a lot of subs anyways. So we're just holding on to them. But yeah, I have to revisit the chilled. I have to get more ice, make more ice than what I actually had. So that way I can go colder. I got up to 3770K, though, to 5.2 gigahertz, which is pretty good. Voltage limited on my motherboard, unfortunately, so I have to get colder to get higher frequency. 5.3 wanted to work. 5.3 did want to work. I mean, I have a really good 3770K. You can make ice in the meantime. Yeah, I just share a freezer, a fridge freezer, unfortunately. So what I did was. So, and then in a 2-liter bottle. So this was full of chilled water. Then I have freezer safe storage containers for food, and I filled these all up. These are 34-ounce containers. These are 34-ounce containers. I had about 10 liters of ice in total, but I need more than that, more than 10 liters, unfortunately. And I wish I had money to get my own like little mini freezer that I can have up in my own space here, up in my own apartment up here. But I don't have the money to get my own freezer, so that way I can make more ice than what I can actually do, because I have to share it with 2 other people. So I'm gonna see if I can reorganize the freezer, and hopefully I can make more ice than what I can currently make. Nah. 34-ounce container. Do you know how long it takes for 34 ounces? It literally took 30 some hours to freeze. And during the testing, it melted within 3 hours. 10 liters of ice melted within 3 hours. So, yeah. A 2 liter bottle, 2 liters of water takes like almost 2 days to freeze. To freeze solid. We're talking freezing solid, not just somewhat freezing. Yeah, and it's just a stand-up freezer, so. No, we don't want to add salt in. I did freeze Pepsi bottle full of water. I had that freezing since Saturday. I had 2 liters of water freezing since Saturday, and I froze uh, Sunday morning. I froze the other containers. So it was like 24 hours for the containers of ice to freeze, and the 2 liters took a long time. Yeah, but it also melts faster. I don't want it to technically melt faster. I want it to stay a solid, and then once, because the way I have the loop actually set up is that the water coming back out into the container flows back around the ice cubes and goes back into the tube to go back in through. It technically won't be colder with salt. It will not be colder. You can only go as cold as what the freezer can do. Salt onto ice makes it melt faster, which makes it the actual whatever surface it's touching get colder faster because of how quickly you can melt it. Does not mean it will get colder. The freezer or whatever you're freezing the ice to or water to, freezing it to, is the temperature it will go to. And I can't go down. You can't go put a freezer down -28. A freezer can go down to -10. I think -10 max. I don't think our freezer even goes to that. I think it goes to like a -5. -18. Where the fuck freezers are you using at night? You know how fast freezer burn happens at -18. Why would you put your freezer to -3 so that way things don't get freezer burns as fast? Oh, Fahrenheit, yeah. No, I do Celsius. -3 degrees Celsius is the appropriate temperature most freezers should be at to make sure your meats and that do not get freezer burnt as fast, or your breads. If you have -18 would give you freezer burnt on your food so quickly, you'd have to eat it fast. Like within a month. Some people hold on to the food in their freezer for more than a month. And you can't only go as cold as what the freezer is at, of what the freezer can do. Yeah, -10. Some can do 8 -18. I don't think ours can do. Yeah, I don't want to run salt water through my system. I mean, technically, it won't hurt my D5 pump. Technically, it won't hurt my D5 pump. I'll probably be cleaning the whole system out anyways. I don't drink, so I don't have vodka. Pepsi bottle? I have a Pepsi bottle. It's full of water now. Hold on. Got an ice cube. Yeah, there's the 2 liter of, and that's what's ice left. Metals? No, all it's copper, brass, and stainless. So it'd be fine for. It's good for all chemicals, and the O-rings I have and everything it's good for, um, like basically almost all chemicals too. Whatever chemicals you can put through a loop, basically. I can put pure isopropyl through my systems, and it won't hurt the seals. Yeah, I have EPDM seals. I don't have normal seals in mine. Even still, I still recommend people to use if they're gonna do chilled loops and that for like if they're gonna do in Canadian winters or whatever country they're in that's really cold to use like car radiator fluid because it has technically low freezing points. It might get thicker, but D5 pump can handle it anyways. But it also has lubricants built into it, so that way it's technically safer for your system, and a lot of seals are good for it. You don't need specialty seals like I have, EPDM seals. Yeah, I can literally put whatever I want through it. I ran car radiator fluid in my system for almost 3 years without changing it at all. Yeah, for about 3 years I had car radiator fluid. Um, Canadian winter car radiator fluid is what I used. The only thing is it stained my container a little bit. It stained the tubing too, the silicone tubing that I had. Yeah, radiator fluid is good. I don't use car radiator fluid anymore in my systems. I use a methanol dehydrate type stuff for Canadian home winter cottage home winterization. Good for below -50. It's a bit thinner too, but you have to have certain seals in your like certain O-rings and seals in your loop. Again, I use EPDM. It's fine. Nah, I don't know if organic would be best. It could make unless you have to read if it's organic though. I wouldn't trust it if it has bio inhibitors in it. It has to have bio inhibitors. You'll have to read if it has bio inhibitors. Then yes. If it does not, no, definitely don't use it. It will probably definitely grow some sort of bioorganic material, whatever, into it and make an absolute chemical bio warfare in your system. It wouldn't be good. Like, make sure it has, yeah, inhibitors in it. Has to. If not, don't use it. Because organic is, eh. Yeah, definitely check to see if it has bioinhibitors in it. If not, don't use it. It won't last. Well, it'll work maybe for maybe a month before you start seeing like algae of some sort growing on the inside of your system. Yeah, and your cooling loop might hit 45 degrees, might hit 45 degrees Celsius, might water temp wise. So 45 degrees Celsius is a really good temperature to be growing stuff. The stuff I use now does not need bioinhibitors at all. Nothing can survive in it. Nothing can survive in it. It will kill anything. Uh, yeah, it's it's alcohol and glycol. It's a methanol glycol basically. Just want to make sure I got the name right there. It's Yep, it has bio. Yeah, 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 yeah. The organic acid or oat. Yes, that is a type of bioinhibitor. And also has corrosion inhibitors too. But corrosion inhibitors is not really a thing that you should have to worry about in your cooling loop. Yep. Yeah, maintenance free is not really a thing you can really get away with. So even if you did like a custom water loop, right? Or any kind of water loop, coolant at all, even AIOs, you lose fluid. All right, you lose fluid. There's no way of getting around it. Yes, it might be watertight. Evaporation still happens. All right. My system, I have to top up every like 6 months. Basically, I had to have to top up. Like I'm gonna have to top up probably here soon, so I do need to get more winterization fluid. Yeah, to make it easier. And me, all I have to do is literally crack the top of my reservoir. That's it. It's not hard to do. You just the system's off. Actually, I can do the system running if I wanted. Just crack the top, pour it in, close up the top again. Not hard to do, but make it so it's maintenance free. That's hard to do, buddy. Nothing's maintenance free. Technically, it'll be maintenance free for a long time. But again, I used car radiator fluid for about 3 years. 3 years. I did have to top up, but I used it for 3 years. Don't be like me though and use pure, because your seals might not be able to handle that kind of what do I call it, that level of cooling. Definitely mix it, because it'll probably be a 50-50 mix. So definitely add water into yours. I did pure car radiator fluid, no mixing. It might be a little too harsh on the seals that you have. Don't you even? I'm pretty sure even with the 50-50 mix, you still have to add water to it, don't you? Or I could be wrong on that. I'm pretty sure the 50-50 mix, you still have to do it. Ah, it's a premix. Okay. Yeah. See, I didn't use premixed. And it was Canadian winter, so even better for even colder. It was, yeah. Okay. Okay. I didn't know. Now, I used pure car radiator fluid in mine. Again, I have different kind of seals. If anyone knows, EPDM is the material of choice for a lot of seals for a lot of people. EPDM is also a roofing material. Works good for cold, hot, and very resistant to a lot of chemicals. Yeah, we can't get away from we can't get away from it. But now, like I said, I use Canadian winterization, cottage home winterization stuff. It's thinner and it's a higher alcohol based than other antifreezes. So again, it's thinner. You gotta have proper seals though, proper tubing. You can't have certain tubing. You have to use certain tubing, but it's a lot thinner. So when it's colder, it can stay thinner. So my pump doesn't have to work as hard to move it, because I'll be doing it in like -25 temperatures Celsius. Yeah, because you need a lot. Yeah. Yes, always add distilled water. Yes, correct. They're born. Yeah, distilled water is better to do. And then, like, if you're building your own custom water loop, you have to wash out your own. You have to wash out the tubing. You have to wash out the radiator. You have to flush your radiator. You have to run distilled water through everything before you even hook up the system, and then fill it up with distilled water. Just so that way it's all perfectly clean. Might not be perfect. Both. Bourne was asking about what kind of mixture would work for less maintenance free for his loop, if he was thinking about it. And I said I've done car radiator fluid for about 3 years. No, like basically no maintenance, just a little bit of top up, couple of top ups. That's about it. Again, I don't use carburetor fluid anymore. I use a harsher chemical, but I have certain setups so that way I can do it. I don't recommend it for people unless you have certain EPDM seals and certain tubing. Again, seals for the actual your CPU block. I have a mono block, a high-end mono block for mine. I changed out those seals and I changed out all the seals on the tubing as well. And different kind of tubing. I use a PVC style tubing, which is very resistant to a lot of chemicals. Again, I don't just do overclocking on this channel. I do more of a hardcore overclocking in that chilled loops, very very cold chilled loops. So, noise. What kind of PC you thinking? Exactly. Yeah, and that's why setting up a custom water loop with just the CPU block, the radiator, the D5 pump, and then running it, checking it all through. You don't need a pressure regulator in that. You can just run it all with distilled water at first before you even set it up on a motherboard. Run it all first, see if there's any kind of issues with it. If not, perfect, done. Then you can set it up. My bad. Checking the Discord. From the rain and thunder. When it rains, it pours. Some advice, probably be a month of research before considering building one. Hey man, whatever, any kind of information you need. Again, I got for cheap tubing that works really good. Nice flexible tubing if you don't want to spend a lot of money on it. I got recommendations on the actual fittings as well. They come in also different kind of colors and that too. So I have recommendations on fittings as well. D5 pumps, I guess it's up to you as long as it's a D5 pump. Doesn't really matter. The price ranges are wild. 32 gigabyte DDR5. Oh, I'm building a RTX 5070 with the Ryzen 9600X. Pretty good combo. 32 gigabyte DDR5. Yep. Everything. I'm hoping I didn't mess any parts up, but I'm worried about my CPU fan. What do you mean about your CPU fan? You mean cooler? Air cooler, I'm guessing? A sizing issue? What do you mean a sizing issue? Sirens? Why would there be sirens? . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Yeah, you can literally use like a Peerless Assassin on it, no problem. Probably even Assassin 120 would be fine, like a $25 cooler. Temps could be technically better with AIO, but you don't need a crazy cooler for a 9600X. No, no. Motherboards are designed for a lot of coolers. Actually, no, coolers are designed for motherboards more or less for all ranges. So that won't be the issue. Oh, don't hopefully it doesn't scare the Roddy. Hopefully it doesn't scare Counter Rat. Yeah, you shouldn't be too worried there. Not on the cooler anyways. Even some coolers on AM4 you can still get AM5 brackets for and they still work. It's just you'll have to call up the manufacturer because they usually ship it off free. Even a lot of air coolers and that are designed for taller. It's the orientation, right? You can set the orientation of the air cooler to either blow right out the back or up top through, and that would change it so that whether or not it overhangs the RAM or not. Because it probably has brackets for AM4 and AM5. The brackets will be different though. That's about it. Yeah, air coolers though. I mean, a lot of air coolers are now designed a certain way. Yeah, for AIOs you gotta yeah make sure it has AM5 brackets. You can use stock cooler with it. They still get hot. They still get hot, even with the stock cooler. They do get hot. Yeah. Oh, I moved a lot of stuff around. Not the Assassin 120 SC. There it is. The the Assassin 120 SC, not the Peerless Assassin. The Assassin 120 SC though. Very cheap, but More than enough for 9600X. It's like 25 Canadian. Like 25 Canadian. And it should support AM5. If I'm correct. Yeah, it does support AM5. And you don't have to worry about overhanging onto your RAM. Not with a single tower. For $35, it's still fine. I mean, Canadian, this is very cheap. If you used it. I'm gonna probably do a test on 13900K. Let's see how bad this is on 13900K. Yeah. Nope. You can buy cheaper ones. The Assassin 120 SE is $25. The Peerless Assassin 120 SE, which is dual tower one, is like what, 45? Yep. Yeah, if you realize, yeah, definitely. Yep. You can build a very, very good price-oriented PC. I'm amazed by rain as a desert dweller. Uh. Back in my days. Back in my days. You doing dances and shit. Now, they would have done the dance night before for the rain. Back in my day. Oh, you got Dark Rock. Well, I mean, still good. I mean, it's basically like the Peerless Assassin 120 SE. It really is. So, I say you did good. I say it will be more than enough for it. It is, yeah. They're pretty much identical, to be honest. They are. And the Dark Rock costs a little bit more. Plus, the aesthetics is actually a little bit nicer on the Dark Rock as well. $1280, it's not bad. 13, yeah, yeah. After taxes, it'd be more than 13 something after taxes if it's 1280 before taxes. Yeah, Bourne knows the price because he has a fairly identical system. I'm not US, I'm Canadian, by the way, so that it would have been a lot more. So. Just gotta, yeah, yeah, true, Vep. Yeah. Just gotta wash your car and the next day it'll rain. No, it's good that you're getting rain. Yeah, for air cooler, yeah. Yup. And it's a pretty good cooler. It is. It looks pretty good. And again, it performs like a SAS 120 SC. So the performance is really good. And aesthetically, it looks really good. So for 35 bucks, pretty good. Now hopefully Cali's fires go out. Yeah, it's technically an upgrade. That the performance wise is literally like identical. Close to 1400. Yeah, it's still pretty good system for 1400. Yeah, it would be. The Thermalright fans that come with them aren't exactly the nicest. They blow a lot of air, but they got a weird noise. Especially when they're ramped up, they're not exactly quiet. Yeah. Yeah, definitely could have saved some money. But if you were looking for certain aesthetics and or performances or just like that certain motherboard, you're gonna spend a little bit more depending on what you're getting. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it, man. Nothing wrong. Get knocked to a fan? I got one of them. That was cool in the DDR3 RAM. I got a lot of fans though. A lot of different brands, a lot of different models. Yeah, I got mine knocked to a fan for free. Not pricey at all. 1370? I mean, still pretty good. Boom. That's right. I didn't pay a dime. I didn't pay a dime for this beast. Pretty good fan too. Nice quiet. Moves a lot of air. I still like my Corsair magnetic levitating fan though. My opinion, it's still a beast. Speaking of which, where is my Corsair magnetic levitating fan? Oh, that's right. It's in my Antec case. Yeah, it's pretty good for your first build. Should last you a long time. Should play basically any game you're basically gonna play. Yeah, big upgrade then, going from a gaming laptop to that. Big upgrade. Big upgrade. You'll definitely like it more. It's gonna take a little bit more time to get, like, some time to get used to with an actual mouse and keyboard if you didn't actually use a real mouse and keyboard. That's chump change. That's chump change. Canadian, I spent a lot on my first. Well, not my first. I guess not my first. My best PC. I spent a lot of money on my first good PC that I'll have for a very long time. Actually, I can't even say that. I spent a lot of money on different CPUs, RAM kits, and all that too for it. So if you add all that in, it's a lot of money. A lot of money. Custom water loop. Yeah. Oh, you can't complain with the 5070, buddy. You'll be happy with it. You'll definitely be happy with it. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, the prices, the MSRP price of things are wild depending on where you live too. The actual prices of stuff. Can't even say MSRP. MSRP is not even a thing anymore. Yeah, okay. Then you should be alright then. It would be kind of used to it anyways. When I had a laptop a long time ago, back in like 2011. Back in 2011, I had a laptop and I had a very small mouse and I used the keyboard that was on the laptop. So when I switched over to an actual mouse and keyboard, it took a little bit to learn, but as soon as I did, it was so much nicer. Yeah, I started going out 2K. Yeah, price performance. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't use controller. I haven't used controller in a long time. Probably never use controller ever again. Nope, definitely can't complain. What's the point of complaining? You spent a good amount of money for a really good price to performance PC. Yeah, yeah, because you can always upgrade later on to a better CPU later on. Now with a better CPU, you have to also get a different cooler, right? Depending on the CPU. I mean, if you're not looking to change games or that for a while, then you should be good for a while. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And AM5's not going anywhere anytime soon. Not anytime soon. And again, the like 9800X3D will get cheaper in the future. So that's one thing you can always look forward to is cheaper CPUs in the future. Yeah. In a way, yeah, it could be GPU limited after higher end CPU, but you'll see just automatic extra gains. You'll still see automatic extra gains with the better CPU. You'll just always see more frames with the better CPU later on than switching your GPU, and not cost as much either. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all the bugs fixed out. Just give me a minute. Yeah, what monitor? I was actually thinking that there, Hooves. Good question. I was actually thinking that. What monitor? A 1440p 180Hz? Yeah, it's a pretty good monitor. Alienware, definitely spending the money on the Alienware name, though. Yeah, it would be nice. Hopefully, hopefully the air cooler comes in. Nice. What case? I don't really care for cases, to be honest, but what case? He got it for a crazy deal, though. They had a deal. That's why how he got it cheaper. He got a really good deal on them. He did, he did. Nah, secondary monitor. It's not like you need a high-end one. Just need a good monitor for your main. Secondary monitor is just for other things. Plus, you lose performance with two monitors while gaming anyways. I use a single monitor for all my streaming, even doing two systems. Single monitor. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a nice looking PC case. Yep. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you mean, Liam Lee. Yeah. Liam Lou. Yeah, I use a single 32-inch monitor for everything I do. Because I don't have the screen close to me like everyone else has the screen. I have it farther back than everyone else. That's why I can do this, no problem. Have the monitor farther back, 32-inch, looks good. Do everything I need to do. I can basically make it two different screens if I really wanted to. For a lot of things. It's also a Samsung Odyssey though. Paid for the name, but it's also a pretty good monitor. And it looks cool. I mean, I got a little mini 7-inch monitor. It's just, oh god, the cat hair onto it. I gotta clean it up. It's been sitting down there for a while. Oh my god, I didn't realize I have to vacuum that up. Holy. Yeah. So I've put on a fan, soldered onto a fan onto it now. I did that live on a stream. Soldered a fan onto it. It's controlled by remote to turn on, off, volume, all that. But I soldered a fan onto it. Looks like I got to resolder one wire. Kind of ripped it off here. Soldered a fan controller, so that way I can make it so it's not running full bore now. I gotta remake a case for it. I would like to do it all of a nice aluminum. It's a project for one day. Probably won't be on for a whole lot longer, to be honest. I've been streaming almost 12 hours now, so I'm almost at my limit. Plus, I got get stuff set up for another chilled run for Wednesday and or Thursday. Gotta do another chilled run. I have to get a good score for the 3770K, and I need to get a lot of ice frozen, so. Alright, take her easy, Born. Have yourself a good one, man. You as well, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, if you like a certain monitor, then yeah, 2 monitors the same's nice, I guess. Yeah, but if you're playing games, you're only playing off of one monitor. It's not like you're playing off of 2 monitors. I hope. I would hope. Yeah, you guys need, yeah. Especially going from 180 hertz to 100 hertz. Your eyes would technically adjust a bit. So sticking to 180, the 180 hertz monitor for gaming be better. Yeah, it can. Even at just a high refresh rate monitor can give some people actually headaches or make them tired very quickly. It takes a while to get used to high refresh rate monitors for some people. And it just happens. Like me, if you're looking at a screen for a very long time, it can make you tired. My monitor's only 165 hertz. Plenty for me. I always use a 60 hertz monitor. Then I switched to 165. Took a little bit to get used to, but once I did, it's nice. Or some people too low of a refresh rate monitor can give them a headache. Maybe, but how long do you look at a screen for? If you're only looking at a screen for 3 hours, that's not a very long time. If you're like me, I look at a monitor for 12 hours minimum a day. Your eyes might not be exactly adjusted, right? Once you get used to the high refresh rate, though, of 180 hertz, if you're not used to 180 hertz or always had a monitor that's high refresh rate, and you're periodically looking at a lower refresh rate monitor for a long period of time, that's when you'll start seeing issues. And or that's when you'll start seeing that you are getting tired a little bit easier. Not easier, faster. Very true, Vep. Very true there, man. Yep. Yeah, reticle will start technically to disappear. Yep, correct. Yeah. That's because it's a strain on your brain, not just your eyes, your brain, your perception. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of if you're using the reticle properly, like as in both eyes open. But it starts fusing what you're perceiving of one eye versus your other eye. It starts fusing them together, so that way it technically takes part of your peripheral vision of one eye and fuses them together to where it takes away portions of what you're seeing of your one eye with the reticle, the very thin lines on a reticle, away, and that's more or less your brain doing that. And yeah, it can mess with some people. Yeah, but I think 4K monitors are overrated. A lot of people 4K monitors. If you are one of the people that, yeah, it depends on exactly who's. If you're like one of the people that like the 4K monitors or not, or like having a monitor closer to you, a 4K monitor can be better looking. Now, if you like monitors being a bit farther away, like I do, very far away, as in very there's my arm reached out with a 2 liter bottle, and I'm still not even near my monitor. That's how I like my monitor, very far away. So it's a bigger monitor at 1080p, and it still looks very, very nice. I only use 1080p, not with 60 hertz. It's because you're more used to higher refresh rate now monitors. It's not that it's 60 hertz 1080p. It's now you don't like 1080p because you're probably liking the monitor closer to you, so you can see all those pixels. Now get a 1080p monitor, a large 1080p monitor like I do, and have it pushed back further. Try to do the difference between 1080p and 1440p. I bet I can make it so that way you can't even tell the difference between 1080p and 1440p. Guaranteed I can. It's all on distance away from the monitor. It's kind of like your TVs. Your TV, is your TV always up really close to you, or is it farther away? A big TV really far away. 1080p still looks really good. Now it's a really big TV and it's at 4K. You can have it closer to you, have that more of a wide range looking through your peripherals at the TV, and that'll give you more of a depth view due to the fact it's a big TV closer to you. Since it's 4K, you cannot see any kind of pixels at all. It looks really crisp. Yeah, exactly. It's the size of the pixel. Yeah. No, resolution is smaller pixels. Due to the fact it's a smaller monitor, and if you measure the distance, so the size of your monitor, you can see the size of your monitor, 1440p, and the distance away, right? And then you can do the math towards that, towards your 4K TV, to how big the TV is and how close it is to you, whether or not it looks better than you. And some people actually like monitors more than TVs. It depends on the actual the screen, not just the like what this like if it's LED, LCD, OLED, QLED, like there's a whole bunch of different types of monitors out there, but also the overlay, whether or not it's a gloss finish, a matte finish, semi gloss, like there's a whole bunch of different kind of overlays onto it as well. Whether or not that contributes to how it looks. And then, but it's also the distance away for the pixel, the resolution, the pixel density. And you can do a math onto that too to figure out why it looks better for you. I have 1440p, half an inch away from, yeah, and it still looks probably fairly decent due to the fact the way the style of the screen is for one, and 1440p is pretty good. But it's also the way it's designed, right? For virtual reality, how it's designed for how it looks. Yeah. Well, the games are they gotta be made so that way it's close to your because it's gonna be close to your eyes. Even if 4K technically 4K, if it's not designed properly, you can still see the pixels because how close it is to your eyes. Yeah, VR is not comparable. No, no, it's a different experience. So things have to be the games and whatever you're doing in VR is completely different. It has to be done differently, and because how close it is to your face, it has to be done differently, or else you'll see how bad things really are. No comparison, yeah. That's also like saying low settings versus high settings, right? There's no comparison. High settings still look better than low settings. It's just how it looks. It's how it's done. Yeah, it's good. It's good that you said that too, though. But you gotta remember, it's just because you have 1440p, the way that the games are designed to work on to VR is different. Plus, they have a lens on the inside of the VR to the screen itself. It's the lens itself changes it too, because the distance away seems like it might be a half inch away, but it's farther than half inch away because due to the fact the goggles have a distance. Well, all that's designed too. The newer ones nowadays, I think you can get, they're thinner, but they're also, I'm pretty sure they're 4K. Pretty sure they're 4K. They still have a lens of some sort, but they're 4K. If I remember that correctly. Let's see. Quest 3S? What one do you have? You have the Quest, don't you? Well, no, I guess they're not that. They're still not super thin, which makes sense because you have to have a distance away from the actual screen with some sort of curvature lens to give you that depth of view. And that's how our perception works and how things would actually technically have to work. So, not sure how thin they can make them. But yeah, they're still like inch and a half thick almost. Yeah, Quest 3, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty close to the Quest 3S. I mean, technically the lens itself is pretty close to your face. It is. I guess they're round lenses that are into probably another sort of lens that gives you that peripheral view, but doing that dual lens to a lens to the screen itself. Yeah, makes more sense. I'll have to check out the way they're actually designed, though. I know that's how they used to be made. I know you can't change a whole lot on that due to the way our field of view, depth perception, and all that works for the way our brains work. Yeah, it's the way things are designed, right? And there's ways to trick your brain. There's always ways to trick your brain. Your eyes are very simple, and our brains are actually very, very simple things to trick. The Quest 3 is better? The Quest 3S is new, isn't it? MetaQuest 3 and MetaQuest S. Oh, okay. MetaQuest. Is yours the MetaQuest? It's the newest one? Oh, okay, it is. Alright, so it is the newest one. Dang. Dang, son! Jeez, that's a $400 headset. $400 Canadian. For the S, the 3 is almost 600. Almost 600. 600 Canadian. They were 680. Wow. I even play my console on my monitor. Just see in PlayStation games look better on the monitor too. Yeah, that would probably be due to the fact that your monitor has you might like the way LCD instead of it being LCD, you might like your QLED, your QOLED, or whatever is actually on, like whatever your monitor is, and then you might like instead of it being a glossy finish, yours might be a matte finish or semi-gloss or whatever your overlay of your screen is. You might like the way that looks more than, even though the pixel density is still the same, you might like the way it's being whatever they're using for it more. And it looks technically better, right? Yeah, they're not. Those are not cheap headsets. Uh, just want to see the internal design. Oh, yeah. No, I'm right. Yeah. I mean, it's hard for me to be wrong sometimes, but yeah. No, the way yeah, I'm 100% right on how it's designed. Yeah. No, because that's how our brains work. Yeah, it's how our brains work. Yeah. No, I'm right. I'm right on how it actually projects it. Yeah, that's how it works. Two lens in, two singled. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Gives us the depth and the field of view, depth perception, and also our peripheral. Gives you a peripheral. Yeah, smart design. I can't believe how small they've gotten it though. So they used to be huge. Yeah, cool. Yeah, they're not cheap, man. They're definitely not cheap. Yeah, I'm just looking at the internal design of them. Yeah, exactly how I inscribed it. It's got um, a lens, curved, convex lens, like it would have to be to give peripheral dash optical like depth. That's how you do the convex lens. How heavy is it? It doesn't look terrible, actually. Because again, I'm going off of older designs too. It's not hard to change older designs to a newer design because the way, again, how our eyes and brain work on that. They're a lot smaller than what they used to be. Holy moly! Yeah, because that's kind of and again, it's basically the same design, like the actual design layout of it, the way the internals are actually laid out. 18 ounce. That's it. A pound? That's a pound even with battery? What? I mean, the battery's pretty small, but I mean, it's a pound and together? Just over a pound, but it's basically a pound. Dang, son. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. That's crazy. That's it's a lot for it. Like to weigh that amount too. That's got glass. It's got PCBs. It's got heat sinks. It's got battery. It's got the casing. All just over a pound. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's way better than PSVR. It definitely is. Cool. That's actually pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Yeah, they're not cheap. They're not cheap, but I mean, for a better experience, something that's lighter, comfier, they're not a cheap thing to make, for sure. You're literally in you need like a factory, kind of like a GPU factory or CPU factory, very clean environment to even make them because you're putting a special optical lenses inside them And then you gotta put them all together. They gotta be basically dust free, like very low particle to give a clear image. That's like to put it all together, kind of. Mr. 1,000 plus, holy. 1,000 plus. What other ones is there? The Vive 2 Pro. Valve Index. Full VR kit. Headphone base station controller for almost 4,000. Wait, yeah. Apple Vision Pros are expensive. Holy. I mean, they don't even look like they'd be technically better. They look. I don't think they technically would even be better. Yeah, holy moly. They're expensive, man. I mean, going from that, by the looks of it, from that to something like the Apple Vision Pro is just way too much. 3,500 for the Apple Vision Pro. And then I guess you can get the Valve Index VR kit for about $2,000 Canadian. And we're talking Canadian. And then you got the HTC Vive Pro 2, which is about 1,800 Canadian. But I'm looking more on actual design, like whether or not you're gonna get a better experience. And I don't see it being a better experience. Yeah, 4K. Well, 5K for some of them. The Vive 2 Pro's 5K, but it's dependent on game for one. 4K might give you a little bit crisper experience, but again, that would be subjected to each game or whatever you're doing, whether or not it actually supports it for VR. Crazy prices though, holy. That's, I mean, I think the price you got it for what it is, it's pretty good. Yeah, definitely is. I mean, I'm guessing you're pretty happy with it. I would be. It's a good price for it. I don't care for VR. I don't think I would. Soon, man. Soon. Hopefully your buddy comes and helps you with that or helps you out with it. It's more of just a process of downloading stuff, running certain stuff, and then downloading more stuff. Yeah, of course it could be a journey. Yeah. It's just downloading. There's a lot of mods for it. Just yeah, download stuff. Like I said, there what I showed you there. You just follow it step by step. And you follow the steps until whatever. Like if you want all the mods, well, you follow all the steps. Pretty straightforward that way. Yep, and that's one thing you could just take your time doing. So you don't have to do all the mods all at once. You could just do some of the mods one day, play. Next day, before you game, download more mods, play. And by the time you know it, you're done. Right. Just how it goes, man. Oh, might be ending the stream here though. Yeah, get some stuff done. I realize it's almost 6:30 now. Almost 12-hour stream. Almost a 12-hour stream. I'll stream tomorrow. Probably won't be doing overclocking tomorrow though. Yeah, it was pretty good. Probably won't be doing overclocking tomorrow. I'll probably go over a bunch of PC news. Has there been a whole lot of PC news that's really worth talking about? Not really. That's why I really haven't been streaming too. It's just there's not a whole lot to talk about. I mean, I'll try to be here because I know a lot of people like it, but I mean, I find I hate being boring. I'm not exactly the greatest person to talk about my own life. I don't do a whole lot besides PC stuff, and I haven't been doing a whole lot to be honest. I'd love more people, new people to join the stream and ask questions, but that's just something that happens once in a while. Yep. Yeah. Oh, what up, farm? It's not aim for platform. Kind of thinking about buying new 55 to hold me over until Moss PC arrives. Still waiting. Still waiting. Taking a while. I mean, I think you can hold off. I think you can hold off until your PC arrives, right? I think you can hold off, buddy. Unless you got that kind of money to do it. If you got that kind of money just to spend on a new CPU, then yeah. Oh, dang, really? Oh, that sucks. Gotta love the tariffs. One day they'll make sense. Today, they don't. I hear you on that. I definitely hear you on that. Can't get around them, unfortunately, though. Unfortunate. Alright, I'm gonna be ending the stream here. I'll end the stream here. Try to be on tomorrow early again. Do another long stream. And work on some videos too, though. Ugh. No, thanks for being here there, Vep. Oh, no problem, man. No problem. That's why it's good to be universal and all different platforms, because I can actually help people out. That's why I wish I kind of had the money to be able to buy, um, you know, new AMD, new Intel, new NVIDIA stuff, so I can be more up to date on the newer stuff. Because a lot of people say, "Oh, you don't have the newer stuff." It's not like I haven't worked on it. Not like I don't know how to do it. It's just because I don't have it doesn't mean I haven't worked on it. I've helped other people still tune their systems even though I don't have it. I do the research on a lot of stuff, so I try to help out people I can. I try, as long as they listen. If you don't listen, I can't help. So I had somebody come on to my one live stream and said, I followed your one video there, and it didn't work for me. And then help him out during the live stream, like, well, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. Well, you didn't say that on your video. And I'm going, I made the video. I know what I said on the video. You didn't follow it. You literally put on your own voltages. You put on your own whatever timings for the RAM kit. You know, if you follow the video, you would know. You didn't follow it. You put in your own crap. You followed it pretty close, but you messed up a bunch of stuff. That's why it didn't work. It's like, dude, I know what I said in the video. It works. It doesn't matter what motherboard, CPU that you have in it. It works for all 12th, 13th, and 14th gen. It's a guarantee work. Voltages, you'll have to find out your own voltages, but I know voltages for 12th gen low end, 12th gen high end, 12th gen or 13th gen low end, 13th gen high end. Same thing with 14th gen. I know all the voltages for that. I know how to tune them very well. And then RAM, I just know RAM, Micron, Samsung, and Hynix, A die or M die. I know what timings can just automatically work no matter what frequency. It doesn't matter. Oh, I'm at 8,000. You're only at 7,200 or 7,600. I'm at 8,000, and I put these timings, and it's like a check. It's like because you didn't put the timings I said to use. You put in way lower timings. Does not work. Those are not guaranteed to work. The timings I gave are guaranteed timings. Like, guaranteed. I'm not giving some false information like some people. They're guaranteed no matter what. It's like I'm going to be coming out with a video on RAM timings and that, trying to simplify it more. I've gotten a huge list. I've given the list to a couple people to help them out, but they even still say it's still kind of not an easy thing to learn. It's like, man, I've literally simplified almost every single timing, have given the simplified like math that you can use for certain timings, because there are timings that you can just use math off of other timings. You just add math timings or add on the timings that you have certain timings that whatever you have it set to, you just double it up basically, and or add them up to get another timing to guarantee to work. Now, is there plus or minus? You can go lower technically or go higher if you want, but there's math involved onto that, and it's simplified on certain timings that work, guaranteed to work. Then I've also simplified on what timings work with what, like what timing actually affects whatever you're doing, gaming or some certain workstation stuff. If you're having erroring or it's crashing at certain times, what timings could be affecting that, specifying what it's crashing. If it's crashing like right at the end of a workload, halfway through a workload, the beginning of the workload, what timings could be affecting it, because there are timings that will crash during the beginning of the workload, crashing at the middle of a workload, or crashing at the end of the workload. There are certain timings that will actually cause those issues, and I've literally simplified as much as I can. It's like, man, I have to like simplify even more. I have to simplify this even more. Like, come on. I know it's a lot to to learn, but it's simplifying things that are, I find, that are not that difficult to. I've got a lot of hours in, but I mean that I find not that difficult, and I've simplified it the best that I think I can do. I can probably do better, and people are still not getting it. It's like, how much more simple can I make things? And when I say I've made DDR5 overclocking simple, it's like DDR5 overclocking is not simple. I've literally simplified it. Simplified it. Some people are still not getting it. I need to send out the notepad to more people. You can't fix stupid, yeah. So true. It's not easy to simplify stuff for people. I think I've gotten a lot better since I first started doing it. When I first started doing it, I just started going off like what, like I'm talking to people that actually know things, but and then I started being told by other people, like, can you simplify this? Like, I thought I was saying that pretty simple. No, I mean, you gotta like simplify this kind of thing. It's like, what? I don't know how to simplify it more than what I've done. Oh no, there's actually ways to simplify it more than what I've already done. So hopefully I've been getting better at it. I don't like simplifying too much on things, because then maybe some people that actually know maybe something to go, what do you mean? But like that, like that's very simplified. Like, do you not know this and this and this? Like, yeah, I have to simplify things for other people, not for me, buddy, not for me. Yep, but I'll be probably, I don't know. How's it going with you? I should probably make. I was really thinking, like, I haven't been streaming for a while, because I've been really thinking about certain things I should be doing for the channel, or what I should try to get into doing for the channel. And I might do a series, like a episode type thing, once a week or something. Yeah, probably once a week type thing, to where I'm doing RAM timings and that, going over RAM time, like certain RAM timings, primaries, secondaries, simplifying cast latency, TRFC, TRC, TRAS, like simplifying all of the read to reads, read to writes, write to writes, and read to writes type thing, right? Try to simplify things as much as possible for people, and going over the math that's required for certain timings to make sure it guarantees to work. Yeah, and exactly, it's trying to get people's like keep people's attention. It's why people like these other YouTubers that are very got a lot going on. A lot of people got ADD and ADHD nowadays, so they need flashy, quick moving things to keep their attention, kind of thing. It's like, I gotta move around, I need flash stuff, I need like glitter and disco lights to keep people's attention, so that way maybe they can learn something. No, people just need a smack in the head. And you go back to the old scale of the old days of learning, and have a wooden ruler ready on hand. Bam! Listen, you. Bam! Pay attention. God damn. No, this is a lot of people always want you to do everything for them. It's like, if you want me to do it for you, you're going to be paying up the ass, because guess what? That's what other people charge. They literally charge like $500 a session for that kind of stuff. Sorry, I don't really want to charge that kind of amount, but that's what people charge. Like literally a minimum of like $500 a session for simple stuff. For being chilled and having a game, and then something I prefer having some music and Google Docs. Well, there you go. I try to give good information. Some people don't like the information I give, though. They just can't understand it or something. It's not that they can't understand. It's just it doesn't agree with whatever they have built up. Start writing. There you go. That's what I use on. I use for a lot of videos. I use Notepad. I write that stuff down. What I should talk about, how I should talk about it, and stuff like that. There's a lot of things I do for a lot of videos that I've done. It's just I haven't been doing it because it takes so much time for me to do that kind of stuff. And since I do have done a lot of long live streams, and then I have to, after the live streams, I have to like figure out what I'm doing for the videos. I have to do cleanups after live streams too. Like there's so much things I have to do for a lot of stuff, and people don't realize how much time I take to do all this kind of stuff. It's like, oh, you don't have this video or this video. You should do this video and that. Okay, well, I won't be live streaming then, and then the live streams are really good for me, to be honest. People do kind of like my live streams, and then my videos. I mean, some videos I've worked on for a very long time. I've spent a very long time making the videos. Again, very long time making the videos. Like hours of recording and then going over those videos. Oh, it's not very good. I should redo it. So I redo the videos. Have to go over it again. Then I have to edit them. Figure out what parts I want to keep, what I don't want to keep. What's really actually good information. Okay, well that could be better. Re-record that again. It's like a lot of time just wasted. Not really wasted. More or less wasted though, because people don't watch my videos. I don't get the views like a lot of people. Project Zomboid. Nice. Peace. Have a good one, farm. Just, yeah, a lot of things I gotta do. A lot of things I do, and yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, no. Just starting a script is not the best way to do it. Having a way to, your intros and all that is a really good way to doing it. Have a set intro. That's why I always say, welcome back to the channel. Oh, but yeah, should probably end the stream now. Said that like almost half hour ago. There's a lot of things I still gotta do. Yeah, write note what you want to say before the video is a good way to do it, and then that way you have a. Yeah, a good way to do it is like write out what you want to talk about in that, so that we have starting points, middle grounds, and all that. Yeah, I know about. People start talking, and then I start going off sometimes, and time flies. Time flies. Yeah, it's almost 7 now. Yeah, it does, man. It does. Yes, it does. Agreed. Alright. I gotta go, though. I gotta end the stream. I got stuff to do. Again, thank you guys for being here. Yeah, hopefully you guys have a good day and a good night. I mean, my day is basically over. So, basically a good night for me. Yeah, 12-hour stream's good enough. Yep. Again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donors. You guys are helping this channel more than you know. Again, thank you very much, everyone. And yeah, I hope you guys all have a good day, good night, depending on where you're living, your time zones. So, Again, thank you all for being here. And again, as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace.